This is a story about a man drowning in regret, a desperate fight for revenge, and the slimmest chance to turn back time and change it all. We see a bright, clear sky, a single bird flying high above. But this piece is about to be shattered by the shadow of the Ares Empire. Below, a vast city basks in the sun, looking grand and prosperous, a place you'd think would last forever. A stone statue stands guard, its features weathered by time, a silent watcher over the city's unfolding destiny. It's a warrior on horseback, sword raised, a monument to glories long past. Down in the streets, life goes on, kids play, and a young man watches them, a small smile on his face. The young man thinks it's a peaceful day, while two guards patrol nearby, their armor shining. But one guard, older with a prominent mustache, scoffs. He mutters about revolutionaries acting up again, smoke puffing from his lips, his younger companion listening quietly. The mustached guard laughs them off as country bumpkins, thinking their talk of revolution is a joke, and his partner chuckles along, not taking the threat seriously. The younger guard, though, notes how quiet it's been lately, wondering if maybe the rebels finally gave up their pointless fight, a hint of relief in his smile. The older guard agrees, stroking his mustache, speculating that perhaps the Empire's knights already dealt with them. They both share a silent hope that this quiet peace will last under the vast blue sky. But that peace is fragile. The camera zooms onto the statue, and a sharp sound cuts the air, signaling an abrupt change. Night falls, and in a dim, torchlit room, heavily armored knights gather around a map, the air thick with tension. One knight declares their mission: tonight, they will kill the Emperor and bring down the Empire. This is Logan McLean, his face set in grim determination, a scar marking his cheek. He clenches an armored fist, convinced this is the only way to reclaim their kingdom. Two other knights stand with him, their expressions just as serious, clearly part of this desperate plan. More knights listen intently, the weight of their dangerous mission hanging heavy in the room. Their leader, an older knight, turns to Logan, telling him his role is the most important, the map showing their target between them. He calls him Logan McLean. Logan stands firm, his red hair stark against dark armor, surrounded by comrades, ready for the fight. The leader's eyes narrow as he gives Logan a critical order: he must protect the secret text, no matter what. Logan meets his gaze, understanding clear in his scarred face. He knows the stakes, his voice low but firm as he confirms he's aware. The knights begin to move, armor clanking softly as Logan walks with them, a faint glow around him. A younger comrade with lighter brown hair walks beside him, the plan now in motion. His comrade grins, remarking that Logan sure is patriotic, but Logan just glances at him with a slight frown. Logan asks what he means, and the comrade, still smiling, clarifies he's talking about the secret text. An image of a grand book with a golden eagle appears. The comrade explains how many lives were lost to get and keep that book from the Empire, and possessing it makes Logan the Empire's #1 target. The comrade bumps Logan's shoulder playfully, admiring his courage for taking such a risk to protect the book. Logan looks away, a pained expression on his face, saying it's not like he volunteered. His friend explains that while his knowledge of the ancient tongue was key, protecting it without complaint is patriotic enough. Logan cuts him off sharply, saying that's enough, his stern voice making the comrade's smile vanish, adding that he's insulting their other comrades. Logan turns away, his red hair catching the light, his voice dropping as he reveals this isn't about patriotism. His eyes gleam with an intense, burning light as he grits out that this is about revenge, a word heavy with years of pain. Darkness. Logan's inner voice begins a painful confession: I was a good-for-nothing. A sharp crack, like something breaking, signals a flashback. In a sunlit courtyard, a younger Logan lies defeated, his wooden sword nearby, while his younger brother Ronian stands over him. Onlookers whisper about Logan losing to his little brother. Ronian looks down at Logan with concern. The crowd marvels that Ronian has only wielded a sword for 3 years, calling him a genius. Ronian, not Logan. Logan watches Ronian from the ground, remembering how he'd trained for 10 years, the contrast highlighting his failure. He hears the stinging judgment: this fool is the oldest son? Blood trickles from Logan's mouth, his eyes filled with humiliation and burning anger. He clenches his wooden sword, the words, "The future of the McLean family is rather bleak," echoing in his mind, the pressure immense. Suddenly, his hand goes numb, a red, venomous effect spreading. He realizes with shock it's paralysis poison. His father, the imposing patriarch McLean with a fiery red beard, storms towards him, roaring if he's lost his mind for poisoning his own brother, while Ronian watches with concern. Logan, bandaged, head bowed, listens as his father coldly states that if Ronian doesn't recover, the patriarch's face is a mask of fury, teeth bared. He points an accusing finger straight at Logan, his command, "Get out," hitting like a physical blow. Logan's voice narrates his shame. "I was driven insane from the feeling of inferiority to my brother and harmed him." His father's devastating words echo, "You are no longer my son." The patriarch turns his back, a figure of unyielding authority and crushing disappointment. Logan admits, "For that sin, I was kicked out of the family. That was who I am." A stark admission of his past self. "I left the family and became a mercenary." His life took a harsh turn. "Only after 10 years of hard work did I realize how terrible of a person I had been." The immense weight of his regret is clear. But by then, his family's castle is engulfed in flames, and Logan, now a knight, stands helpless before the inferno. It was all too late. Words heavy with sorrow and the bitter taste of finality. The scene shifts. 2 women whisper about something they heard. A hooded Logan walks through a somber crowd as one woman mentions a public hanging at the square today. Logan's face is hidden, but his grim jaw is visible as the woman continues about the prisoner's name. McLean. The name hangs in the air, a chilling blow. Feet in simple boots walk across a wet stone platform as rain begins to fall. Ronian McLean. His brother's full name confirms Logan's worst fear. Ronian, older but recognizable, walks to the gallows, head high. The crowd murmurs about him being an aura user who fought the Empire, abandoned by the royal family. Logan's silent, anguished scream, "Ronian!" Ronian stands on the platform, arms outstretched as if accepting his fate, rain soaking his simple prisoner's clothes. Logan's desperate, unspoken plea, "There is something I must tell you. So please." Still hooded, Logan pushes through the crowd, running towards the square, his cloak billowing. "Please be alive." His heart pounds with a desperate, fading hope. But he's too late. A horrifying splash of blood. Logan's eye widens in horror, his own face splattered. An imperial officer with menacing sunglasses addresses the crowd, declaring this the end of a fool who defied the Empire. Below, Ronian hangs lifeless, lightning flashing dramatically as the crowd roars its approval. Logan's voice, full of anguish, "I promised that I would get revenge." Tears stream down Logan's face, his expression a mask of utter devastation and raw fury. "Revenge on the Empire. A solemn vow etched in pain. For killing my family." His face is contorted in grief and rage, rain and tears mixing as he stares at the sky. "And taking away my chance to beg for forgiveness." This is his deepest wound, the chance he'll never get back. We return to the knight's attack. After him, an imperial soldier shouts. An imperial soldier, visor down, face twisted in a yell, screams, "It's him! That redhead has the secret book." Logan, in full rebel armor, runs sword drawn, as imperial soldiers close in. Logan glances back, sweat on his face, determination in his eyes as he flees. "Over there!" A soldier spots him. He's outnumbered, hunted. "Shit!" Logan mutters, gripping his sword. He's cornered. An imperial soldier charges, spear flashing, screaming, "Die, rebel!" Their weapons clash in a shower of sparks, Logan meeting the attack head-on. Logan grunts as their swords lock, the force immense, blade inches from his face. The soldier cries out in pain, Logan has wounded him. Another soldier screams in rage as Logan cuts down his comrade, blood spraying. Logan ducks under another swing, fighting with desperate, deadly skill. One more, he thinks, eyes blazing, dispatching another enemy, blood on his face. He faces another soldier, his movements fluid, preparing for the next strike. More. His battle cry echoes in his mind. Kill more Empire bastards. His rage turns him into a whirlwind of death. More soldiers arrive, shouting to surround him, demanding he surrender the secret text, the Empire's treasure. They're closing in. Logan pants, sweat dripping. He's surrounded, the odds impossible. Is this where I die? He thinks, a grim acceptance dawning. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple. Exhausted, but his eyes still hold a spark of defiance. You leave me with no choice, Logan says, his back to his pursuers, reaching into his armor. He pulls out a small, glowing blue orb. As he clenches it, it radiates an intense red light, pulsing with power. Let's all die. Logan screams, face a mask of fury and desperation as he unleashes the orb's devastating power. The Imperial soldiers look on in shock, one stammering, "What?" as the red light engulfs them. A blinding white light fills the screen, erupting from a nearby window. The castle explodes in a cataclysmic blast of red and blue energy, shattering into debris. Logan's final, suicidal act. Darkness. Logan's thoughts drift. A life filled with regrets. Living only for the sake of revenge. He floats in a cosmic void, still armored. He finds some comfort in striking a blow against the Empire, but his biggest regret, the one he can't let go of even in death, is that he never begged for forgiveness. Hopefully, his armored hand reaches out into the starry expanse. If I can meet my family in the afterlife, I will be able to beg them for their forgiveness. His final, desperate wish. Suddenly Logan gasps. He's younger, in noble clothes, a bandage on his head. He clutches his chest, confused and utterly disoriented. He clutches his head, a throbbing pain. A headache? His eyes snap open, wide with shock. How can it hurt when he's supposed to be dead? A voice calls out, "Young master, are you all right?" Logan is in a bed, a young man looking down at him with deep concern. Logan stares, speechless. The young man before him, it can't be. Rick. Logan breathes, his voice laced with disbelief. Rick, his servant, smiles gently, confirming it's him, his main servant, and asks how he feels. Logan is stunned. Rick died 30 years ago in his memory. How is he alive? Seeing Logan's shock, Rick suddenly looks terrified. Rick screams that the young master must have hit his head badly, yelling for a doctor, completely panicked. Another servant rushes to obey. Rick yells for them to hurry as he and a maid rush out, leaving Logan sitting up in bed, his mind reeling. Logan looks out the window. Knights train in the courtyard below, the sounds of practice faint. He's sweating, trying to understand. He spots a familiar red leaf symbol on a shield and banner. The family crest is everywhere. His confusion deepens. Is this a dream? He wonders, red eyes wide with a wild mix of hope and dread. The door creaks open. A young boy with red hair peeks in, stammering, "Be brother." Logan turns, startled. The boy asks softly if he's all right. Logan's eyes widen further. That voice. Ronian. It's his younger brother, Ronian, looking just as he did all those years ago, before everything shattered. Ronian looks concerned, a bead of sweat on his temple, clearly worried about Logan. Ronian clenches his fist nervously. Logan thinks, this scene, a painful memory surfacing. He remembers it vividly. This was right after their first duel. Ronian stands by his bedside. The memory continues, I lost pathetically to my brother. And when he came to visit me. In the flashback, his younger self threw a pillow at Ronian, screaming, he was so cruel, so bitter. He'd yelled at Ronian, calling him nothing more than a concubine's child. Ronian had looked so hurt. Logan now remembers that despite all the insults, Ronian used to follow him everywhere. After that day, he no longer came to see me. The memory washes over him, a fresh wave of guilt. Back in the present, Logan clutches his head, groaning. Ronian rushes forward, alarmed, calling his name. Rick steps in, gently guiding Ronian back, saying Logan needs more rest. But Logan interjects, "It's okay." Rick looks surprised. Ronian stands hesitantly by the bed. Logan looks at Ronian, a gentle, almost pained smile on his face. "Ronian, you can come closer." Ronian approaches, surprised and uncertain, looking so young and innocent. Rick watches them, completely bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. Ronian stands by the bed. Logan tells him he's really sorry, that he should have been more careful. Ronian quickly replies it's okay, he doesn't need to keep apologizing. Logan smiles warmly, telling Ronian he didn't do anything wrong, that he should be the one to. He chokes on the word, apologize, the guilt overwhelming him. Ronian looks concerned, asking if Logan is okay, urging him to rest. Logan looks at his younger brother, his heart aching. He thinks of how someone so kind was killed, the future a heavy weight. He remembers Ronian fighting on the front lines as ordered by the kingdom. He clutches his face, overcome with emotion. And was killed. Ronian takes a hesitant step back, unsure. Logan reaches out and gently takes Ronian's arm. He pulls his brother into a tight embrace, whispering, "I'm sorry," his voice thick with unshed tears and decades of regret. Tears stream down Logan's face as he repeats, "I'm so sorry." This is the apology he's yearned to give for so long. Ronian is startled, eyes wide, asking why Logan is crying, completely bewildered by this sudden show of emotion. A close-up on Ronian's face, still confused, but maybe a little touched by the unexpected hug. Logan holds him tighter, tears still flowing. This single moment means everything. The two brothers embrace in the sunlit room, a poignant reunion heavy with unspoken regrets and a fragile new hope. After a moment, Ronian gently pulls away, a small, shy smile on his face, and says, "Then Logan, I'll come to visit you again." He gives a little wave, his earlier nervousness replaced by a tentative warmth. Logan manages a smile through his tears. "Go rest." He waves back, watching his brother leave. Once Ronian is gone, Logan's smile fades, replaced by a look of grim, unwavering determination. He sees his younger reflection in a polished door panel. If all this isn't a dream, he thinks, the reality sinking in. The family flag flutters in the wind. And if he is truly back in the past? His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his features. Then he needs to change absolutely everything. Just then, a maid, Mary, enters and gasps, startled to see the young master up and looking so intense. Logan turns to her, his expression unreadable. The maid, flustered, quickly curtsies, apologizing. Logan just looks at her, slightly frowning, asking what she's sorry for, genuinely confused by her apology. Rick appears behind Mary, laughing sheepishly, saying Mary must have interrupted his rest, forgetting to warn her, guessing she confused the rooms. Mary looks embarrassed, tears welling. Mary apologizes again. Logan sighs, rubbing his temples, remembering how he used to mistreat the servants. The weight of his past self's cruelty is a constant burden. He tells Mary it's fine, she did nothing wrong. Then, turning to Rick, he asks for a pen and paper. Rick and Mary both look up, utterly surprised, Rick asking if he heard right. Rick and Mary are suddenly terrified, their faces pale. Rick stammers, asking what Logan plans to do to Mary with a pen and paper. Annoyed, Logan snaps for her to be sent out and the pen and paper brought to him. Rick places paper and a quill on the desk, saying he'll leave them there. Logan, already seated, thanks him and tells him to leave and ensure no one enters. Rick is stunned, thinking, "Thanks. Did he just thank me?" Rick leans in, concerned, asking if Logan is sure he's all right, if his head hurts. Logan looks increasingly irritated. "I said I'm fine. Get out." Logan yells, his patience finally snapping. Rick, however, seems relieved by the outburst, placing a hand on his chest and saying, "Itchy yes, young master," cheerfully. He even gives a little happy face as he tells Logan to rest. Logan just sighs, arms crossed, exasperated. Rick thinks to himself that since Logan yelled, he must be fine, and heads back to work. Logan lets out a huge, tired sigh. Alone now, Logan clenches his fists on the desk. He needs to be patient. These reactions are the consequences of his own past actions. He looks down at the paper, eyes sharp with focus. The most important thing right now is to record everything that will happen. An image of a dragon banner engulfed in flames appears. The war against the Empire that will happen in 10 years. A knight in imposing armor, bathed in fiery light, a symbol of the coming conflict. A disaster that will bring down not only his family, but the entire nation. The stakes are absolutely colossal. Logan dips his quill in ink, ready to write. Preventing that future is his ultimate goal. But before that, he pauses, quill poised, another memory surfacing. He recalls a brutal conflict, the War of the Pheedom, set to occur in just 1 year. It began abruptly and partially destroyed their family, plunging them into dark times. Logan touches his chin thoughtfully. He needs to prevent that war first. So, the first step. The camera focuses on a chessboard, pieces set for a game, a metaphor for the careful, strategic moves he must now make. A knock sounds on a large, imposing door. A servant stands before Patriarch McLean, who is looking out a window, his back turned as the servant addresses him. The servant announces that the first young master, Logan, is here to see him. The patriarch slowly turns, his face shadowed. Patriarch McLean's stern face comes into full view, his red beard prominent, his eyes sharp and appraising. "Logan is?" he asks, a hint of surprise, or perhaps displeasure in his deep voice. And so begins Logan's daunting quest, as he prepares to face his father, the very first move in his desperate game to rewrite a terrible future. Heavy, determined footsteps echo through the halls of the McLean estate. Someone's on a mission. 2 maids gasp, one nearly dropping her broom, the other clutching a cloth to her chest, absolutely terrified by what they're seeing approach. Other servants in the hallway quickly look away, hunching over, trying to blend into the walls. The air is thick with fear. It's Logan. As he walks past in his familiar red vest, the servants bow deeply, almost cowering. His mere presence still terrifies them, a ghost of his past tyranny. Suddenly, a maid carrying a huge stack of linen stumbles, and the whole pile goes flying, completely burying her. She ends up sprawled on the floor amidst scattered sheets, looking up at Logan with wide, terrified eyes as he stops and looks down at her. The maid is trembling, sweating, thinking she's completely doomed for falling right in front of the young master. But then, Logan extends a hand towards her, his voice surprisingly calm as he asks if she's okay. She just stares at his outstretched hand, utterly bewildered. She hesitantly takes his hand, and as he helps her up, she manages a stammered thank you. But then she sees his face, he's trying to smile, but it's this weird, intense grin, and internally, she's screaming that it's not sincere at all. The maid immediately drops into a deep bow, pressing her forehead to the floor, crying out that she's sinned greatly and begging for forgiveness. Logan just looks down at her, completely baffled by her sudden panic. Logan sighs to himself as she scurries away, figuring people need time to adjust to him changing overnight. He looks at his reflection, thinking he just needs to be patient and show them he's different. He tries to force a more natural smile, but it still looks a bit strained, almost wild in the harsh light. He tells himself it can't possibly be because his smile is just plain awkward. It can't be, right? He wonders, a tiny seed of doubt starting to sprout. A little later, Logan and Rick stand before a large, ornate door. A servant announces to the patriarch that his first son is here to see him. Logan takes a deep breath, his expression serious. Facing his father, this is a big one. His father's harsh words from the past echo in his mind, that devastating declaration, "You are no longer my child." Logan remembers how, in his previous life, he resented his father for years after being kicked out. He used to see him as a cold-hearted father who'd given up all hope for his son. A father who didn't even visit when Logan collapsed after an official duel. Just an imposing, distant silhouette in his memories. That's how Logan saw him. A cruel father who heartlessly cast his child away. Logan clenches his fist, a new understanding washing over him. He realizes how stupid he was to think that. The grand doors begin to open, lights spilling into the hallway, heralding the confrontation. He now wonders how heartbroken a parent must be to kick out their own child, seeing his father's past actions through a lens of pain, not just cruelty. Logan steps into the room, a polite, almost gentle smile on his face as he respectfully greets his father. The patriarch stands by the window, silhouetted by bright light. Logan announces himself. His father slowly turns, the rich fabric of his robe swishing with the movement. His father simply says his name, Logan. No warmth, just acknowledgement. Father and son face each other, a vast distance between them, the air thick with their strained history. Logan looks his father in the eye, his expression earnest, swallowing nervously as he begins to speak. He bows his head slightly, the words heartfelt and heavy with years of regret. "I'm really sorry." His father studies him for a moment, then remarks that Logan looks better than he expected. The patriarch, Patrick McLean, gets straight to the point, his voice cool, asking what Logan wants. Logan expected the coldness. After all, while it's been 20 years for Logan, his father has seen his disappointing face every day. He states his purpose. He requests permission for isolated training on the family plot. His father raises an eyebrow, questioning the idea of isolated training. Logan's mind races, outlining his strategy. What does he need to do to win the coming regional war? The answer, he knows, is simple. He needs to strengthen the entire territory's forces. This means stronger knights, better weapons, and more. A vision of a fully equipped McLean knight flashes in his mind. And for all of this to happen, for any of it to work, Logan's eyes gleam with determination. He needs money. Lots of it. But unfortunately, the McLeans are notoriously known throughout the kingdom for being, well, the beggar family. An image of their dilapidated castle, comically adorned with a hopeful open for business banner, shows just how broke they are. They have no money, Logan laments internally, the truth hitting hard. But there's one way to earn a lot of money quickly. He recalls an incident 3 months from now involving an elegant woman, an event that could net them a whole year's worth of the family budget. Back in the present, Logan knows he needs to build his martial abilities and gain influence for that plan. But his father cuts him off, skeptically asking if he just wants to run away because he lost to his little brother. Logan calmly replies that he's realized how lacking he's been and is trying to get his act together, even if it's late. His father scoffs, saying it's not just about effort and that Logan still hasn't come to his senses. Logan anticipated this lack of trust. He knows his past behavior is a huge problem. His father, looking weary, shakes his head, tired of hearing the same empty promises. The patriarch commands him to leave, turning his back. Logan looks down, realizing that instead of acknowledging his own shortcomings, he always took his anger out on others. His eyes show a deep, painful self-awareness. He was extremely foolish and immature. He speaks earnestly, hand on his chest, saying that through this training he wishes to get that immaturity under control too. He bows deeply, pleading for permission. The patriarch is silent for a moment, his back still turned. The patriarch thinks to himself that this time, it doesn't seem like just another lame excuse. Logan waits, hopeful but anxious. His father finally asks how long he plans to train. Logan replies about 3 months. The patriarch questions if that little time is enough to catch up to Ranian. Logan stands firm, stating it's not about beating Ranian. He explains that by choosing a short time, he simply wants to do the best he can. His father strokes his beard, looking thoughtful. His father murmurs, a hint of something new in his voice, that Logan certainly seems to have changed a little. Great. I'll allow it. Permission granted. A breakthrough. Logan's face breaks into a wide, relieved smile, bathed in a warm light as he thanks his father, genuinely grateful. As Logan turns to leave, his father calls out his name. The patriarch, still facing the window, mentions that it's still spring, and the family burial grounds will be cold for sleeping. He tells Logan to take care to stay warm. It's a subtle, almost gruff display of fatherly concern. Logan looks back, surprised and touched. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches Logan's lips. A moment of connection. Yes, father, he replies, acknowledging the unexpected quiet care. A few days later, Logan arrives at a secluded, sun-dappled clearing with a massive, ancient tree. He carries his satchel and sword, announcing he's here. He knows only immediate family can enter, so it's perfect and huge. It's the ideal spot for solitary training. He sets down his bag. After all, he can't let anyone see this particular training method just yet. He pulls the satchel from his shoulder, ready to begin his transformation. From the bag, he retrieves a plainly bound book, saying "found it," with satisfaction. He holds the book, The Divine Sword Secrets, a determined glint in his eyes. He recalls memorizing and burning the original in his past life to keep it from the Empire. The original book, embroidered with a golden hawk, contains secrets passed down by an ancient hero, a legendary figure. A hero who slayed the evil dragon that once ruled the world. This book holds immense power. Logan hugs his transcribed copy, quite pleased he wrote it down again using the Independent Army's secret code so no one else could read it. He looks at the book with anticipation. If its contents are true, after he masters it, not even the Empire's aura masters or archmages will be a threat. Before, he was too old and untalented, but right now, his fist clenches, glowing with a golden aura. He has a chance. The book explains its core principle, modifying the body itself using life force or force. This is the basis of the Divine Sword Secrets. Logan stands tall, focusing his energy to create a force core near his heart. He knows this is hard for average talents, and his past self would have failed, but a surge of red and gold energy emanates from his chest. He knew it. After regressing, his force feels evolved in every way. His eyes snap open in surprise. Wait a minute. The core is already forming? He looks down at his chest in disbelief. A radiant golden core of energy visibly forms within him, pulsing with power. Tremendously dense energy is bursting forth. It feels like his whole body is soaking it in like rain after a long drought. A satisfied, almost predatory grin spreads across Logan's face as he clenches his fist, feeling the surge of new power. He draws his sword. If the secret book is correct, he plants his foot firmly, kicking up dust and leaves, ready to test his new strength. With a powerful spin, he unleashes a series of slashes, golden energy trailing his blade, cutting through the air with incredible force. Super! He exclaims, a wide, joyful grin on his face. His constitution and senses have completely changed, perfectly suited for wielding the sword. He stands, sword in hand, looking out at the forest. He has no idea how the force core formed so quickly. He looks up at the sky, a confident smile playing on his lips. At this rate, after 3 months, he'll be even stronger. Great! Let's keep the training going. His motivation is through the roof. He turns back towards the massive tree, a determined glint in his eye, ready to push his limits. With shouts and grunts, he continues his relentless training, the forest echoing with his efforts as light filters through the leaves. Sunlight streams through the canopy as he pushes himself harder and harder, day after day. Day turns into night, and still, he trains, his dedication unwavering, a solitary figure under the moon. Morning breaks once more, birdsong heralding a new day of toil. Logan's boots stand on the now well-trodden earth, a testament to his hard work. Today's the last day of training. 3 long months have passed in this secluded spot. The sun shines brightly through the leaves of the ancient training ground tree, marking the end of this phase. Logan stands, sword in hand, his back to us. He looks stronger, more poised, transformed by his efforts. He reflects on his training, on the 10 sword techniques recorded in the Book of Secrets. Among them, the sword that cuts through time and space itself. Time-space slash. The name alone sounds incredibly formidable. He grips his sword with both hands, his knuckles white with effort and anticipation. With the single newly formed core that he possesses, he takes a stance, golden flames erupting around him and his sword gathering immense power. Which is a 1-star core, the only sword technique he can currently perform, the very first technique. His hands tighten on the hilt, the fiery aura around him intensifying to a blinding glow. His eyes blaze with golden light, reflecting his immense concentration and unwavering will. I'll succeed at it at all costs. This is his moment. He unleashes the attack, slashing wave. A massive torrent of golden energy erupts from his sword, tearing through the forest with devastating power. This incredible technique is also known by another name, rippling divide. The ground explodes upwards as the wave of pure energy carves a deep, smoking trench through the earth. Debris and dust fly everywhere from the sheer, unadulterated force of the attack, a testament to its power. Logan pants heavily, sweat dripping from his chin, the afterglow of the incredible attack surrounding him. He collapses to his knees, planting his sword in the ground for support. The technique clearly drains a tremendous amount of his energy. He looks at the path of destruction he's created, a massive scar in the earth leading to a cleanly cleaved tree. Then, a laugh escapes him. His laughter grows louder, echoing through the clearing, a sound of pure triumph and sheer, unadulterated exhilaration. This power is beyond anything he imagined, he thinks, still grinning. This isn't a technique a newbie Force user should be able to pull off. He looks at his trembling hand, still buzzing with residual power. Even though he's worn out after one strike, it'll be a very good card to have up his sleeve. He clenches his fist, a satisfied look on his face. It seems he's already accomplished his training goals. He'll be able to proudly report the results to his father. He wipes his sweaty brow, then sniffs his clothes with a grimace. Though he probably should wash up before that visit. 3 months of solitary training have definitely left their mark. Back at the McLean estate, the family flag flutters. Logan, now cleaned up, stands before someone, asking with a perplexed look what they just said. An unseen person informs him that, unfortunately, the patriarch cannot see him right now. A knight with green hair, Dominan, stands arrogantly before Logan and a nervous Rick, a smug grin on his face as he dismissively tells the young master to leave. Logan, clenching his fist, asks why, wondering if his father is unwell. Dominan explains that family law, hundreds of years old, states even direct relatives can't see the patriarch without prior notice. Rick nervously confirms this. Logan thinks it's odd. He met his father this way just 3 months ago. Dominan smirks, suggesting the guard in charge back then didn't do his job properly. Logan realizes something is very strange. This never happened in his previous life. Logan's newly enhanced senses pick up faint whispers, other knights nearby, clearly amused by the situation. Indeed, several other knights are gathered, snickering. They mock Logan as a coward who ran away after losing to his brother. Confident Dominan can handle any fallout from disrespecting him. Logan understands. His reputation must have hit rock bottom while he was training, so much so that even the family's knights see him as a joke. Dominan gestures dismissively, telling him to give prior notice next time. Logan lets out a sigh. This is just way too troublesome, he thinks, more annoyed than intimidated. He was planning on showing how he'd changed and slowly fixing his reputation, but now. He reaches into his vest, his expression shifting as he asks the knight his name. Dominan looks surprised, wondering what Logan is taking out, but answers that his name is Dominan. I see. Dominan. Logan says, his eyes closed for a moment as if committing the name to memory, then they snap open with a sharp, dangerous glint. Logan turns his head slightly, addressing the gossiping knights he knows are listening. He calls them out for stopping him with a practically dead family rule. They look surprised to be directly confronted. Rick, sensing trouble, voices his worry. But Logan continues, his voice firm, stating Dominan also humiliated him with a consistently insolent attitude. Dominan scoffs, thinking Logan is suddenly trying to pull rank. But Logan's voice rings out, clear and strong, I, Logan McLean, in order to pay you back for the unjust humiliation. With a sharp, decisive movement, Logan symbolically throws down the gauntlet. Challenge you, Sir Dominan, to a duel. His voice is filled with a newfound power and unshakable confidence. The other knights are stunned into silence, one thinking in shock, what did he just say? Logan smirks at Dominan, asking if he's scared. Rick is practically having a meltdown behind Logan, but Logan, clearly enjoying this, taunts Dominan further, saying he can't believe he'd chicken out against a rumored coward. "I guess you're all past your prime," Logan sneers. Dominan covers his face, trembling with rage, the insult hitting its mark hard. Dominan slowly lowers his hand, his eyes blazing with absolute fury. "I'll do it," he grits out, the words tight with anger. He snaps his fingers with a sharp crack, his gauntlet hand sealing the deal. "I accept." Dominan glares at Logan, his face contorted with rage, teeth bared. Logan meets his gaze with a cool, confident smirk. The air crackles with undeniable tension. The duel! The challenge has been thrown, and it has been accepted. Things are about to get seriously interesting. Inside the McLean Estate's training hall, weapons line the stone walls, and the air is thick with a heavy, nervous anticipation. Logan stands casually, a wooden practice sword resting on his shoulder, facing Sir Dominan. Dominan, fully armored, clenches his fist, a low sound of exertion escaping him as the duel is about to begin. Two knights whisper from the sidelines, disbelief and amusement on their faces, wondering if the young master is really going against a seasoned knight, convinced he's going to lose badly. Logan stands with his back to them, relaxed, as they continue to jeer, recalling his loss to Ronian and betting he won't even last 10 minutes against Dominan. Another knight ups the bet, saying he won't last 5. Logan, his expression unreadable, calmly thinks that he can hear everything, fully aware no one expects him to win. Their contempt just fuels him. Dominan smirks at Logan, remarking that he looks pretty relaxed for someone about to get beaten. But internally, Dominan is seething, his face twisted with anger as he sarcastically tells Logan to take care not to hurt himself, veins bulging in his neck. Logan just smirks back, a knowing look in his eyes. He sees right through Dominan's bluster, thinking the knight has no guts to truly speak his mind in front of others. Rick, Mary, and another servant watch from the sidelines, pale with worry. Mary thinks to herself that the young master actually ended up fighting him. Rick looks like he's about to pass out, sweat pouring down, internally wailing that they're screwed. Someone even remarks that Rick looks like he stopped breathing while standing. The tension is unbearable for them. The referee, a knight with light brown hair, steps forward, his boots thudding on the training hall floor. He stands between Logan and Dominan, announcing the official duel will now begin, the air crackling with unspoken bets and nervous energy. The referee continues, sweat on his temple, stating that for safety, only wooden weapons will be used. He hesitates, looking nervously between the two, clearly unsure about this whole thing, as Logan just looks at him expectantly. Logan gives a sharp, confident nod, indicating he's more than ready to start. The referee is clearly uneasy, wondering if he should really go ahead with this, but feels he has no choice given the young master's stubborn insistence. He raises his hand, thinking that while they're limited to wooden weapons, knights using force can still kill, and whatever happens isn't his responsibility. He brings his hand down sharply, mentally begging Sir Dominan to go easy on him, and declares the duel starts now. Logan and Dominan face off. Dominan takes a combat stance, wooden sword ready. Logan mirrors him, calm and utterly focused. Dominan begins to move, his boots shuffling across the stone floor, sizing Logan up. A red aura begins to glow around Dominan. He's already planning to use his force, not holding back. The gossiping knights notice, amused that Sir Dominan is planning to use force against a supposedly normal person, finding it laughably overkill. Rick and the referee gasp in horror, realizing this is cheating and fearing for Logan if he gets hit. Rick pleads for Dominan to be gentle. Logan observes Dominan's display with a bored expression, thinking it might look intimidating if you didn't know any better. As Dominan's red aura intensifies, Logan analyzes that it's just a sign of his clumsy force control. It's leaking because he can't manage it properly. All show, no real finesse. Logan casually asks if Dominan is upset about something, noting he seems pretty worked up. Dominan glares, gritting out. Dominan grips his wooden sword tightly, the red aura flaring, as he spits out Logan's earlier taunt about him being past his prime. It clearly hit a raw nerve. Dominan's inner thoughts reveal his bitterness. Years passing, juniors rising up the ranks while he stagnated. At 40, being the worst in the Knight's Order, Dominan had already decided to retire, his career a disappointment. He's shown in a flashback, leaning against a wall, dejected, a shadow of what he once might have been. The other knights would whisper and mock him behind his back, their disdain clear. He'd often just space out, wondering about dinner, just going through the motions, waiting for retirement to finally come. Logan's mocking words about him being past his prime echo in Dominan's mind, igniting his fury. Dominan explodes with rage, screaming how dare someone like Logan say that, lunging forward with his wooden sword, red force energy swirling violently around him. Rick and the referee scream in terror, Rick wailing for someone to stop him, convinced the young master is going to die, while the referee panics, knowing he can't intervene. Dominan, completely consumed by rage, thinks he's decided to retire anyway, so he might as well go all out. He declares he's going to end Logan with his secret technique, leaping into the air for a powerful downward strike. Logan watches him, his expression calm, almost analytical, as Dominan's telegraphed attack descends. Dominan calls out his technique, mighty triple kill, as golden slashes fill the air, aimed at Logan. But Logan easily sidesteps the first blow, then the second, moving with an almost casual, effortless grace. Dominan's furious strikes hit nothing but empty air. Dominan's face is a mask of shock and exertion, sweat flying, as he grunts in disbelief that Logan dodged every hit. His wooden sword clatters to the ground, splintered and broken from the sheer force of his own missed attacks. He's disarmed. Logan stands before him, completely untouched, holding his own wooden sword with an air of absolute superiority. Logan raises his sword, looking down at the disarmed and utterly stunned Dominan, his voice dripping with contempt. "Don't tell me this is the best you got?" Logan's voice is cold, filled with disdain for the knight's poor showing. The spectating knights are completely dumbfounded, their jaws hanging open in utter disbelief at what they just witnessed. Rick, Mary, and the referee are equally stunned, mouths agape. The entire hall is plunged into a shocked silence. With a swift, powerful swing, Logan strikes Dominan, the impact sending the knight flying backwards with a whoosh. "And no way," someone stammers from the crowd. "The impossible, the unthinkable has just happened." The knights are in shock, one saying he couldn't even see what happened, another muttering that the first young master is. Logan stands calmly, wooden sword on his shoulder, as the realization dawns on them. He's a force user. He then calls out to the referee. The referee, startled from his stupor, stammers a "why-yes," and rushes forward. Logan addresses the referee with a slight, almost cruel smirk, saying he wants to give Dominan another chance, asking what he thinks. The referee, utterly bewildered, can only stammer out a "sure," as Dominan is helped up, looking completely dazed and confused. Dominan touches his bruised face, then looks at his hand in disbelief, wondering what on earth just happened, unable to process that he's weaker than this kid. He grips his sword again, a red aura flaring, but it's weaker now, tinged with desperation and denial. "This can't be true," he screams internally, launching another wild, desperate attack at Logan. Logan observes him calmly, noting he's overheating, pushing himself too hard. He then says aloud, his voice carrying authority, Logan meets Dominan's wild swing not with his sword, but with a precise kick to the knight's sword arm, sending the wooden weapon flying as he declares, "True." Dominan coughs up blood, his eyes wide with shock and pain from the force of Logan's perfectly aimed kick. Logan stands over the fallen knight, completely in control, the victor of this short, brutal exchange. Logan looks down at Dominan with a disappointed expression, tooting that he even gave him another chance. He adds that it's about time Dominan tucked his tail, as the knight lies on the ground, clutching his head, utterly defeated. Dominan coughs, blood trickling from his nose, the fight completely knocked out of him. Logan stands over him, waiting. Dominan begins to speak, his voice weak and broken. "I admit my deef-dash." He tries to concede, to end the humiliation. But before Dominan can finish his sentence, Logan brings his wooden sword down hard on the knight's head with a resounding thwack, cutting off his surrender. Logan looks at the fallen knight, his expression cold, remembering Dominan's earlier insolence. He thinks that if Dominan had shown true remorse instead of just trying to suck up, things might be different, but now, it's time for punishment. Logan raises his wooden sword again, preparing to deliver another painful blow. He brings it down repeatedly on Dominan with brutal, efficient strikes, ignoring the knight's cries to stop, his face a mask of cold retribution. The servants and the referee watch in horrified silence. Rick exclaims how cruel it is, wondering if they shouldn't stop him. The knights are equally stunned, wondering if this is really the young master they know, how he changed so much in 3 months, his force awakened and his sword skills completely transformed. It's as if he's been a swordsman for decades. Logan's skill is far beyond anything they could have imagined. Finally, Logan stands over the thoroughly beaten Dominan, who lies unconscious and broken on the training hall floor. The referee, looking pale but resolute, steps forward and stammers out the official result. The winner is Logan McLean. Later, Logan is in a room with his father. A chessboard sits between them. The patriarch remarks that what he saw was impressive. His father stands by the window, looking out, stating it seems Logan has awakened, and asks what happened during his training. Logan thinks to himself that his father was watching after all, more observant than he lets on. Logan explains that he simply got rid of his greed, decided to let go of everything, and as he trained with that mindset, he suddenly felt force filling him. He continues his carefully crafted story, saying this realization actually came from his past life, where only after giving up everything for revenge did he become a force user. He sighs, playing the part, saying he barely awakened after turning 40, calling it an empty realization. His father simply states that Logan has certainly changed, his tone acknowledging the shift. The patriarch turns, a serious expression on his face, but hanging in the air. His eyes narrow as he questions if Logan's first action after this profound realization was to assault a knight. He's not letting it slide easily. Logan replies calmly that the man deserved it, adding that his father surely heard the whole story from the soldiers, knowing he would have investigated. His father admits he did, but still questions if there was truly a need to go so far with the beating. Logan meets his father's gaze unflinchingly, his confidence unwavering as he firmly states, yes, there was. The patriarch lets out a small, surprised, "Huh," clearly not expecting such a direct and confident answer. He seems taken aback by Logan's firm conviction, questioning if it was truly necessary. Logan explains his reasoning, an image of Dominan's earlier disrespectful smirk appearing. That man was trying to fool his lord and mock him. If left unchecked, he'd poison the family's discipline. He states that hierarchy is the pillar that allows an organization to run smoothly and effectively. A visual of a stable stack of wooden blocks represents this vital concept of order. And when that hierarchy is shaken, the organization itself falters and collapses, like the toppling blocks. Plus, he adds, there's one thing he realized after living as a mercenary for 10 long years. When it comes to a group of men with weapons, if you're reining them in, you have to make sure you do it properly, in one decisive strike. An image of Dominan lying defeated before the other knights appears. Today's brutal event will serve as a powerful lesson for all of them. The patriarch concedes that Dominan was definitely largely at fault for forgetting his duty and trying to fool Logan. But he still cautions Logan that it was too much of a gamble, telling him to restrain himself for the time being, a hint of acceptance in his tone. Logan is surprised, wondering why his father is forgiving him so easily after such a display. His father chuckles, seeing Logan's expression, and asks if he wants a punishment instead. Logan quickly shakes his head, saying, "Not at all." The patriarch's expression turns serious again. He clarifies he's not saying Logan was right, and warns him not to do anything like this again without his permission. He adds that Logan hasn't even officially received his rank yet. Logan nods, promising to keep that in mind. Also, his father says, gesturing towards the chessboard, indicating there's something else Logan should know. Logan looks curious, wondering what other news his father has for him now. His father announces that Logan's fiancée, Rena, will be visiting soon. Logan's eyes widen, his hair almost bristling with shock. This is news in this new timeline. He gulps, a bead of sweat on his neck, as he mutters that she's finally coming. A beautiful, ethereal image of a young woman with long, flowing light hair appears in his mind. A wide, almost predatory grin spreads across Logan's face, his teeth showing. Cash cow, he thinks, eyes gleaming with strategic delight. This engagement is clearly a vital part of his financial plans. A beautiful young woman with long, flowing silver-white hair and striking turquoise earrings is seen from the side, gazing elegantly into the distance. An announcement echoes through the estate. Here comes Princess Rena Wolves. Princess Rena, in a magnificent white gown, arrives at the McLean estate, escorted by a retinue of heavily armored knights. Her presence is grand and imposing. And with the arrival of the cash cow, another crucial piece of Logan's intricate plan to restore his family and change the future falls into place. The announcement echoes through the McLean estate. Princess Rena Wolves has arrived. The hem of an elegant blue and white gown sweeps across a plush red carpet, the delicate heels of her shoes clicking softly, marking her grand entrance. Two maids gasp, hands clasped over their mouths, completely awestruck by her beauty, surrounded by stunning bouquets of flowers. Even the McLean knights are flustered, one stammering about the young master's fiancée. Princess Rena Wolves, with her long, flowing silver-white hair and a gentle smile, greets Patriarch McLean, her voice soft and melodious. Patriarch McLean chuckles, a rare sight, remarking how Rena has become a true lady. Beside him, Logan's stepmother, Marion Kairos, offers a polite, reserved smile. A young servant blushes furiously, his heart pounding, completely smitten by how unbelievably beautiful Rena has become since he last saw her as a child. She glides gracefully, escorted by her knight. But amidst all the awe, a sense of unease begins to creep in, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Logan stands beside his father and stepmother, his expression unreadable, almost grim, a stark, cold contrast to the wonder around him. His eyes are like ice, his face set. The unspoken question hangs in the air. Why does the man who should be happiest look so distant? He knows something the others don't. Princess Rena addresses the McLean family, announcing she will read the letter entrusted to her by the Count, her expression turning more serious as she holds the scroll. She begins to read the formal address, "To my dear friend, Baron Patrick McLean." The scene pans out, showing the grand hall, Rena and her escort below, the McLean family watching from a balcony above, the distance symbolic. 30 minutes later, the knights listening to the letter are visibly struggling to stay awake, their faces contorted with boredom. The letter is clearly long, tedious, and filled with diplomatic fluff. One knight even thinks how incredibly long it is. Rena finally nears the end of the letter, her voice solemn as she reads about unavoidable circumstances. She holds the scroll wide, her expression grave, and delivers the devastating blow. "We request to break off the arranged marriage." By Kieran Wolves. The words hit like a thunderclap, a public, formal severing of their ties. "That's it," Rena finishes, and her attendant steps forward to take the scroll. Patriarch McLean watches from above, his face hidden in shadow, but the tension is thick enough to cut. Rena and her knight stand alone in the vast hall, the McLean family looking down. A heavy, suffocating silence descends upon them all. Logan's expression is grim. He understands the unspoken insults hidden within the flowery language. A chibi caricature of Count Kieran Wolves, Rena's father, appears, looking disdainful. The letter essentially belittled Patriarch McLean for not becoming an aura user, stuck as a mere high-ranking knight. The imagined tirade continues, with Count Wolves calling Logan the worst, questioning why his family should lower their standards to associate with the McLeans. The insult to both father and son is blatant and cruel. The chibi Count waves a dismissive goodbye with a chibi Rena, basically saying, "Let's just go our separate ways." Logan knows this is the true, ugly meaning behind the polite words. Patriarch McLean's face is shadowed, but a dangerous red glint of fury appears in his eyes. He's not taking this lightly. His anger erupts, a dark red aura flaring around him as he roars if the House of Wolves is trying to humiliate the McLeans by breaking the engagement without proper reason, slamming his fist on the balcony railing and cracking the stone. The McLean knights flinch, startled and intimidated by their lord's sudden, terrifying rage. Rena quickly adopts a sorrowful expression, hand to her chest, playing the innocent victim, claiming she came herself to clear up any misunderstandings, concerned they'd take it the wrong way. Tears well up in her eyes as she speaks of her vivid memories of staying with them during her childhood. She paints a picture of cherished moments with young Logan in this beautiful, serene place. A sepia-toned flashback shows a younger, faceless Rena and Logan holding hands, running happily. She claims these memories are precious and she has no wish to abandon them. She presses her hands to her chest, eyes closed as if in pain, claiming she's bound by her family and has no choice but to follow their directions, merely wanting to apologize in person. It's a masterful performance of reluctance and deep sorrow. The maids are completely taken in, whispering how her heart is as beautiful as her face, deeply moved by her apparent sincerity. One of them even starts sobbing, completely overwhelmed by the perceived tragedy of it all. Logan, however, is not fooled for a second. He grimaces, a vein throbbing on his temple, thinking, damn it. He recognizes her manipulative, well-rehearsed act. His stepmother, Marion Kairos, speaks up, her voice sharp, demanding to know the exact reason for this sudden break. I'd like to hear about those unavoidable circumstances. Marion presses, her expression skeptical, not buying Rena's performance. Rena looks down, a single, perfectly placed tear escaping, her expression one of tragic, flawless beauty. Logan identifies his stepmother, Marion Kairos, his stepmother and Ronian's biological mother. He thinks that while she's long regarded him as an enemy due to succession issues, the family's honor is a different matter entirely. Even she is offended by this public slight. Rena bows her head, claiming she herself is unaware of the reason and thus cannot explain it. Marion scoffs, questioning how Rena could know nothing when it's about her own marriage. Rena looks up, her expression suddenly cold and haughty, a dark wolfish aura appearing behind her as she claims her father doesn't discuss important family matters with her, a mere hostage for another family. Then, a fierce tiger-like aura appears behind Marion as she retorts that they're essentially breaking the engagement for no reason at all. The two women are subtly, powerfully clashing. Rena remains silent for a moment, then announces that, in return, the Wolves family intends to pay 3 million gold as compensation for breaking the engagement, making the offer from the bottom of the grand staircase. Dwayne Filsner, McLean's financial manager, standing with the patriarch, gasps, his eyes bulging in disbelief. 3 million. He can hardly believe his ears. That's a fortune. Logan smirks, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Great. Now if I can just get this money in my hands. This is exactly the opening he was waiting for. Patriarch McLean explodes in fury again, his red aura flaring even more intensely as he roars, "How dare you!" Two of his knights are physically pushed back by the sheer force of his anger, struggling to stay upright. Rena stumbles back, feigning fright. Her knight, Rockfern, quickly steps in front of her, shielding her from the patriarch's wrath. Rockfern kneels, pleading with the enraged patriarch to calm down and continue the conversation. The patriarch glares down at Rockfern, noting he's a high-ranking knight, impressive for his age. Rockfern sweats nervously as the patriarch continues, his voice dangerously low, suggesting that injuring the Wolves family's rising star might be fair trade for the disgrace to McLean family's honor. He's making a serious threat. Rockfern gulps, clearly terrified by the dire implication of the patriarch's words. Rockfern, struggling to maintain his composure, appeals to the Baron's reputation, saying his own patriarch described Lord McLean as a man of honor who wouldn't persecute the young princess or a junior. Rena steps forward, placing a hand on Rockfern's shoulder, smoothly trying to de-escalate, claiming they don't seek to buy honor with money, but rather to maintain friendship despite unavoidable public criticism. Patriarch McLean's teeth are gritted, his fury barely contained. He feels manipulated by Rena's father, realizing Kiran Wolves sent these young ones knowing he couldn't lash out without appearing dishonorable. He takes a deep breath, composing himself slightly, stating that a visitor is a visitor, albeit an ill-fated one. The House of McLean doesn't persecute its guests, he declares, his voice still tight with anger. Rena lets out a small, almost imperceptible sigh of relief, though Rockfern still looks incredibly tense beside her. The patriarch continues firmly, stating they won't accept the wolves' one-sided offer, and in exchange for breaking the engagement, House McLean requests only one thing. His eyes blaze with fierce pride. That the envoy Rena Wolves courteously apologize to my son. I refuse any other compensation. He's choosing honor, family pride, over the desperately needed money. The McLean Knights are deeply impressed, whispering in awe that this is what real nobility looks like, their admiration for their patriarch renewed. Lord! Logan suddenly calls out, raising his hand, interrupting the solemn pronouncement. He steps forward, declaring that as the person concerned in this broken engagement, he has a request. Kindly hear me out. Logan insists, a devious, almost desperate glint in his eyes. Internally he's screaming, "We must take the money. Are you crazy?" His thoughts race, let them apologize with just words? That's insane. 3 million gold is their entire yearly budget. He glances at his stepmother, knowing half their current funding comes from her family, the Kairos. They'll go bankrupt if that support is cut. Honor won't pay the bills. Marion looks surprised by his sudden, blunt intervention. Logan clenches his fist, his expression a mask of fierce determination. These people are out of their minds. They must take those 3 million no matter what. He turns back to his father, stating he would like to accept the terms of the wolves' apology, including the money. The patriarch is utterly shocked. What? The patriarch glares at Logan, demanding if he's asking him to go back on his word. Logan feels immense pressure, thinking that if he can't handle this, he's done for, given the lack of good doctors in the kingdom. The patriarch declares firmly that House McLean isn't so poor they need to abandon their honor for money. Logan lets out a dramatic puff of air, as if all hope is deflating from him. Then he blurts out, his voice ringing with desperate urgency, "No, we are that poor." His father stares, completely taken aback. "Whoops." Logan lays out the harsh, undeniable truth. House McLean owes the bank 3 million gold right now. He practically shouts the figures, emphasizing their dire straits, that a year's interest alone is a staggering 150,000 gold. He declares that without Kairos' support, they'd be bankrupt already. His father and stepmother look utterly stunned by his blunt, brutal assessment of their finances. Logan throws his arms wide, proclaiming them the kingdom's greatest beggar family, completely, utterly broke. His father and stepmother are speechless, mouths agape. Logan smirks internally, enjoying their shock, though he keeps his most colorful thoughts to himself for now. He continues his argument more calmly, stating the reason they must accept the 3 million gold is none other than for the sake of our honor. A clever twist. The patriarch looks at him, confused, asking if Logan wants him to go back on his word for honor. Logan explains that House Wolves has a higher standing, and the Count is a powerful margrave. The listening knights and servants murmur in agreement. Logan continues, fearing that ending this with just an apology would lead to rumors of them bowing down to the wolves, as they aren't their direct lords. Rena speaks up smoothly, claiming House Wolves isn't so irrational. She continues, addressing the patriarch about their respect for McLean's honor. But Logan cuts her off, his voice dripping with sarcasm, finding it ridiculous she talks about rationality when she came to one-sidedly break the engagement. Rena flinches, her eyes widening slightly as Logan's sharp, almost accusatory tone questions her. Logan reflects that in his previous life, he actually believed Rena was genuinely sad about their unavoidable breakup. Before that incident happened, the one that truly sealed his fate. A flashback to a private meeting with Rena in his past life. She'd thanked him for coming, saying they might have to break up, but she still wanted to create one last, precious memory with him, looking at him seductively. The past Logan, young, desperate and foolish, had thought his life as a young master was ruined anyway. He decided to risk it all for the woman he loved, to run away with her. But as he reached for Rina, ready to propose they leave together, she pulled a jeweled dagger from her dress. Past Logan stared in shock, unable to comprehend the betrayal. She had stabbed him without hesitation, then used magic to amplify her screams for help. Rina, her dress artfully torn to look like she'd been attacked, had looked down on him with cold contempt, telling him he didn't belong with her and to get lost. Past Logan, wounded and betrayed, could only stammer her name, asking what she meant. She had mocked him for losing to a little kid, then thanked him for making things so much easier for her. She then tore her dress further and screamed, playing the part of the assaulted, innocent victim perfectly. Guards had rushed in, finding Logan wounded and Rina in apparent distress. She had cried out that Logan had suddenly become aggressive. Logan, remembering this painful, life-altering betrayal, thinks, "She got me. I was already at fault for so many mistakes. And my family didn't believe me either." He had no one on his side. And as a result, the McLeans were forced to apologize to the wolves and pay a hefty compensation. This was the true incident, the source of so much of his ruin. A vicious, almost demonic grin spreads across Logan's face. "Because of you, I can never trust women, you damn bitch," he thinks, his eyes burning with a cold, calculating fury. Back in the present, Rina stands confidently, unaware of the storm raging within Logan. He's sure she's planning to get away with this one-sided offer again. Too bad for her. Logan glares up at Rina from the main floor, his mind racing, resolve hardening. "You're not getting away with it this time." Logan has flipped the script, but the tense negotiation for the McLean family's future, and Rina's comeuppance, is far from over. He remembers his initial, almost naive plan. "At first, I thought I'd change my reputation in the family." We see him, outwardly composed in his formal attire, but his mind is racing. He'd figured that if he slowly showed them he'd changed and convinced them. A flashback shows his stern father, his skeptical stepmother Marion, and his younger brother Ronian, all looking unconvinced. Then someday the family itself would change too. It was a hopeful, idealistic thought. A close-up on Logan's face, his expression hardening with a harsh realization. "That's what I thought," he admits to himself, the naivety gone. But reality had hit him hard. "But my fight with Dominion made me come to a realization." That brutal confrontation was a wake-up call. Images of disrespectful soldiers flash through his mind, their sneering faces a symbol of shattered respect. He recalls how they turned a blind eye to clear disrespect, how rumors spread while he was away, undermining any progress. Logan stands tall, a grim aura faintly surrounding him, his eyes shadowed with a new resolve as he questions his old, softer strategy. His thoughts sharpen with a cynical edge. Was he really going to transform the family by gaining acknowledgement from people like them? He realizes it's a fool's errand trying to win over those already set against him. He looks off to the side, the weight of the future pressing down. Only 9 months left before the regional war. Time is running out. With a newfound pragmatism, he declares internally, "My reputation isn't important anymore." His hand clenches tightly on a railing, knuckles white, the sound echoing his steely determination. The words burn in his mind, a singular, desperate focus that eclipses everything else. "I must save the family." The scene shifts. Logan stands before Princess Rina, elegantly dressed, her guard behind her. She's mid-offer. Logan looks up at her, his voice cutting through the tension. "Princess Rina, I will accept the compensation." His declaration hangs in the air, bold and unwavering, a direct challenge, regardless of my family's wishes. Princess Rina's eyes widen, a flicker of genuine surprise on her usually composed face. She's clearly shocked by his audacity. Patriarch McLean, Logan's father, erupts. His face contorts with rage as he bellows, "Logan! How dare you deny my will?" The patriarch tries to compose himself, voice still tight with anger, stating he can't be satisfied with mere lip-service apologies. He glares, then his expression softens with confusion. as if not understanding Logan's defiance. He continues, pride wounded, that if their honor can be compensated for with empty words. Logan interjects, his own voice rising, face intense, a red flare of energy beside him. Then its worth will be just as light as those words. Below, Rena looks up, sweating, clearly feeling the immense pressure. Rena speaks, her voice smooth despite the tension, saying the wolves wish to obey the Baron's will, trying to put him back in control. She turns slightly, facing the McLean family on the dais, formally asking, "What is your choice, Baron Patrick McLean?" A close-up on Rena. She looks slightly flustered, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple, struggling to maintain her composure. Logan observes her, his thoughts sharp. He sees through her act, knowing it's all about saving her father's face, suspecting she's terrified at the thought of actually paying up $3 million. Baron McLean begins to speak, his voice carrying authority, as the representative of the McLean family. We see the Baron from behind, cloaked and imposing, as he declares he is satisfied with a sincere apology. The McLean knights stand stoically. The Baron continues, his gaze shifting, stating, however, he'll leave the final decision to Logan. A montage of shocked faces. Logan, his stepmother Marion, Rena and her entourage all visibly stunned. The Baron adds a crucial condition: if the apology is sincere. The Baron looks directly at Logan, his expression stern, a subtle warning in his eyes as he tells him to think carefully. The Baron's words are heavy with implication. If Logan accepts money for his dishonor, he's opening the door for his honor to be traded away in the future too. A father's lesson. A close-up of the Baron's face, eyes narrowed, watching his son's reaction intently, waiting. Logan looks down, then meets his father's gaze, his voice firm. "I'm sorry, father, but I can't cave in either." He takes a breath, steeling himself, as the person concerned with the breaking of the engagement. His voice rings out, decisive and final, shocking everyone. "I accept the compensation offered by House of Wolves." Logan stands at the railing, his expression unyielding, looking down as if sealing his fate with that decision. His stepmother, Marion Kairos, lets out a soft, almost amused, "Ho!" A small, knowing smile plays on her lips. She seems to appreciate his boldness. Princess Rena is aghast, her face flushed with anger and disbelief, her carefully constructed composure completely shattering. She did not expect this. The Baron looks down, then up at Logan, his disappointment palpable. He thought Logan had changed a little. His voice is laced with bitterness as he finishes, "But you've changed for the worse." The words are a heavy blow. The Baron turns away, shoulders slumped, his fur collar almost obscuring his face. Logan watches him, a shadow crossing his own expression, the weight of his father's disapproval clear. The Baron's voice is heavy with regret, a father's lament. "I suppose it's all my fault for not teaching you the true value of honor." Logan looks down, a silent father, echoing in his mind. He can't explain his true motives, the desperate future knowledge driving him. But his internal resolve is absolute. "I'm doing it all for the sake of the family." This belief is his anchor, his justification, even if no one else understands. The McLean family flag, with its red leaf sigil, flies high above a tower under a bright blue sky, a symbol of the very family Logan is fighting so desperately to protect. A cascade of shimmering gold coins fills the screen. Logan's thought bubble appears. "Finally, it's in my hands. The deal is done." Logan stands proudly, arms crossed, before a chest overflowing with the 3 million gold. He smirks, savoring the victory. 3 million gold. He takes a deep breath, trying to contain his excitement, depicted in a cute chibi form. He needs to stay calm, put the money in the bank first. A knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. He wonders if it's Rick, his loyal servant. Logan, back in his room at a desk, turns towards the door and calls for them to come in. Heavy footsteps approach. A portly man enters, clearing his throat, and excuses himself to the young master. Logan looks up, surprised. The man is stout, bearded, dressed formally. "HM? Aren't you?" Logan recognizes him, Dwayne. the family's financial manager. Dwayne stands with a hand on his chest, a rather large, perhaps overly eager, smile on his face. Dwayne bows slightly, confirming his identity. Logan thinks, the financial manager and my father's most trusted. Dwayne is beaming, his smile almost unnervingly wide. Logan narrows his eyes, immediately suspicious that this cheerful greeting isn't genuinely for him. A close-up on Logan's suspicious eye. What's he up to? He wonders, his mind already working, trying to figure out Dwayne's angle. The perspective shifts to Dwayne's internal monologue. He introduces himself in his thoughts, declaring he's facing the biggest challenge of his life. Flashbacks show Dwayne's stressful life, servants complaining about low supplies, knights demanding new weapons, and Dwayne himself begging the patriarch's in-laws for money. He laments running the estate on an ever-shrinking budget. Dwayne looks utterly miserable in his thoughts, surrounded by accusing figures, wondering if he's a financial manager or just the boss of beggars, crying out that he'd have resigned ages ago if it wasn't his hometown. But then, a glimmer of hope shines in his eyes. Right now, he has a chance to be comfortable for at least a few years. He pictures Logan as a blissfully ignorant, rosy-cheeked kid labeled stupid. This is Dwayne's skewed perception of his target. His opponent, he thinks, is a clueless, foolish kid. Dwayne's face takes on a predatory glint, a sinister shadow falling over him. He thinks, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to share the 3 million. His plan is to get his hands on that gold. Back to reality, Dwayne, in chibi form, laughs, claiming he just came to say hello, and with feigned admiration, says Logan left a great impression on him yesterday. Logan, unimpressed and looking thoroughly bored in his chibi form, just says, Dwayne launches into his over-the-top flattery, gesturing emphatically, praising Logan's stand against outside pressure. Dwayne gestures dramatically towards the chest of gold. His voice booms, calling Logan's appearance truly fitting of the McLean heir. Dwayne gives a thumbs up, winking, sparkles around him, smugly thinking Logan must be eating up this flattery, as he's only ever done stupid things before. Logan's face is a mask of distaste. What kind of nonsense is that? He asks, then mutters, gross? Internally, he's just completely baffled by the terrible, transparent attempt at flattery. Dwayne coughs, slightly flustered, but tells himself this reaction is within expectations, and plows on, saying 3 million gold is like rain in a drought in these hard times. He continues his praise, saying Logan's wits have allowed the family a huge sigh of relief. Logan stares at Dwayne, then at the gold, and says dryly, why would the family breathe a sigh of relief? It's my money. Dwayne's cheerful face instantly freezes, a dark energy crackling around him. Logan grins maniacally, tongue out, grabbing fistfuls of gold, thinking he suspected this rascal Dwayne was after the money all along. Dwayne's eyes are wide, pupils tiny, completely shocked, looking like he's seen a ghost as gold coins seem to rain around Logan. Dwayne's internal scream, is he really going to use it all by himself? This wasn't part of his plan. Dwayne's hands tremble as he tells himself to be patient, to think of his past life of groveling. A flashback shows Dwayne begging Viscount Kairos for help, only to be dismissed. He internally recounts his 20 years as McLean's financial manager. Another humiliating memory, Dwayne clinging to someone's leg, begging for help one more time, only to be yelled at. Dwayne's grim thought, groveling is already normal for him, and this is no different. He steals himself. Back in the present, Dwayne is covering his face, actually crying. Logan watches him, genuinely confused, wondering why he's crying. Logan wonders aloud in his thoughts if the family's financial situation is truly that bad to warrant such a display. Dwayne is openly weeping now, hand over his mouth, eyes squeezed shut, as a realization seems to hit Logan, or perhaps Dwayne is just overwhelmed. Dwayne, still emotional but trying to explain, spreads his hands wide, stating they owe Cooper's bank 3 million gold, and the annual interest alone is? He states the grim figure, his face serious, 150,000 gold. A sharp sound effect underscores the crushing weight of their debt. Logan, unfazed, asks calmly if Dwayne knew about this debt all along. Logan stands composed, hand on his hip, looking quite knowledgeable about the family's finances. Dwayne is shocked by Logan's awareness, wondering how he knows so much. Logan continues, pointing out it's harvest time, so they should be able to pay off the interest. Dwayne chuckles nervously, fidgeting, explaining that running a barony costs money and they're always on a tight budget. He leans in, almost pleading for Logan to help them out a bit. Logan looks down, a slight smile on his face, then gently shakes his head. "I'm sorry, but no." Dwayne is aghast, his chibi form recoiling in shock, asking why, thinking Logan opposed the Baron for the sake of the barony. Logan's chibi head tilts, a slight smirk on his face. "Yeah, you're right," he admits, confusing Dwayne further. Dwayne brightens up instantly, then confusion hits him. Logan looks at the gold, his expression serious and calculating, stating he'll use the money for the family's sake, but not for immediate running costs. A close-up on Logan's intense eyes. "I need to look ahead." He has a long-term plan. Dwayne gets agitated, clenching his fist, demanding Logan hand over the money, as if he knows anything about managing it. Logan gestures to the gold, asking how much paying off the family's debts would really change their situation in the long run. Dwayne, calming a bit, explains they'd have a bigger budget and running the estate would be easier for a few years, giving them room to breathe. Logan presses, his gaze sharp, and after that? Dwayne stares back, dumbfounded, with no answer. Logan lays out the harsh truth: they'll be in debt again. They have no specialty products. It's a vicious, repeating cycle. His voice is firm. "I'm trying to break that vicious cycle." He won't settle for temporary fixes. Dwayne looks down at Logan, then a close-up of his increasingly bewildered face. Logan states he's going to use this money for his plan. Dwayne wonders if this is really the same troublemaker Logan he knows. Logan stands resolute, his expression serious and mature, far beyond his apparent years. Dwayne's internal monologue continues. He thought Logan was just a kid who didn't care about family affairs at all. Logan, a slight, knowing smile on his face, says he has a favor to ask of Dwayne along those lines. He holds up a gold coin, a glint in his eye, slyly suggesting that if Dwayne does him a favor, he might help pay for some family expenses. He's dangling a tempting carrot. Dwayne looks wary, gulping, and cautiously asks what the favor is. Logan's expression is serious. "I need you to gather some mercenaries." The scene transitions. Rick's voice asks if the young master is really leaving. Logan, now in armor, adjusts a strap. Rick, worried, asks where on earth he's going, as it hasn't been long since his solitary training. Logan glances back, casually stating he's going to earn money. Rick is incredulous, reminding Logan he already has a lot of money from the engagement. Logan picks up his bag, his back to Rick. "I need way more." He stands ready to depart, his ambitions far greater. Rick looks anxious, certain the Lord won't allow it, especially with the tense atmosphere in the castle. Logan glances back with a smirk, admitting he was planning to sneak out. Rick shouts in disbelief, and Logan quickly grabs his collar, telling him to shut up, his expression deadly serious. He declares that if he can't overturn his reputation now, he can't achieve anything here. His eyes burn with determination. "I have to create forces on the outside." He looks towards a brightly lit doorway, symbolizing his chosen path forward. Logan stands in his armor, looking resolute. Luckily, he thinks he's familiar with what's happening outside during this time, because this is when his family kicked him out in his past life, and he wandered the kingdom. His bitter past is now a strategic advantage. He continues his thought, needing to scout a certain man first. Rick, meanwhile, is panicking behind him, exclaiming about him running away at this age. Rick grabs onto Logan's bag strap, desperate to stop him. Logan mutters, annoyed by his persistence. Rick throws himself dramatically onto the floor, arms and legs spread wide, telling Logan he'll have to step on him to leave. Logan looks down at the sprawled Rick, thoroughly exasperated by his servant's dramatics. For God's sake." Rick, still on the floor, sees Logan's foot hovering over him and yelps in shock, begging him to wait. Logan smiles faintly, almost reassuringly, telling Rick not to worry, he'll leave a letter for his father, so no one will blame Rick. Rick, looking up, worried, asks what he'll write. Logan gives a sly, confident smile. He's got a plan for that too. Rick looks up, a bead of sweat on his forehead, utterly confused and probably still terrified. The scene shifts. Patriarch McLean sits at his desk, reading a letter, enveloped in an ominous red aura of pure, unadulterated rage, the paper almost tearing in his grip. Rick stands frozen in terror in the darkened room, watching the Baron's fury build, more sounds of rage emanating from the fuming patriarch. A close-up on the patriarch's face, eyes glowing white with anger, teeth gritted, as he reads aloud Logan's address, "Dear Father." The letter's contents. Logan claims to be heartbroken by the engagement breaking up. His hand clenches the letter, crumpling it violently. "I have decided to get some air and will be back soon." From Logan. A flimsy, almost insulting excuse. The patriarch explodes, a powerful shockwave of anger. "Logan!" he roars, his voice echoing through the entire castle. Meanwhile, Logan is shown walking away, a confident smirk on his face, under a bright, hopeful sky, embarking on his new plan. Back in the castle, Rick is a comical mess, tears streaming down his face like waterfalls as he stares into the distance where Logan presumably left, wailing for the madman to come back. And with Logan on the loose with a fortune and a plan, who knows what will happen next? The winds of time whisper a tale of decline. We learn that even just 200 years ago, the McLean family wasn't in the sorry state it's in now. Their fall from grace was long and painful. A sweeping vista of lush green lands transitions to a depiction of a powerful, armored ancestor on a throne, sword in hand, cloak billowing. This was the McLean of old. They ruled a vast and extensive county, revered as lords of the Grandia Kingdom's southwestern area, a true force to be reckoned with. But that glory faded. The image of the proud cloak is torn and corrupted by dark, creeping tendrils. Until the current lord, Patrick McLean, the useless work of the last 3 generations of ancestors caused their noble title to be demoted. Poor leadership led directly to their downfall. The consequences were stark and brutal. The size of their once great territory was drastically decreased. Their wealth and resources dwindled. The vast grain storages of the McLean Plains were given to their most powerful vassal, and other useful lands were divided amongst different opportunists. They lost their breadbasket and their best assets. Logan, from behind, looks towards a grand, but perhaps now lost, family castle, while shadowy figures of cunning vassals loom above, symbolizing their betrayal. The McLeans ended up as if chased out, in the rough, dry land near the southern mountains, the undesirable leftovers. Logan stands in his dirt-stained armor, his expression grim as he considers their bleak reality. No suitable regional products, no common copper mines, nothing to build wealth upon. He knows that in this state, even if they somehow won the regional war, they'd still need continuous help from the Kairos family, trapped in a cycle of debt and dependency. A determined look crosses Logan's face. To end this vicious cycle, they need lots of money, much more than the 3 million he just acquired from Rena. That was just a drop in the ocean compared to what's truly needed to save them. Logan, carrying his pack, stands at the entrance to a bustling city street, snow-like particles drifting down. He's arrived in Kale, the Grandia Kingdom's greatest trading city, and he knows there's someone here who can help him get that money. This is where his real plan begins. He walks through the lively marketplace. Vendors hawk their wares, imperial gems, northern shields, fresh southern fruit. The air is filled with the vibrant sounds and smells of commerce. Logan pauses, taking in the scene, a stark contrast to his remote, struggling homeland. Coming here, he says, really reminds him of how isolated McLean truly is. He touches his chin thoughtfully. Based on his memory from his past life, the person he's looking for spent their youth in Kale, and residents say he lives somewhere around here. The name of his target flashes in bold letters, Gold Bug Philip Claude. We see the back of an older, distinguished man in a lavish, fur-collared coat, presumably the future, successful Philip. A bit of background on the political landscape. The Ares Empire, the strongest nation on the continent. Images of powerful figures, a female knight and a robed mage illustrate the empire's merit-based system. Talent, regardless of gender or age, could lead to success, power, and riches. And this opportunity wasn't limited, that right was even given to foreigners, non-citizens of the empire. The narration brings it back to the target. A perfect example of this was Grandia Kingdom's own Philip Claude. The image of the older Philip reappears. He became one of the wealthiest merchants in the empire, the continent's greatest war merchant, but was also branded a traitor to the Grandia Kingdom. A notorious reputation, but Logan knows the truth. A closer shot of the older Philip, glasses glinting. In reality, even while being called the Gold Bug, he secretly supported those from his home country, using his own money and power to create the miracle of Grandia sovereign dominion. He was a patriot in disguise. Back to the present, Logan looks thoughtful. He spots a young man kneeling on the street, looking utterly dejected, and wonders if that could really be him. A close-up reveals the young man. This is indeed Philip Claude, but he's a far cry from the successful merchant Logan remembers. He's young, disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes, trembling as he mutters about dirty bastards scamming him and how he can possibly live now. Logan observes him, surprised at just how bad Philip's situation is. He'd heard his business failed due to a scam, but seeing it firsthand is more horrible than he imagined. Philip is on the ground, clutching his head in despair, whispering about just dying. Logan clears his throat. Ahem. Excuse me. Philip looks up, startled by the interruption. Logan stands over him, a slight, almost knowing smile on his face, and asks if he's Philip Claude. Philip, still on the ground, looks up at Logan, confirming his identity and asking who Logan is, noting his red hair, red eyes, and strong gaze. Logan expresses relief that he found him. Logan invites Philip to talk for a moment, turning to walk as Philip hesitantly gets up to follow. Philip is wary, wondering who this man is and how he knows him. But in that moment, Philip feels a strong, familiar emotion in Logan's eyes. Logan's eyes seem to glow with an intense light, a confident, almost predatory smile on his face. Philip, the businessman, recognizes it instantly, an emotion that businessman Philip had seen countless times. Greed. Philip's mind races, suspicion taking over. Judging from his timing and old armor, he concludes Logan must be a mercenary gangster. Philip trembles with fear and anger, thinking perhaps this newcomer is connected to his troubles. He blurts out, voice cracking, that it's not the repayment date yet and the sale proceeds arrive in 3 days, begging Logan to come back then. He's terrified, mistaking Logan for a debt collector. Logan, in a slightly tilted chibi head, replies cheerfully that he's not here to collect any debt. Philip, completely losing it, screams that he just said he doesn't have the money yet, imagining Logan as a monstrous, snarling dog, yelling at him to go away. Philip, now a small, trembling chibi figure, backs away from Logan, panting in fear, while Logan just stands there silently, watching the meltdown. Philip, eyes wide with terror, pleads for Logan to please go away now, his nerves completely frayed. Logan holds up a hand placatingly, telling Philip to calm down, clarifying he's not here to receive money, but to invest money. Philip stares, utterly bewildered. Invest? In a quieter setting, Philip asks disbelievingly if Logan means to invest in him. Logan simply confirms, yes. Philip is still processing. So, he's not here to collect money. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as a new thought forms. Logan stands confidently, a light seeming to glint around him. Philip thinks, a new suspicion dawning, he's just a crazy bastard. Philip clenches his fist, mind whirring. Yeah, he must be crazy to want to invest in someone who's completely failed. But a sliver of hope, or perhaps desperation, creeps in. What if he's actually telling the truth? Philip looks up, his eyes narrowed shrewdly, a sharp glint of the businessman emerging. How much are you planning on investing? Logan smirks slyly. How much do you need? Logan makes his offer. He'll support Philip enough to repay his debts and make a comeback. Philip is stunned, clutching his chest, his heart pounding, gasping in disbelief. Really? A close-up of Philip's wide, hopeful eyes, sparkling with a desperate chance. Logan smiles. Philip observes him, noticing a lot of dirt on his armor. A close-up of the dirt on Logan's McLean family crest. Philip wonders if he's come from far away. Philip gulps nervously, still wary despite the incredible offer. Logan laughs good-naturedly. Philip steels himself, ready to negotiate, but internally scoffs, thinking Logan is a nasty young bastard. Logan, as if hearing the thought, smiles innocently. Suddenly, Philip's demeanor shifts to cold anger, pointing accusingly at Logan. He declares that if Logan wanted to scam him, he should have prepared properly, like the other bastards who scammed him. He's not buying that Logan is a real investor. Philip points directly at the crest on Logan's armor, identifying it as belonging to the Southwest McLean barony. Philip gets right in Logan's face, his voice dripping with scorn, calling the McLeans a beggar family living off their in-laws, questioning how they could invest when they can't even repay their own debts. He warns Logan that impersonating a noble is a death sentence. Logan looks a bit flustered. Philip leans back, a trembling, almost triumphant sneer on his face. He thinks Logan chose the wrong person to try and fool. Logan suddenly grabs Philip by the collar, his expression fierce, shaking him as he shouts that he's really broke. A close-up on Logan's determined face. He thinks that even at rock bottom, Philip makes astute judgments, as expected of a future business magnate. Logan considers how to appease him, how to convince him this is real. Philip is wailing, tears streaming, crying that he doesn't even have enough money to eat or die. Logan stands behind him, looking awkward. Logan has a sudden idea, a blush appearing on his chibi face. Ah! He calls out for Sir Philip to look. Philip, still kneeling and crying, looks back angrily, ready to snap again, but his words are cut off as bright flames erupt. Logan holds out his hand, a bright yellow flame of force burning steadily in his palm. Philip is stunned into silence. Philip stares, his jaw slack, eyes wide with disbelief, stammering, "Force? Really?" Logan maintains the force flame, a confident smirk on his face. Philip thinks that to have awakened force at such a young age, Logan must be a genius. There's no way an idiot would try to ruin such a bright future with a petty scam. The display of power is undeniable proof. Philip's entire demeanor changes instantly. He stands up, laughing brightly, apologizing profusely for his earlier sensitivity, explaining he's had a lot happen to him. Then, all business, he eagerly asks what Logan wanted to discuss. Logan lets out a small, satisfied sigh. The demonstration worked. Logan states his purpose clearly. He wants to hire Philip forever, and paying off his debt is just a freebie. Philip, hand to his chest, is taken aback. Hire him, and forever at that? Philip looks down, calculating. He apologizes, saying the offer lacks persuasive power without knowing the numbers. He asks how much debt Logan thinks he has. Logan pats his satchel, guessing around 200,000 gold. Philip corrects him, it's 50,000 more. Logan declares he'll repay the 250,000 gold debt and give an advance of 300,000 gold. Suddenly, Philip sees a bright light as Logan asks, "What about 550,000 for your price?" An image of a bag overflowing with gold appears. Logan stands before Philip, a massive bag of gold seemingly appearing in his arms, radiating light. A total of 550,000 gold. All in cash. Philip is utterly speechless, his face flushed, eyes wide with disbelief. He sees Logan bathed in an angelic light, complete with wings, holding the bag of gold. "Angel?" Philip exclaims in his mind, completely overwhelmed by the offer. A finger pricks itself, and a single drop of blood falls. The blood drips onto a contract written in flowing, magical script, sealing the agreement. Logan holds the blood-signed contract. Philip looks on as a magical blue aura surrounds them, indicating the bond is formed. A grinning witch in a pointy hat appears, announcing the contract is complete. She explains the terrifying terms to a horrified Philip. If the subordinate, Philip, tries to purposely harm the boss, Logan, he'll feel excruciating pain as if his soul is being torn apart. The only ways out are to awaken force and become a high-ranked knight himself, or pay a powerful mage hundreds of thousands to lift the curse. Philip is clearly terrified by the binding nature of the contract. The witch waves cheerfully from her magic shop stall as Logan and a shell-shocked Philip walk away. Philip's internal thought screams. He realizes the gravity of what he just signed. He clutches his bag straps, sweating, a blue, striped background emphasizing his rising dread and panic. Logan smirks. He thinks Philip calling him an angel was ridiculous. He scoffs internally, knowing Philip thinks he just wrote an expensive magic contract to make him a slave, one page costing the price of 30 actual slaves. Logan knows the value and the unbreakable commitment he just secured. Logan turns to Philip, both looking a bit awkward. Logan tries to sound casual, saying they can't really trust each other when they've just met. Philip, still tense, agrees that if he's investing a fortune he needs a reasonable guarantee. Logan smiles reassuringly, saying that once they build trust, he can get rid of the contract, and tells Philip they should do well together from now on. Philip processes this. It's a total offer with no detailed period or conditions, but they shake hands. He thinks with resignation that he has no choice but to trust Logan from now on. Philip looks determined, ready for his new, albeit terrifying, path. He asks what he must do. Logan grins, looking eager. First, buy some monster meat. Philip is baffled. Pardon? Monster meat? He then says out loud with a forced smile, "Wow, you're a real psycho," while thinking the opposite, and Logan points out his speech and thought bubbles comically switched. Logan explains his future knowledge about Kalok meat. An image shows a man blissfully asleep, having experienced its effects. Then, a chibi mage gives a thumbs up next to a Royal Mage Tower official authentication, best Viagra sign. The text explains that even those physically sterile saw effects, and a year after validation, Kalok becomes impossible to find. A close-up of Logan's sly, knowing smile. He thinks how one species disappears simply because research showed it was good for virility. Logan clenches his fist, eyes glinting with ambition. With this, he can make 3 million, no, way more than that. Philip is visible in the background, already on the move, ready to act. Philip adjusts his backpack, looking determined but still a bit overwhelmed by the sheer insanity of it all. A close-up on Philip's face. He looks tired but focused, a bead of sweat on his temple, committed to this strange new venture. His internal thought is one of lingering doubt. Should I run away? The lure of escape versus the potential of this insane, high-stakes gamble is still weighing heavily on his mind. Philip just stares, completely floored, his eyes wide and mouth hanging open. 1 million gold? The number hangs in the air, almost too big to believe. They're in a dimly lit tavern, and Philip can't believe what he's hearing, asking if Logan's lost his mind spending a fortune on monster meat. But Logan, cool as ever, just tells him to keep it down, confident they'll make a killing even if they spend more. Philip looks skeptical, a bead of sweat on his temple, still doubting Logan's sanity despite the assurance. Logan just gives a hesitant, yeah, which probably doesn't help. Philip presses on, trying to understand the plan, asking about the price range Logan expects to pay for this Kalok meat. Philip, sitting across the round wooden table from Logan, gestures dismissively, explaining that Kalok meat is worthless right now, probably just being burned by everyone since there are no buyers. Logan, holding a large wooden mug, lays out his initial thought. Just order someone to bring the corpses, and 200 gold should cover kingdom transport fees. He figures if they bring a lot at once, it'll be even cheaper. Philip, in a chibi thought bubble, is astounded at this excessive approach, while Logan, also chibi, looks annoyed, wondering if he was wrong. Philip touches his chin thoughtfully, realizing that with that unit price and 1 million gold budget, Logan must be planning to hire a mercenary guild for a kingdom-wide hunt. Logan takes a casual sip from his mug, asking if there's something wrong with that idea, completely unfazed. Philip taps the table with his finger, telling Logan he's gone about this completely the wrong way. Philip explains that since all the monster meat is being thrown away anyway, just hiring a merchant guild for the price of regular beef would solve everything much more simply. Logan leans back, considering Philip's much cheaper solution. Philip elaborates that plenty of merchants will bring and sell anything for a profit, even trash, and they'll get others to acquire it for them. Philip leans in, a sly, knowing grin spreading across his face. He bets they'll probably bring all the Kalok meat in the entire kingdom as soon as asked, all nicely butchered too. He sees the efficiency. Logan is genuinely impressed, almost shocked. He thinks to himself that he's already getting his money's worth from this adorable punk, Philip, whose business sense is immediately proving invaluable. Philip, looking a bit smug, tells Logan not to overthink money matters anymore and leave it all to him, since his fate now depends on Logan's future success. Logan just clears his throat, perhaps a little taken aback. Logan's eye narrows slightly as he says there's one more thing he needs Philip to do. Philip asks what it is, ready for the next, hopefully less insane instruction. Logan tells Philip to stay in Kale for now and buy up everything on a list he provides, things like ironwood cartridges, springs, and glue. Philip reads it, confused, wondering if Logan's planning to make and sell toys. Logan smiles mysteriously, saying it's something better than toys, but internally notes he can't tell Philip yet that these are raw materials for powerful weapons of war. Logan recalls from his past life how weapons made from these materials were used in Grandia Kingdom's invasion, allowing mere soldiers to keep knights in check depending on battle conditions. These are game changers. He grips his mug, thinking how he entrusted Dwayne to hire mercenaries already, and just getting these weapons into their hands could give them an upper hand in the coming regional war. Logan takes another drink, lost in thought. But first, he needs to find a craftsman to make these weapons, and an instructor to train the mercenaries. 2 days later, we see a fortified town with distinct architecture, Haroon, the infamous city of mercenaries. A man with long, light gray hair, an eye patch, and a prominent scar sits with arms crossed, looking unimpressed. This is Kaiselin, an A-rank mercenary, and he's asking Logan if he really wants to hire him as an instructor. Logan stands before Kaiselin, explaining it shouldn't be too hard, just training the C-rank mercenaries he'll be hiring. Kaiselin replies he's never proactively trained anyone before. Kaiselin pushes his hair back slightly, suggesting Logan entrust this task to professional educators, as all he's done is guide a few youngsters. He's trying to politely turn Logan down. Logan smirks knowingly. He knows from working with Kaiselin in his last life that he's downplaying his skills. Kaiselin notices the look, but Logan remembers Kaiselin can wield every weapon and has excellent horse riding skills. Images of Kaiselin expertly training soldiers flash through Logan's mind. Kaiselin's true value shines as an instructor. The mercenary squad he personally trained after retiring from a grave injury boasted skills better than any other. Logan smiles slightly, realizing Kaiselin isn't in the mood right now, and decides to use money. He grins broadly, offering 4,000 gold. Kaiselin looks genuinely surprised, his visible eye widening at the generous offer. Kaiselin is clearly taken aback. An A-rank mercenary usually gets 2,000 gold a month at most, and Logan is offering double that amount. Kaiselin shakes his head, trying to resist the lure of the money, saying again he's never worked as an instructor. Logan simply interrupts, asking if it's not enough, and raises the offer to 6,000. Kaiselin looks stressed, sweat dropping, insisting he prefers combat missions over teaching. Logan sighs, acting as if he's conceding, saying he guesses he has no choice. Then, his eyes snap open, sharp and intense as he declares, 7,000. Kaiselin flinches at the escalating offer. Kaiselin slams his fist on a nearby surface, shattering it, shouting if Logan can't hear him, angrily stating that money can't get you everything. Logan calmly says, 8,000 then. Kaiselin, in a comical chibi form, instantly grins, eyes sparkling, exclaiming that he thinks the same as Logan and thanks him in advance, addressing him as Mr. Employer. Money, it seems, talks very loudly to Kaiselin. The hiring is successful. They are now outside, walking through the city, and Kaiselin remarks that he sees Logan is the first young master of the McLean barony. Logan asks if Kaiselin isn't curious why he's hiring mercenaries from such a remote fief. Kaiselin, grinning as he walks behind, replies that there's nothing to be curious about as long as Mr. Employer is paying him. Logan's chibi head appears, looking pleased. He's satisfied. Kaiselin certainly has a clear-cut, professional mindset. Suddenly, a rough voice shouts for some fuckers to get a move on. Logan and Kaiselin stop, looking towards the source of the commotion, their attention caught. A man with a whip is driving a group of ragged, shackled people, threatening them with death if they're late, the sounds of the whip and cries of pain filling the air. A closer look shows the slaves, men and women, looking gaunt and hopeless, their feet bare and shuffling heavily. Their feet are chained with heavy iron balls, the clanking of the chains a grim soundtrack to their suffering. Kaiselin explains that Harun is also known as the City of Slaves, and Logan will see a lot more of this grim reality as they go forward. Kaiselin gestures ahead, stating that from here on out, it's a slave market, the scene filled with stalls and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Logan looks ahead, his expression unreadable, simply saying he knows. He then declares his intention, his gaze fixed on the downtrodden slaves. I'm going to buy a slave at this market. A blonde-haired man in rather fine clothes, likely a slave trader's assistant, notices Logan and Kaiselin approaching. The blonde man approaches with a practiced, slimy smile, thinking Logan is clearly a clueless country bumpkin, and calls out to him. He tries to entice Logan, boasting of the cheapest slaves, but then he spots Kaiselin, and his smarmy expression freezes into one of pure, unadulterated terror. A close-up of the blonde man's shocked eye shows his sudden, complete panic. The blonde man is now kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, whimpering about why Kaiselin is here. Kaiselin just stands there, an imposing figure. Logan smirks slightly, thinking how relaxing it is to have Kaiselin around. Hiring him was definitely worth it already, as his reputation alone clears paths. Their footsteps halt as they reach their destination within the market. They arrive at a larger tent, guarded by more imposing figures. Logan observes it must be the right place. Kaiselin asks, somewhat concerned, if the young master truly knows where he is and what he's doing. An older slave trader with slicked-back white hair approaches them, smiling. Logan states his purpose bluntly, he's here to buy a dwarf. The trader gestures welcomingly, saying Logan has come to the right place as otherworld races are rare and they take special care of them, inviting them in. Logan looks around the slave pens with a neutral, appraising expression, taking it all in. He sees two elves, a male and a female, looking dejected and weary behind bars, their pointed ears a clear mark of their race. The trader boasts that it was very hard to acquire these particular elves, trying to inflate their value. Logan shows no interest in the elves, instead asking the trader if he's perhaps seen elves anywhere else, a subtle dismissal. The trader starts to elaborate on the elves, but Logan cuts him off, pointing, and tells him to go get that one over there. The trader hurries to obey. A dwarf with a long white beard and a topknot is brought forward, his face mostly obscured, looking down as the trader confirms Logan was looking for a dwarf. The dwarf's feet are shackled with a heavy iron ball, and his hands are bound, resting on a wooden plank he carries. The dwarf stands stoically, eyes downcast, carrying the heavy wooden plank as if it's a familiar, soul-crushing burden. The trader says that, as Logan can see, he's clearly a dwarf and will find plenty of use for him. The trader leans in conspiratorially, adding that even among dwarves, known for being great craftsmen, this one is a rare expert-rank craftsman. Logan's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of genuine surprise and excitement. Expert rank? This is far better than he had hoped for. A bit of information about dwarves appears. They are innately skilled with their hands, a race that creates and fixes objects, finding meaning in it from youth till old age. The dwarf looks up slightly, a dismissive sound escaping him. Logan thinks to himself that an expert-rank dwarf is beyond the skilled craftsman he was merely looking for. Logan smiles confidently, realizing he doesn't even need to worry about this part. He turns to the trader and asks the price. The trader holds up 2 fingers, starting the bid at 200,000 gold, given his expert rank. Logan just scoffs. Logan glares, an intense red aura flaring around him as he snarls, asking if he looks like a pushover. The trader, terrified by Logan's sudden, fierce intimidation, holds up his fingers again, looking completely bewildered and scared. Logan states his counteroffer firmly, 50,000 gold. The trader gasps but quickly recovers, bowing and agreeing to assist with the payment immediately. Logan, Kaiselin, and the newly bought dwarf stand together, the trader bowing deeply in the background. Logan thinks with satisfaction how he knocked the price down by 150,000 in just a few minutes. Kaiselin looks on, impressed by Logan's ruthless negotiation. The dwarf looks up at Logan, remarking on how unrelenting he is. Logan smirks, saying that was basic negotiation. The dwarf looks resigned, asking where he will be going now, his fate sealed. Logan declares the dwarf is going to the McLean estate in the southwest, where he'll be making the things Logan requests of him. The dwarf looks thoughtful, musing that while dwarves are known for being skilled, that's not usually the case for slave dwarves, whose spirits are often broken. Logan explains his understanding. Despite being a race of craftsmen, without passion, dwarves can't create true works of art. Slavery tends to extinguish that passion. A close-up of the dwarf's eyes. Logan considers how to instill passion in this particular dwarf. Logan says aloud, 20 years. A specific time frame. The dwarf looks up at Logan, surprised by the declaration, wondering what it means. Logan makes his offer, a slight smile on his face. If the dwarf does his best for him for the next 20 years, Logan is willing to send him back to the mountains, a promise of freedom. The dwarf is visibly moved. Logan adds that 20 years is nothing to a dwarf, trying to sweeten the deal, offering a powerful motivator. A close-up on the dwarf's face. His eyes, previously dull and lifeless, now have a faint shimmer of hope, tiny green leaves seeming to float around him, symbolizing a spark of life returning. The dwarf stammers, wondering how this can be true, then suddenly turns and bolts, making a desperate attempt to escape. Kaiselin and Logan watch as someone shouts to catch him. The dwarf runs with surprising speed for his size, his face a mask of pure desperation, not willing to trust this sudden offer of eventual freedom. He sprints away from Logan, Kaiselin, and the stunned trader, making a break for it. A guard yells that the slave is running away, a sound of alarm and action filling the air. The dwarf's bare feet pound the ground as he flees, determined to seize any chance of escape. Logan watches the dwarf's escape attempt, his expression calm, almost indifferent, as if he expected this. With a sudden burst of speed, Logan effortlessly intercepts the fleeing dwarf, catching him easily. A close-up of the dwarf's face as Logan holds him. His eyes are wide, one glowing red, the other blue, filled with a fierce, wild determination. He's not giving up his bid for freedom easily, even if caught. And with another key piece acquired, Logan's plans continue to unfold, though not always smoothly. The slave market erupts into chaos as the dwarf, Hamar, makes his desperate escape. Guards shout, "Catch him!" and "That slave is running away," as Hamar, surprisingly quick, dodges and weaves through the crowd. A woman screams as the dwarf darts past, only to be caught midair by Logan. Hamar's face is a mask of fierce determination, his mismatched eyes, one red, one blue, blazing. Hamar struggles in Logan's strong grasp, panting heavily, his bid for freedom cut short. A guard spots him. There he is. Hamar looks cornered, sweat dripping down his face, knowing he's caught. One of the slave trader's men, a burly blonde fellow, rushes in and tackles Hamar hard to the ground. The blonde guard stands over the subdued Hamar, declaring, "Got him." Another bald guard with a mustache rushes up, looking winded from the chase. The bald guard, clutching his arm where Hamar apparently bit him, pants heavily, muttering about the dwarf's audacity. He glares down at Hamar, who is still on the ground, and yells, "How dare a lowly slave like you bite me?" before delivering a brutal kick. The sound of the kick echoes, a sharp, painful thud. Nearby, two young slave children huddle together. The girl, Ria, is crying, her eyes also a striking mix of red and blue. The boy, Victor, tries to comfort her, his own small body trembling. Logan and Kaiselin observe the scene. Kaiselin says dismissively that they're just slaves, and they should move on, clearly uninterested in the drama. Logan looks troubled. He knows Kaiselin's right, but something stops him, a nagging feeling. He focuses on the blue-haired boy with the odd red and blue eyes, who is protectively shielding the girl. A blue-haired, red and blue odd-eyed slave. Logan feels a strange, unsettling sense of recognition. He feels somewhat familiar. A spark of realization, a sudden jolt of memory hits him. Oh! Logan recognizes him from his past life. Victor! He exclaims internally, the name hitting him with the force of a forgotten nightmare. Kaiselin looks at Logan, puzzled by his sudden reaction. Logan, flustered, quickly says it's nothing and asks for a minute. Logan is reeling. He never thought he'd meet the infamous noble slayer here, in this slave market. He recalls how, in his previous life, there was an immensely famous aura user in the kingdom. The tragic backstory of Victor begins to unfold in Logan's memory. A slave in the past, Victor ran away after brutally killing his master. A bloody image flashes in Logan's mind, a dead noble, and the shadowy figure of a young, vengeful Victor. He was then wanted for killing countless soldiers and knights who pursued him. Victor, bloodied and holding a dagger, stood defiantly against his pursuers, even nobles, before going into hiding as a wanted criminal. Around 10 long years later, a powerful image of Victor, now older and radiating a terrifying, fiery aura, stands over a slain noble, his sword dripping blood. When he reappeared, he wielded aura, proof he had transcended human limits, and he slaughtered the entire family that had once owned him. A close-up of the older, battle-hardened Victor, his eyes blazing with cold fury. From then on, he killed every noble he came across in Grandia, earning the unusual and fearsome title of Noble Slayer as an aura user. Logan connects the dots with his past life's timeline. The slave escape incident happened about a year after he himself became a mercenary. So, according to that timeline, Victor would indeed be a slave right now. Logan contemplates his options. If he rescues this boy now, he'll have a future aura user on his side. But there's a huge, undeniable risk. The problem is that this guy is also. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air. The bald slave trader is yelling for somebody to get this rascal off him. Victor has latched onto the trader's leg with his teeth, biting down hard. A close-up on Victor's face, biting down with ferocious intensity. He's truly an unstoppable homicidal maniac when provoked. The trader tries to pull away, yelling for Victor to let go. Logan watches, his expression grim, thinking that if Victor is a lethal weapon who'll slash his own allies, he can just lock him up. The trader screams again in pain. The bald trader is panting, his face contorted in pain and anger, cursing Victor. He raises his hand, ready to strike the defiant boy. But Logan's armored hand catches the trader's wrist, stopping the blow cold. The trader, shocked by the intervention, whirls around, demanding to know who dared stop him. Logan stands there calmly, his hands still gripping the trader's wrist, another guard looking on, stunned by Logan's quick action. The trader is bewildered, wondering who this newcomer is and when he got so close. The trader then notices the McLean family crest on Logan's armor. Ah, a flicker of recognition. Logan casually lets a sword drop slightly from its sheath, the point resting near the trader's foot, a silent but clear message as he notes the trader sees he's a customer. The trader immediately changes his tune, his anger vanishing, replaced by an oily, servile smile. Oh my, how embarrassing. He laughs nervously, rubbing his hands together, claiming the goods weren't listening, so he was just training them, and asks how he can be of service. Logan looks at the trader coolly, stating he'd like to buy some slaves now. The trader points to Victor and Rhea, asking if Logan means these children, noting their rare red and blue odd eyes make them pricey. Logan cuts him off, telling him to name the price first. The trader names his price, at least 10,000 gold for each one. Logan's eye twitches. He knows a sturdy young slave costs around 300 gold, and this trader is asking for many times that for kids who are nothing but skin and bones. The trader smiles greasily, admitting they're a bit expensive. Logan thinks that while Victor's future worth as the noble slayer might make 10,000 cheap, there's no way this trader knows that. The trader's face turns sinister as he anticipates a big sale. Logan thinks with disgust that, above all, he doesn't want this scumbag to profit from these children. Logan scoffs internally at the idea of paying 30 times the price of a sturdy slave for kids who look like they're about to collapse. He adds, his gaze flicking to the frail-looking Rhea, plus, one of them looks like he's on the verge of death. Victor holds his unconscious sister, Rhea, tears streaming down his face as she weakly calls out to him. A close-up of Victor's tear-streaked face, his mismatched eyes wide with worry for his sister. The trader continues his sales pitch, saying they're the only ones on sale here, but Logan interrupts, gesturing for him to stop. He makes his counteroffer, 500 gold each, a price higher than a healthy slave, which he deems more than enough. The trader protests, claiming that won't even cover their original price, trying to play the victim. Logan glares, his hand slowly moving towards the hilt of his sword, asking if the trader thinks he doesn't even know the basic cost of a slave. The threat is unspoken but clear. The trader sweats, his eyes darting nervously, feeling the pressure of Logan's intimidating presence and the implied violence. Logan's foot is shown, as if he's about to draw his sword. He thinks grimly that this Victor kid is always causing trouble, and he's sure he will in the future too, but he's a necessary risk. The trader looks down, defeated and sweating, realizing he's not going to win this negotiation. He bows his head low, his voice now meek. "Thank you for the business, sir." The deal is struck on Logan's terms. The title card appears, Regressor of the Fallen Family, Chapter 8. Rhea groans weakly, stirring slightly in Kaiselin's arms. Kaiselin is carrying Rhea, with Victor walking beside him, supported by Hamar. Rhea calls out for her brother. Kaiselin remarks that she's up already, surprised by her quick recovery from what looked like a serious injury. Logan, smiling, comments to Victor that he really woke up in no time. Logan thinks to himself that it's only obvious, as he's been secretly releasing his force to heal them as they've been moving. His gauntlet hand glows with a faint golden aura. Victor, still weak, leans against Kaiselin, unknowingly enveloped in Logan's healing force. Logan assesses his own healing ability, noting it's better than the magic of most low-level priests. He looks at Rhea, a thoughtful expression on his face. However, Rhea, her eyes wide, is also enveloped in the golden force, and she seems to notice it. She stares at the force. Logan wonders if this child actually detected the force, something even the A-rank mercenary Kaiselin failed to catch. Logan turns away slightly, dismissing it. It must be a coincidence. Suddenly Victor, with a grunt, lunges from Kaiselin's hold, making a move. Kaiselin exclaims in surprise at the boy's sudden burst of energy. Victor, with a furious yell of, "Die!" throws a wild punch directly at Logan. Logan easily catches Victor's small, surprisingly strong fist in his armored hand, stopping the attack effortlessly. Logan lifts Victor clean off the ground by his fist, demonstrating his superior strength. Victor struggles, grunting and choking, completely outmatched. Logan remarks with a sigh that he doesn't know if Victor is full of fighting spirit or just plain stupid. Rhea calls out fearfully for her brother. Victor yells at Rhea to run, still trying to protect her even in this situation. Logan, his face shadowed and eyes glowing red with authority, looks down at Victor, asking if he doesn't understand the situation he's in, if he thinks Logan is like that abusive slave merchant. Victor glares defiantly, though clearly overwhelmed. Logan tells him it's great he's full of fighting spirit, but he needs to learn to pick his opponents more wisely. Logan's expression is stern. He hopes this will be the last warning Victor needs, stating that if Victor obeys him, he guarantees both his and his little sister's safety. But if something like this happens again, his voice drops to a deadly serious tone. He will get rid of Victor, and that, of course, will include his sister. Victor, understanding the grave threat to Rhea, clenches his teeth and gives a tiny, almost imperceptible nod of submission. Logan drops Victor to the ground, the immediate confrontation over. Victor crumples to the ground, the fight knocked out of him for now. He coughs, clutching his throat, while Logan stands over him, asserting his dominance. Logan looks down at the subdued boy, thinking that should be enough to get the message across. He then tells Victor that he plans on fostering him as a knight. Victor looks up, surprised by this unexpected declaration, Rhea beside him equally stunned. Victor stammers, asking if Logan means him. Logan confirms it, adding that Victor must know knights are considered honorary nobles. Logan smiles, explaining that naturally, Victor would be able to escape his status as a slave too. He adds the crucial detail, not just you, your sister as well. Rhea looks up, her mismatched eyes wide with a flicker of hope. Victor looks from Rhea to Logan, a new light, a desperate hope, igniting in his eyes. He clenches his small fist on the dusty ground, a silent vow forming. With newfound, fierce determination, Victor declares, his eyes blazing with a mix of desperation and resolve, "I'll do it." Logan smiles faintly. "As I thought." He knew how to reach him. Victor and Rhea huddle together. Logan realizes that his sister, Rhea, was the key to controlling the noble slayer's violent, unpredictable nature. Logan turns to Hamar, who is carrying his pack. He tells Victor he'll start his training once they get back to the estate, then calls out to Hamar. Hamar looks up, and Logan tells him to come with him for a moment. Hamar seems surprised to be singled out. Kaiselin is seen in the background leading Victor and Rhea away, while Logan tells Hamar he'll write down the contract now. Hamar stands before Logan, questioning, "The contract?" He's likely expecting more harsh terms. Logan explains, as a magical blue aura envelopes Hamar, that it'll be a magic contract stating that if Hamar works for him for 20 years, Logan will send him back to the mountains, back to his people. Hamar is stunned, a bead of sweat on his brow, asking if Logan is really going to send him back, admitting it's hard to trust a promise that's only words in the air. Logan smiles, asking if Hamar doesn't want this chance. Hamar immediately exclaims, "Of course I do. At all costs." The hope is too strong to deny. Hamar, looking up with reverence and a slight blush, declares passionately that he'll make anything Logan wants him to make. Tears of profound gratitude stream down Hamar's face, mixing with drool. He's completely overwhelmed by this genuine offer of eventual freedom, something he probably never dared to dream of. Hamar bows deeply before Logan, who is surrounded by the blue contract magic. He thanks Logan, calling him Master, with utmost respect, unable to believe he truly meant the promise. Logan thinks to himself that if a simple contract was enough to get this expert craftsman motivated, then he's the one profiting from this deal. Hamar is still crying, wiping his eyes, overcome with emotion. Logan smiles, satisfied. With this, he got everything he wanted out of this outing to Haroon. In fact, he overachieved, since he even managed to recruit the future noble slayer. A bright, hopeful sky appears, symbolizing Logan's successful preparations for the upcoming war between the fiefs, which seem to be going smoothly. But there's a catch, a detail Logan doesn't know yet. Whispers are spreading. Rumors of his strange behavior, breaking off an engagement for money, consorting with mercenaries, buying unusual slaves, have already spread throughout the entirety of the McLean territory during his outing. Shadowy figures of servants whisper about how his already poor reputation has hit rock bottom and is now sinking even further underground. A close-up of Rick's worried, despairing face back at the McLean estate. Rick is shown weeping dramatically, tears streaming down his face like waterfalls. He's drowning in the mess Logan left behind, trying to make amends, wailing, "What the hell did you do, you damn young master?" And as Logan forges ahead with his grand plans, unaware of the chaos brewing back home, the stage is set for even more complications. Rick, Logan's ever-loyal servant, greets him with an almost painfully wide, forced smile, his arms open in an exaggerated welcome. "Young Master, you're back," he exclaims, his voice probably a little too loud, a little too cheerful. Logan, flanked by the imposing Kaiselin and with the young Victor and Rhea partially visible, manages a slight smile. He asks Rick how he's been. Rick's smile remains plastered on his face as he clasps his hands together, exclaiming, "Young master." Again, the background sparkling with forced cheer, a stark contrast to the storm brewing beneath the surface. Suddenly, Rick's cheerful facade crumbles. His smile twists into a strained, almost demonic grimace, tears welling in his eyes as he hisses through gritted teeth, "Are you serious right now?" Logan, however, just comments dryly that it's nice to see him smiling. Rick gets right in Logan's face, his voice a desperate, urgent whisper. "What the hell did you do out there? Do you know what the people of the fief are saying about you?" The panic is real. The damning rumor, the one that has Rick completely mortified, that you're a perverted monsterphile who spends 150,000 gold on monster meat. A title card appears, a few days earlier. We're about to see how this rumor started. The scene flashes back to Philip Claude addressing a crowd of merchants in the bustling city of Kale. He's animated, arms spread wide, clearly making a grand, attention-grabbing announcement. The merchants listen, intrigued by the commotion. A shocked exclamation ripples through the crowd. "What? By monster meat?" Murmurs of disbelief spread quickly. An older merchant, flanked by others looking equally skeptical, listens to Philip's strange proposition. More murmurs of confusion and doubt. Philip stands confidently before the skeptical older merchant, who scoffs at the idea of buying monster meat. Philip calmly announces that young Master Logan McLean of Baron McLean is the one buying it. The merchants react with a mixture of shock and derision. They've heard of Logan McLean, the engagement breaker, the guy who ripped off his fiancée. His terrible reputation precedes him. Philip, despite the overwhelmingly negative perception of Logan, looks determined. He thinks to himself that he'd hoped spreading strange rumors about monster meat would attract sellers, but he hadn't known about Logan's scandalous past. He sighs internally, figuring Logan wasn't just crazy, but a crazy scumbag. But Philip's sharp business sense overrides his personal judgment. Despite his thoughts, Merchant Philip's instincts screamed at him. A glint appears in Philip's eye. His instinct shouts, "Don't you miss this opportunity at any cost." He then declares to the surprised merchants the price, 1 gold for 1 kilogram of Kalok meat. Philip throws his arm out, making his passionate pitch to the crowd of astonished merchants. He figures no merchant would refuse to sell trash if a scumbag is willing to pay for it. He yells for them to bring him all the Kalok meat, preferably smoked, ground, or sliced. The crowd roars with a mix of greed and excitement. And so, his aggressive salesmanship resulted in merchants gathering monster meat, and wild rumors about Logan spreading all throughout the fiefs near Kale as well. Back in the present, Logan is laughing heartily at Rick's tale. "Ha! Philip sure did his job perfectly." Rick, still completely distressed, exclaims, "How can you laugh right now?" Rick gestures to Logan's new companions, Hamar the dwarf, and the children Victor and Rhea, who all look downcast and somber, a gloomy atmosphere surrounding them. He asks Logan to look at their faces, to imagine how many whispered rumors they must have heard to look so dejected. Rick looks worriedly at Logan, who just says calmly not to worry, it'll all be over soon. Rick, however, is frantic, insisting Logan shouldn't be so calm right now. Rick leans in, his voice low and urgent, an ominous red aura surrounding them as he warns, "Even the Patriarch is furious." The scene shifts to Patriarch McLean's study. Logan's stepmother, Marion Kairos, stands beside the Patriarch, her expression cold and disapproving. The Patriarch greets Logan sarcastically, "So, did you enjoy running away from home?" Logan stands before them, unbowed and seemingly unfazed, replying that it was indeed a rewarding trip. The Patriarch glares, his face etched with anger, the sound of crackling fury in the air. He says he heard rumors Logan went around doing all sorts of crazy things, but he's glad it was at least rewarding. The sarcasm is biting. Logan stands with his back to his father, looking out a window, stating calmly that rumors are just rumors, and he has not an ounce of shame for his actions. Marion Kairos lets out a derisive, mocking laugh. Her smile is pure scorn. She turns to her husband, exclaiming that the first young master clearly has no awareness of his position or how his actions can dishonor the family name. Logan interrupts her sharply, telling his stepmother that's excessive. He merely spent the money from his broken engagement as he pleased. Marion's eyes narrow into furious slits, an intense aura flaring around her as she demands to know what he just said. She turns back to the Patriarch, asking if he heard that, and if he's still going to side with Logan. The patriarch, his back to them, says heavily, "Enough." His patience clearly worn thin. The patriarch slams his fist on the desk, his voice thundering through the room, declaring the first young master's roots themselves are at fault, and then yells, "I said enough." Marion and Logan are startled into silence by his outburst. The patriarch looks at Marion, his expression firm, stating he'd like to speak with Logan alone and asks her to leave. Marion looks shocked and betrayed, whispering how he can do this to her. The patriarch's face is grim, his voice low and dangerous as he turns to Logan. "This will be my last warning to you, Logan." The threat hangs heavy in the air. Logan stands stoically, ready to face his father's judgment, his jaw clenched. The doors close, leaving Logan alone with his father in the grand, dimly lit room. The patriarch asks, his voice weary, what on earth is wrong with him? The patriarch stands, his fur cloak making him look even more imposing, saying they need to have a frank chat about what's going on and why Logan has done these things. Logan looks away, thinking his father won't let it slide this time. He replies that his father wouldn't understand even if he told him. The patriarch challenges him, asking if it isn't Logan who doesn't want to be understood, and if he realizes what people are saying about him. A sepia-toned flashback shows Logan in a negative light, arrogant and dismissive. The patriarch lists the terrible rumors that Logan is violent, cruel, money-obsessed, and lately even insane. The patriarch clenches his fist, asking how long he's supposed to cover for him, and if Logan ever plans to stop, to please give him notice. His voice softens slightly, a hint of pain in it, as he adds that way he can at least make the excuse that he tried his best for Logan's dead mother. Logan looks down, visibly moved by the unexpected mention of his mother. This is new. He thinks in disbelief that he can't believe his father brought up his mother. He never mentioned her in Logan's previous life, not even when he disowned him. Logan looks at his father, a new thought, a sliver of hope, forming. Maybe his father hasn't fully let go of his hopes for him yet. Logan speaks, his voice low but firm, asking his father to please give him 1 year. The patriarch looks down, his face shadowed, considering his son's desperate plea. Logan places his hand over the crest on his armor, vowing that in 1 year he will prove the reasons for his actions. He looks his father directly in the eye, pleading, "Please do me this favor, father." The patriarch stands silently for a long, tense moment, his expression unreadable, the weight of the decision heavy upon him. The sound of a door closing signifies Logan's departure from the study. The patriarch sits alone at his large desk, the room filled with the flickering, uncertain light of candles. He murmurs to himself how strange the word favor sounds between a parent and child. He picks up a locket, fiddling with it, thinking that if Logan hasn't proven his words after a year, he'll have to make a difficult decision. He looks at the locket, his expression heavy with responsibility, knowing that he is the patriarch of McLean before he is a father. His duty to the family comes first. The locket opens to reveal a portrait of a beautiful woman with light purple hair, Logan's deceased mother, Raina. The patriarch speaks to the portrait, apologizing, admitting he has no idea what their son is thinking. His voice is filled with regret as he remembers his promise to protect Logan, to raise him well. He sits slumped in his chair, seen from behind, a figure burdened by duty and sorrow. His thought concludes with a heavy admission. He must have been too neglectful as a father. The title card for Chapter 9 of Regressor of the Fallen Family appears. Logan, looking slightly surprised and flushed, calls out to his younger brother, "Run, you dash." He finishes his thought in a speech bubble, utterly shocked. "You've already awakened the Force?" Ronian stands before Logan, a small flame of Force energy flickering brightly in his cupped hands. He smiles proudly, exclaiming he knew Logan would notice right away. Logan places a hand on Ronian's shoulder, a proud smile on his face, marveling that Ronian is only 14. He thinks how in his previous life, Ronian's force didn't awaken until the war between the fiefs, but it awakened so quickly this time. This is a significant change. Logan tells Ronian it's all thanks to him. Ronian looks up, confused, asking how it could be thanks to Logan. He explains that the knights were stopping him from meeting Logan upon his return, and then Logan leans in, asking what happened next, sensing a story. A flashback shows two McLean knights looking battered and dazed, one holding his head. Logan realizes, with a start, that Ranian awakened his force while trying to push past them to meet him. Ranian beams, sparkles seeming to dance around his face. Logan is amazed that as soon as Ranian awakened, he got past two grown knights. Logan laughs heartily, full of pride for his younger brother, exclaiming, "Good job, Ronnie." Logan pulls Ranian into a tight hug. He thinks with excitement that if he teaches Ranian the divine sword secrets as soon as his force stabilizes, then Ranian smiles brightly, filled with a new, powerful potential. Logan continues his thought, filled with hope. Ranian can become much stronger than he ever was in his past life. The scene shifts to a humble cottage in the south of the McLean territory. Dwayne Filsner, the financial manager, looks up as Logan enters, announcing his return. Dwayne greets him, and Logan and Kaiselin walk into the cottage, their footsteps echoing. Dwayne gestures to a large group of rough-looking men sitting on the floor, explaining these are the 300 C-rank mercenaries Logan asked him to recruit earlier. They're all here. The air is thick with their presence. The mercenaries are muttering amongst themselves, complaining about being called here by a lowly baron family and left in a crumbling cottage for 10 days, wondering if they're being scammed, though some doubt even a crazy family would dare cheat a mercenary guild. The rumors about Logan are clearly weighing on their minds. Logan looks annoyed by their disrespectful chatter. One mercenary sneers at Logan's armor and sword, questioning if he's trying to act like a soldier. Logan thinks to himself that with rascals who fight for a living, you have to pull in the reins hard or nothing gets through to them. Logan calls out sharply, "You there?" A large, bald mercenary with a goatee looks up, surprised to be singled out. Logan asks, his voice cold and challenging, if the mercenary thinks him wearing armor and carrying a sword is funny. The bald mercenary looks flustered, denying he said anything, muttering how Logan could have heard him from so far away. Logan smirks, conceding that sure, the mercenary could think that way, if he had the skills to back it up. Logan's expression hardens. He points out the mercenary is a lowly C-rank, questioning what non-existent skills make him look down on others. The mercenary bristles at the insult. Logan continues, taunting him, asking if that offended him, noting that even a lowly man like him has pride. He then gestures invitingly, "Well, fine then, step forward." Logan lays out the challenge. If the mercenary can land a single blow on him from here on, the other mercenaries murmur with interest, sensing a confrontation. Logan declares he will immediately pay the man a year's wages and let him leave, staking his noble honor on the promise, with all of them as witnesses. The bald mercenary smirks, intrigued. The bald mercenary steps forward confidently, accepting the challenge and warning Logan he can't go back on his word. He looms over Logan, a menacing aura surrounding him, ready to fight. Another mercenary whispers, impressed by the bald man's size, wondering if he isn't actually a beer anchor. Someone replies that he's not there yet, but maybe he will be after he finishes this job with the McLeans. Logan looks thoughtful, realizing that's why the mercenary seemed so confident in his abilities. The bald mercenary grins, telling Logan to go first, offering him the first move. Logan smirks back, declining the offer, saying the mercenary will regret it, as he's been using a sword much longer and doesn't need the advantage. He adds mockingly, asking if the mercenary needs an upper hand by any chance, goading him further. The bald mercenary roars, his fist glowing with force energy, clearly taking the bait. He lunges, throwing a powerful punch, the air crackling with his force energy as he attacks. A stylized sound effect signifies the impact, or rather, Logan's swift counter. The other mercenaries gasp in absolute shock at what they witness. Kaiselin and Hamar watch, surprised by the sudden display. The bald mercenary is sent flying backwards as Logan stands with his fist extended, glowing brightly with his own superior force. The mercenary lands hard, his tongue lolling out, completely and utterly knocked out by a single blow. The remaining mercenaries are utterly stunned into silence, their jaws dropped, a chill running down their spines. Logan slowly clenches his glowing fist, the residual power still crackling around it. He blows a puff of air from his lips, a casual gesture after such a decisive victory. Logan looks at the stunned crowd, his fists still radiating power, and issues a challenge. Anyone else who want to run his damn mouth? The message is clear: disrespect will not be tolerated. And with that powerful demonstration, Logan begins to whip his new mercenary force into shape, one way or another. Another mercenary, his face pale, mutters how ridiculous this is. Logan stands before them, fists still glowing, the defeated man a stark reminder in the background. A nervous murmur ripples through the crowd. Kaiselin watches Logan, his one visible eye narrowed in thought, reassessing this young nobleman. Kaiselin admits to himself that while he thought Logan was out of the ordinary, he didn't realize he was this good. Logan's display has clearly impressed the seasoned A-rank mercenary. Logan surveys the now quiet and respectful mercenaries, a satisfied smile on his face. I guess there won't be any more challengers then. He addresses the assembled men, his voice carrying a newfound authority. Then let me formally introduce myself. I am Logan McLean, the man who called you here. The mercenaries look up at him, their expressions a mix of fear, curiosity, and perhaps a grudging respect. Logan continues, acknowledging their likely confusion. Many of you may be wondering why I'm throwing money around and hiring mercenaries like this. A profile shot of Logan, looking confident and utterly resolute, ready to unveil his intentions. He announces his grand, unconventional plan with a flourish, an image of an advanced crossbow appearing behind him amidst a radiant glow. I'm thinking of training you to be crossbow cavalrymen. Dwayne Filsner, the financial manager, and Kaiselin exchange a look of utter bewilderment. Crossbow cavalry? The idea seems absurd. The mercenaries are equally confused and skeptical. One asks if people even use crossbows on horseback, while another chimes in that they just spend all their time reloading them. Kaiselin leans in to whisper to Logan that crossbows aren't efficient weapons for cavalrymen. Logan simply, and somewhat cryptically, replies, I know. Kaiselin's chibi head looks flabbergasted. Logan knows, so then why is he pursuing this seemingly flawed plan? An explanation of crossbow limitations appears. They're far more destructive than bows, but inexperienced shooters take more than a minute just to load one. An image shows a soldier struggling to load a traditional crossbow using his foot, illustrating the cumbersome reloading process. The explanation continues, highlighting that on a horse, you'd run out of firepower in just a minute, even carrying multiple loaded crossbows. It's no wonder everyone is baffled by Logan's plan. Logan addresses Kaiselin, acknowledging he might think Logan is just blowing away money playing soldier, but he's absolutely certain about this. He looks at Kaiselin with a confident smile, instructing him to train them thoroughly first. The reason will become clear later. He adds, his voice filled with conviction, that these crossbow cavalrymen will be a great force for McLean, crucial not just for the forthcoming war between fiefs, but beyond. Kaiselin looks at Logan, silently considering his words, weighing the young man's confidence against his own experience. He closes his visible eye for a moment, then says with a sigh of resignation, Okay, sir. He's decided to trust Logan's vision, at least for now, despite his reservations. A few days later, Logan is looking at a list, presumably reviewing the mercenaries who made the cut. He's sitting at a desk, deep in paperwork. He thinks that of the 350 mercenaries recruited, only 312 passed the simple qualification test, but that's good enough for his purposes. Hamar, the dwarf craftsman, enters, looking a bit hesitant as he addresses his new master. Hamar stands before Logan, holding a rolled-up parchment. Logan asks what it is. Logan is now at his desk, Hamar before him. He asks if Hamar has finished looking at the schematic for the crossbow he's to make. Hamar is silent for a moment, then Logan chuckles, admitting it's probably crude to the eye of a professional craftsman like Hamar. Logan continues, explaining that it's a weapon he used for decades in his previous life, so he's roughly drawn all the structures he can remember. He adds confidently that an expert-ranked dwarf like Hamar should be able to figure it out. Hamar, looking at the schematic, summarizes the seemingly impossible design. A cartridge holding bolts in the back of a crossbow, auto-loading, and capable of firing 3 shots in a row. He scoffs, clearly unimpressed, muttering about who the hell came up with such a ridiculous design. Logan, leaning back casually in his chair, simply and unapologetically replies, "Me." Hamar stares at Logan, a heavy, awkward silence filling the room as he processes this. Then Hamar's expression changes slightly, a hint of professional curiosity appearing. On second thought, it's such a novel idea. He points out the obvious flaws in Logan's crude design. Twisted strings in such a structure won't hold up and will break, and a wooden box magazine like that will be uncomfortable for the shooter. He asks what Logan plans to do about those problems. Logan smiles innocently, hands clasped, essentially telling Hamar, "How would I know that? That's on you." He's leaving the complex technical challenges squarely in the expert craftsman's hands. Hamar explodes in a fiery rage, his dwarven pride and craftsman's spirit ignited by the challenge and Logan's cheeky dismissal of the difficulties. Logan quickly placates him, saying he was just messing with him and asks him to listen to his refinements. Logan explains his vision: reduce the bolt size to reduce the cartridge size, and make the cartridges prefabricated magazines for quick reloading. Hamar's eye twitches with a sudden, dawning realization of the potential. Hamar is astounded. A crossbow, even for a skilled shooter, can't fire 2 shots in a minute. This design would be like... He finishes his thought, realizing this would be a weapon that's beyond their current time, revolutionary. Logan smiles knowingly, confirming that's because it is a weapon created in the future. Hamar looks at the simple list of materials: cartridge, wood, spring, glue, bowstring, amazed that such a powerful weapon could be made from such basic components. His eyes gleam with a craftsman's excitement. This is a motivating challenge. The prospect of creating something so groundbreaking is irresistible. Hamar grips the schematic, his determination renewed and his passion for his craft rekindled. "Great, I'll give it a shot." Logan, leaning back at his desk, asks when Hamar thinks he'll be able to complete it. Hamar's chibi head floats, looking annoyed, asking if Logan is seriously giving him a deadline for building something he's never heard of or seen before. Logan replies that it's still a weapon humans have made. Hamar is shocked, wondering where and who could have made such a thing. Logan leans forward, a playful glint in his eye, telling Hamar he doesn't need to know that, and if he thinks he can't do it, he should just give up. Hamar grits his teeth, accepting the challenge. Hamar holds up one finger, his eyes burning with fierce dwarven pride, declaring that in 1 month he'll build something far superior. Logan smirks, pleased. Hamar throws down the gauntlet. Watch what happens when you mess with a dwarf's ego. Logan has successfully lit a fire under him. The scene shifts to an outdoor training area, the sun beating down. Feet pound the dusty ground as someone runs, pushing themselves to their limit. It's Victor, running hard, gasping for breath, his face obscured by shadow and sheer exhaustion. Logan stands nearby, shouting encouragement, pushing Victor, "You're slowing down again. You can do better, run." Victor pushes himself onward, tears of exertion in his eyes, his small body straining with the effort. He continues to run, gasping for every breath, with Logan and Rhea watching from a nearby building, observing his progress. Logan watches Victor, arms crossed. He thinks how he's only been feeding and letting them sleep for days since they arrived. Victor gasps, clearly pushing his physical limits, every step an effort. Logan continues his thought, amazed at what a difference just a little food and rest has made to Victor's endurance. Victor's footfalls become heavier, his pace faltering from exhaustion. Logan shouts, "Rest." Victor immediately collapses to the ground, utterly spent. Rhea rushes to Victor's side, calling out to her brother, concerned. Logan observes them, a slight smile on his face. A 14-year-old, much smaller than his peers, just ran 20 kilometers without any rest. He's incredibly talented. He adds that what he loves most is Victor's grit and perseverance, so much so that all his initial worries about the boy seem to have been for naught. Rhea helps Victor drink some water from a mug. He's exhausted, but his eyes show an unwavering determination. Logan looks at Victor with a new understanding. It's clear he wasn't the noble slayer by nature, that huge, tragic change in his previous life was probably because of what happened to Ria. His gaze shifts to Ria, who looks at Victor with deep concern. He realizes her presence, her safety, is paramount to keeping Victor stable. Logan, now dressed in simpler training attire, a vest over his shirt, addresses Victor, signaling the next phase. Enough. Get up. It's time for the next training session. Victor struggles to his feet, clearly drained, while Ria looks on, worried about her brother. Victor holds a wooden practice sword. Logan explains that from now on, they'll be learning the Grandia Kingdom's basic sword technique, something every knight trainee in the country learns. Logan takes a practice sword himself, telling Victor to watch and learn. He grips the sword, preparing to demonstrate the forms. Logan demonstrates a powerful swing, the wooden sword cutting through the air with visible force and precision. Victor watches intently, his mismatched eyes focused, absorbing every detail of Logan's movements. Victor thinks how tired he is, how he just wants to pass out and sleep right now, his stomach rumbling. He bites his lip, drawing blood, a small act of defiance against his exhaustion. But if the price of this pain is good food and a good night's sleep for him and Ria, his eyes blaze with a fierce determination. He will endure anything for his sister's sake. Victor swings the wooden sword with surprising force and accuracy, perfectly mirroring Logan's earlier movement. He executes the form, his small frame filled with an unexpected intensity and precision. Logan watches, a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes. This is more than he expected. Logan is astounded. Victor's movements are exactly the same, down to every single breath. He only showed it to him once, and the boy followed it so easily, so perfectly. Victor finishes the move, panting from the exertion. Logan thinks that he doesn't even believe Ranian, his genius younger brother, was this good when they were the same age. Victor's talent is exceptional. The sun dapples through the leaves of the training grounds, a peaceful scene that's about to get a rude awakening. For Logan McLean, every move is a gamble, every choice a step further away from the ruined future he's already lived through once. Hear, hear. The booming voice of Heinkel, captain of the McLean Knights Order, cuts through the morning air. His face is set, a mixture of stern duty and perhaps a hint of something else as he prepares to drop a bombshell. He continues, his voice echoing across the grounds, as of today, first young Master Logan. The camera pans down, hinting at the subject of this startling and unwelcome proclamation. And there stands Logan, alongside Captain Heinkel, looking surprisingly calm and composed in his knight's armor. Heinkel finishes with a flourish, "We'll be joining the training of our knight's order." The knights below are stunned into disbelief. What? Did I hear that right? One exclaims. Another scoffs, full of disdain. Does he take knights for a joke now just because he won against Dominan? Logan's terrible past reputation still clings to him like a shadow. Captain Heinkel turns his head, a grim expression on his face. The sound of whispering and clear discontent fills the air, and he knows this decision isn't going to be popular with his men. We flash back to a tense conversation. Heinkel stands before Patriarch McLean in his study, clearly surprised by the Patriarch's order to have the young master train with the knights. Heinkel looks worried, trying to explain that if they do this, the knights are not going to be happy about it. But the Patriarch, looking stern and utterly resolute, cuts him off, stating he's not asking Heinkel to give Logan any special treatment. The Patriarch's eyes narrow with a fierce intensity. "Grill him through and through like you would a rookie knight," he commands. He wants Logan to earn his place the hard way, or break completely. Back in his own troubled thoughts, Heinkel clutches his head. A nervous sweat beads on his forehead. He thinks that even if the Patriarch says that Logan is still his lord's son, it'd have been much easier if he'd just been asked to treat him nicely. The pressure on Heinkel is immense. Suddenly, Logan's voice, smooth and unexpectedly confident, breaks into Heinkel's troubled thoughts. "Don't worry." Logan stands beside him, a knowing, almost challenging smirk on his face. Logan continues, his gaze unwavering and direct. "If I fall behind a single training drill of the Knight's Order during this week, I'll just pretend this never happened and get out of your way." He's laying down a bold challenge, putting himself entirely on the line. Heinkel stares back, his expression shifting from stress and worry to utter surprise. This wasn't the reaction he expected from the formerly lazy, entitled young master. Okay, Heinkel agrees, a slight, almost imperceptible sound effect emphasizing his acceptance of the terms. Logan maintains his confident, almost smug look, ready for whatever Heinkel throws at him. And now, back in the present, a wicked, almost sadistic grin spreads across Heinkel's face. With obvious relish, he announces to the assembled knights, "For this week, the Knights' Order training will be at triple the difficulty level." A sinister sound effect underscores his declaration. He's going to make Logan regret this audacious challenge. The title card flashes, Regressor of the Fallen Family, Chapter 11. The games have begun. The brutal training begins immediately. A heavy foot, encased in full armor, slams onto the ground with a thud. This isn't going to be a walk in the park. Another heavy step, and another, the ground practically shaking with the effort. The strain on the knights is already visible. Ugh! A knight groans, sweat pouring down his face from beneath his heavy helmet. The exertion is immense, and it's only just started. Knights are now piggybacking each other, all while wearing their full heavy armor. They huff and puff, their bodies screaming in protest. What the hell kind of training is this? One gasps, already struggling. Captain Heinkel barks at them, his voice harsh and unforgiving. "Don't you die on me. You are cavalry knights. How can you be oblivious to how it feels to be a horse?" He's pushing them far past their usual limits. He continues his tirade, yelling at them to feel how it feels to be the horse that carries them through the battlefield while they're fully armored. The knights are aghast. "What bullshit is that?" One mutters under his breath, barely able to believe the captain's bizarre reasoning for this torture. One knight pants heavily, saying he was wondering why Heinkel asked them to train in full armor today. Another adds bitterly, "We're going through this hell because of that damn troublemaker," clearly blaming Logan for their current suffering. They talk amongst themselves, already predicting Logan's quick downfall. One says he'll only last so long before he runs away. Another bets he'll last 3 days at most. A third scoffs, claiming he won't even last a single day. The sound of their heavy, labored footsteps continues, a rhythm of misery. Then a blur of motion. Thud. Logan, carrying another knight on his back just like the others, sprints past the struggling group. His expression is focused, determined, not a hint of fatigue on his face. He pulls further and further ahead, leaving the other laboring knights staring in absolute, slack-jawed disbelief. Their jaws practically hit the ground. The sound effects emphasize their utter shock and confusion. Captain Heinkel's eyes widen in disbelief. "No way," he exclaims internally, his own surprise evident. "That troublemaker's in the lead? This is not how he envisioned this going." Logan, still effortlessly carrying his load, actually has a slight, confident smile playing on his lips. The other knights can't believe their eyes. On top of that, he's smiling. This is beyond comprehension for them. Heinkel watches, a grimace on his face. At this rate, it'll be the knights and not him who'll fall behind. In the background, a knight collapses from sheer exhaustion, proving his point. Heinkel grits his teeth. He can't let his entire unit collapse because of this. "All of you halt," he shouts. Logan, still effortlessly carrying his comrade, stops, looking back slightly, unfazed. "We'll rest for 10 minutes. As soon as the words are out, knights collapse to the ground, groaning in exhaustion and relief. The training ground is littered with spent bodies. Logan stands easily, the knight he was carrying now on his own feet beside him, both looking relatively fresh. Heinkel strides towards them, a thoughtful, appraising expression on his face. Heinkel approaches Logan, a forced, somewhat strained smile on his face. "Young master, how are you doing?" he asks, trying to sound casual and unconcerned. Heinkel grins wider, clearly expecting Logan to admit defeat. Tiring, right? He thinks to himself that all Logan has to do is give an honest answer, and he can ditch this crazy-ass training regimen. But Logan simply replies, "It's doable." Heinkel's eyes snap open. That wasn't the answer he wanted. What? Heinkel is taken aback, completely thrown. Logan, with a calm, almost appreciative smile, elaborates, "It's great training. Knights go through this every day, so there's no way they're not strong." He's actually praising the brutal drill. Logan looks directly at Heinkel, his expression earnest and sincere. "I'm looking forward to the next training as well, Captain." In the background, the exhausted knights can only groan. Fuck. Heinkel is utterly speechless. This changes everything. Heinkel thinks in dismay, his chibi form sweating bullets as Logan stands tall and unfatigued. This isn't what I was going for. His clever plan to make Logan quit or suffer has completely, spectacularly backfired. Logan looks at the captain, a simple, almost innocent question mark appearing beside his head, as if he genuinely can't understand Heinkel's shock and dismay. Night falls, the trees silhouetted against a dark, cloudy sky. The training grounds are quiet now, deserted. Logan stands alone, looking around, making sure all the knights have returned to their barracks. No one's here, he murmurs to himself, satisfied he has privacy. His internal monologue reveals his true, calculated intentions. Training with the knights was his insurance policy, a backup plan in case all of his other schemes failed. If all else fails, he'll join the knights and fight on the front lines. So, he might as well start hanging out with them now and build some camaraderie. This is all part of a much larger, long-term strategy. Also my strength, he thinks, turning his attention inward, focusing on his own development. A close-up on his determined eyes. He knows exactly what he needs to do to grow stronger. He thinks, I can develop my force through meditation, but what's also important is to train my body. That's where Knight's Order training will come in handy. As he thinks this, a golden aura begins to emanate from his hands, his force core activating, the sound of crackling energy filling the quiet night air. A fierce, satisfied grin spreads across Logan's face as the power surges within him. "I thought, it works," he exclaims internally, a dark, ambitious glint in his eyes. He clenches his fist, the golden aura intensifying around his gauntlet. "As my force core is growing, I don't even feel fatigued." This is the secret to his incredible stamina, his ability to outlast everyone else. He stands confidently, sword in hand, the force core blazing within him like a miniature sun. He's not just enduring the knight's brutal training, he's actively using it to accelerate his own growth and power. His eyes narrow as he senses something, a subtle shift in the air, a whooshing sound like something slicing through the night. He swings his sword, the golden aura flaring brilliantly, practicing his techniques in the darkness. The movements are swift, precise, and incredibly powerful. A close-up on his sword, wreathed in golden energy. All this power for a force core that's only 1 star? He marvels inwardly, surprised by his own rapid progress. He looks thoughtful, the flames of his aura reflecting in his determined eyes. Maybe once I reach 2 star, I'll have the power rivaling a high-ranking knight like my father. The ambition in him is clear and burning bright. A slight blush appears on his cheeks, a tremor of excitement running through him. The potential he now possesses is intoxicating, a path to true strength. The scene shifts. We're inside a well-appointed room, perhaps a workshop, with a comfortable chair, a lamp, and a painting on the wall. A crudely made wooden crossbow is displayed. "Fail!" Logan's voice declares sharply, his disappointment evident. This isn't what he envisioned. Another crossbow, slightly different in design, but still basic and clearly not up to par. "This one's out too," he says, his frustration growing with each failed prototype. A third crossbow, this one looking a bit more metallic and complex, but still falling far short of Logan's expectations. "Is that all you can do? Out!" Logan's voice is sharp, demanding. Logan stands, arms crossed, looking down with clear disapproval. "Where's the thread I ordered?" he demands. "This thing only shoots 1 round. This is unacceptable." He gestures dismissively at Hamar, the dwarf craftsman, who looks up from his work, a flawed crossbow in hand. And the magazine? Did I say it needed to be integrated? Logan's tone is condescending, almost mocking. Hamar trembles slightly, his face flushed with a mix of anger and deep embarrassment. But this is... He stammers, his professional pride clearly wounded by Logan's harsh critique. Logan suddenly changes his tune, slapping his forehead as if in a sudden realization. Damn it. I'm sorry. I forgot. He sighs dramatically. I shouldn't have said that. His apology seems a little too quick, a little too staged. Hamar, emboldened by Logan's apparent apology and backtracking, puffs up his chest. That's right. Even if you are my master, a craftsman's pride. He's ready to defend his work. Logan cuts him off, his expression turning cold and deeply disappointed. If this really is your best, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. The words are like a deliberate, stinging slap in the face to the proud dwarf. Weeks of work and nothing but this. I expected too much from you. Logan clutches his chest dramatically, as if his heart is breaking from the disappointment. I'm the one at fault, he declares, but his eyes tell a very different, more manipulative story. Hamar's face contorts in pure fury. Logan's words, I judged you incorrectly. I was wrong. I spent all that money to see this, are the ultimate, unbearable insult to a dwarf's craftsmanship and honor. 1 month. Logan says coolly, setting a new, challenging deadline. Hamar, seething with rage, his eyes burning with a craftsman's insulted determination, declares fiercely, I'll make another within 1 month and come back again. The air crackles with tension and unspoken promises. Hamar slams the flawed crossbow down on his workbench, shattering it in his anger and renewed resolve. He will not be so easily dismissed or underestimated. He will prove Logan wrong. Logan watches, a thoughtful, almost calculating expression on his face, hand to his chin. He thinks to himself, whoa, he got so angry that he's going to start from scratch? A small puff of steam seems to emanate from Hamar in the background, a visual representation of his fiery dwarven temper. A devilish, satisfied grin spreads across Logan's face, and he licks his lips. If I grill him more, he'll come out with something amazing? As expected of a dwarf. His manipulation, his reverse psychology, is working perfectly. He's ignited Hamar's passion through provocation. 1 month later, we see Logan's boots approaching Hamar's workshop. Time has passed, and the deadline has arrived. Shying, Hamar, looking focused and immensely proud, aims a newly crafted crossbow. This one looks far more advanced, sleeker, with a clearly visible magazine mechanism. It's a vast improvement. Tang, fwish, fwish. 2 bolts are loosed in rapid, almost simultaneous succession, flying through the air with deadly speed and precision. The bolts soar across a snowy landscape, heading straight for their distant target, a testament to the crossbow's power and range. Both bolts hit the absolute bullseye of the wooden target, one right next to the other. A perfect, undeniable demonstration of the weapon's accuracy and Hamar's skill. Logan stands, observing the impressive display, as Hamar, looking rather smug and self-satisfied, clears his throat. Logan asks what he thinks. Hamar explains that while it has 1 less shot than Logan originally asked for, this version is easier to hold in one hand, and you can quickly change magazines. Logan's eyes widen in genuine amazement, his jaw dropping slightly. Holy SE, it took me less than 5 seconds to load and fire, he thinks, utterly impressed by the speed and efficiency of Hamar's creation. He muses that while it has less effective range than the weapon from his past life and is smaller, for a mounted soldier, this design is much better. Hamar grumbles that all you have to do is change the pre-bolted cartridge and it's ready to go, reminding Logan of the month of hard work he put in. Logan concludes his thought. No, in fact, it's outperforming my expectations. A broad, genuinely happy smile spreads across Logan's face, a slight blush of excitement on his cheeks. I can't believe we've already gotten this far when we're still months away from the war between the fiefs. He's absolutely thrilled with this breakthrough. Hamar, however, is getting annoyed by Logan's ecstatic reaction, grumbling for his master to listen to him, steam practically puffing from his head in exasperation. Suddenly, Logan whirls around and grabs Hamar in a tight, enthusiastic hug. Hamar is completely startled by the sudden affection. "Good job," Logan exclaims joyfully. "You did great, Hamar. Long live the dwarves." Logan continues, beaming with delight. "No, long live Hamar." Hamar is flustered and blushing furiously under his beard, muttering about someone seeing them and that he's not a kid. Logan pulls back slightly, looking at Hamar with genuine warmth and deep appreciation. "Hamar," he says softly, his voice full of gratitude. Hamar, still red-faced but clearly touched by the sincere praise, looks up at Logan, a little breathless, asking what it is now. Logan's warm expression morphs instantly into a sharp, predatory grin, his eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. He asks, his voice dropping to a demanding tone, "You can make 400 of these in 2 months, right?" The request is massive, the pressure immense, and the deadline tight. And with that daunting new order, the fate of the McLean crossbow cavalry hangs on Hamar's expert hands. This new crossbow isn't just a weapon. It's shining proof of Hamar's incredible skill and a direct result of Logan's constant pushing, a real game-changer for the future Logan is fighting for. A bolt smashes deep into a thick tree trunk, the sharp sound cutting through the quiet, snowy forest, leaving no doubt about its sheer power. Logan, Kaiselin, and the dwarf Hamar watch intently, a group of Logan's new mercenaries gathered around them, the cold air buzzing with anticipation to see what this crossbow can do. 2 mercenaries stare, completely blown away, one of them exclaiming how amazingly far the bolt flies, while the other gawks at its ability to fire consecutive shots, admitting it's a very interesting weapon indeed. Kaiselin, a seasoned warrior, just stares at the crossbow, a disbelieving flush creeping up his face as he mutters, "Damn." He can't believe a crossbow could have this kind of range, power, and rapid-fire speed. His good eye narrows as the full picture hits him, an army of over 300 mounted troops armed with these things. Just imagining it sends a shiver down his spine, the strategic power is almost terrifying. Turning to Logan, Kaiselin's voice is filled with a new kind of respect as he realizes this must be what Logan meant when he talked about crossbow cavalrymen. Logan gives a small, knowing smile, admitting that was pretty much the idea, and adds a word of appreciation for how hard Hamar worked on them. He almost boasts about giving Hamar extra craftsmen, yet the dwarf still managed to finish the huge order 2 weeks early, even making 100 extra crossbows, while a tiny, exhausted Hamar is shown, practically a ghost of himself, needing a long break. A small, gleeful Logan appears in his mind, eager to use the crossbows, thinking to himself that an expert dwarf like Hamar is truly on another level. Logan then grows thoughtful, stroking his chin as he considers sharing these with the Knight's Order and soldiers, but worries about the cost and the risk of the technology leaking, deciding to hold off for now. He turns back to Kaiselin, his face serious, and orders him to equip the mercenaries with the crossbows starting today and clear out all the monsters beyond their territory, leaving Kaiselin completely stunned by the sudden command. Logan just quirks an eyebrow, a challenging smirk playing on his lips as he asks if Kaiselin thinks it's impossible. Kaiselin hesitates, sweat trickling down his temple, clearly a bit overwhelmed by just how bold this order is. He glances at the smoking tree where the bolt struck, and seeing their power again, he has to admit that maybe, just maybe, it could be possible. Logan takes a determined step forward, his boots crunching softly on the fresh snow. "Not, it might be possible," Logan corrects him, his tone firm and unwavering. "Make it possible," he commands, his voice so absolute it feels like even the sky above is underlining his words, leaving no room for doubt. Logan stands there, his gaze intense, explaining that if Kaiselin can't do this, then everything they've worked for is meaningless. This is about proving his new army is for real. Kaiselin looks at Logan, a sudden realization dawning on him. Logan wouldn't make a weapon like this just to hunt a few monsters, before he turns to the mercenaries and tells them to each take a crossbow. As Logan watches the mercenaries arm themselves, his face unreadable, Kaiselin can't help but wonder if Logan is actually preparing for war, the true scale of his plans starting to become terrifyingly clear. Regressor of the Fallen Family, Chapter 12. The scene changes to a quiet field of dandelions, a brief moment of peace that still feels heavy with the unspoken weight of Logan's ambitious plans. Back at the McLean estate, during the night's brutal training, one of them watches Logan, panting and dripping sweat in pure amazement. Logan, still carrying another night without even breaking a sweat, his face a mask of concentration, makes the watching knight remark on his absolutely tremendous stamina. The sounds of effort show Logan moving like a tireless machine. Another knight wonders aloud if this ridiculous physical strength runs in the family, thinking of how Logan is handling two men, just like the patriarch's famous power. As Logan jogs past with his heavy load, a knight comments that if he's truly like the patriarch, he must be incredible with a sword too, showing they're all starting to see him differently. Two knights discuss Logan, one still scoffing about his past failures at Dominon, while the other reminds him that he can't compare Logan to the patriarch, especially since he even lost to his younger brother before awakening his force. A stern-faced knight, covered in sweat, watches Logan push on, thinking that despite everything, it's pretty amazing how he's kept up this insane training for over a month, a training that was meant to break him but has now become a new symbol for the Knight's Order. Two knights with towels slung around their necks recover after training, one saying it's exhausting but way more rewarding than just running, the other agreeing it feels like the right kind of tough training for knights, an unexpected boost for the lower-ranking knights who'd gotten a bit too comfortable. A knight gently strokes his horse's muzzle, a fond blush on his face as he thanks his horse, Ray, for carrying him, and the horse nuzzles back. The knights were really starting to understand and care for their horses. One knight struggles to carry another, who apologizes for being heavy after overeating, but the knight carrying him just grunts that it's no big deal. He tells him not to worry about things like that between comrades, and the knight being carried looks genuinely touched, his eyes sparkling. Flustered, the carried knight stammers out something about him being stupid for saying something so nice so suddenly, turning away embarrassed as his comrade walks off, a sign of the growing bonds between them. Captain Heinkel watches all this with a small, satisfied smile, thinking he only kept the training going because the first young master wouldn't quit, but he can't believe how many good things have come out of it. Logan, though, feels a weird shiver, almost like he can see an angelic, approving version of Heinkel in his mind, making him chuckle uneasily. Heinkel, on the other hand, looks genuinely pleased, almost proud of the changes he's seeing. Heinkel thinks to himself that his lucky charm just walked in on his own 2 feet, as Logan has unintentionally brought new life to the entire Knight's Order. Logan, meanwhile, is clutching a bag of money, looking drained and a bit confused, wondering if he's just tired, completely unaware of the huge positive impact he's actually having. Night settles in again, with a bright full moon peeking through the cloudy sky. In his dimly lit room, Logan sits on his bed, deep in meditation. He thinks about how pushing his body hard in training and then stimulating his mind with meditation are working together perfectly, helping him make rapid progress. With his eyes closed in deep concentration, he reflects on seeing recent signs of a shift in his force, hoping that if his martial powers improve as he expects. Images of a mighty aura master and a powerful archmage flash in his mind as he aims to surpass every monster he encountered in his past life, his ambition truly knowing no bounds. He lets out a slow breath. Phew. It's time. A bright ball of golden energy, his force core, begins to flare up and expand with a powerful whooshing sound, growing stronger. The energy gathers at his chest, pulsing with immense power as he focuses all his will, perhaps even chanting an incantation under his breath. His jaw clenches with the sheer effort. The energy explodes outwards, bathing the entire room in a blinding golden light. His hair whips around from the sudden release of energy, followed by a soft-ish sound as the immense power finally begins to settle. A wave of triumph washes over him as he thinks to himself, "It's complete." Logan opens his eyes, a confident, almost dangerous smile on his face as a brilliant sphere of golden light hovers before him. He's reached the 2-star core, a major breakthrough. A slight blush of satisfaction touches his cheeks as he realizes he now has the foundation to learn the next secret technique from the sword secrets. He remembers the incredible power of the first technique, Iron Slash and Killer Iron Slash, and feels sure that this second technique will be far more powerful than he can even imagine, picturing himself executing a devastating slash. Looking at his reflection, his determination hardens. He absolutely needs to master that technique before the war starts. He gazes out the window at the moonlit sky, his confidence soaring as he thinks that soon, not even a high-ranking knight will be able to scare him. The scene shifts to a peaceful, sunlit meadow with a single tree, a calm moment that sharply contrasts with Logan's intense training and brewing ambitions. But this quiet peace is about to be shattered as two grotesque, goblin-like monsters appear, followed by the heavy thump, thump, thump of approaching hooves. Keek! A whole horde of monsters charges forward, their guttural cries tearing through the air, while below them, Logan's mercenary cavalry thunders across the plains, closing in fast. A close-up on Kaiselin's eye shows his steely determination. He's ready for this. He raises his fist high, a silent command that ripples through the charging ranks of his cavalry. From above, we see the cavalrymen expertly guiding their horses, splitting into precise formations as they bear down on the unsuspecting monster horde. The ugly, ferocious monsters continue their mindless charge, completely unaware of the deadly surprise about to hit them. Lift! Kaiselin's sharp command rings out, and in perfect unison, the mercenaries raise their new crossbows, the metallic clicks of the mechanisms echoing ominously. Shoot! A split second later, a deadly rain of crossbow bolts flies towards the charging monsters, who scream in pain and shock, as the volley tears into them. Flash, flash. Bolts rip through monster flesh, the impacts brutal and sickeningly effective. Kia-hiak. The monsters shriek and choke as they fall, their charge completely broken, their bodies riddled with deadly bolts. The battlefield quickly becomes a scene of pure carnage, with monsters dropping left and right, utterly helpless against the relentless assault from the mounted crossbowmen. Kaiselin sits calmly on his horse, watching the slaughter unfold with a grim sense of satisfaction. The strategy is working perfectly. The mercenaries are shouting in excitement, one of them letting out an amazed, "Whoa!" with a huge grin, clearly impressed by just how effective these crossbows are. Another marvels at how there's hardly any recoil, while a third excitedly yells that his bolt went through one monster's head and straight into the one behind it, the power simply astonishing. Logan watches from his horse, slightly apart from the main group, his expression calm and observant as one of his mercenaries rides past, laughing with pure exhilaration. Logan thinks to himself that the swarm of over 100 monsters was wiped out in less than 10 seconds, and his men have already improved greatly, breaking old habits from using basic crossbows and becoming much faster at changing the magazines. A small, satisfied smile touches Logan's lips as he considers it well worth the effort to come this far into the territory for the hunt. This test run is a definite success. Kaiselin rides up beside him, also smiling, and Logan asks if he's satisfied now. Kaiselin admits he is, somewhat, saying they were a complete mess during the first monster hunt but have gotten so much better. But then Kaiselin's expression turns more serious, a thoughtful silence hanging between them for a moment as something else weighs on his mind. Just out of curiosity, Kaiselin finally asks, turning to Logan, "Why are you doing all this?" He gestures towards the heaps of slain monsters, pointing out that he's never heard of a mercenary army with this much firepower and wonders if Logan is planning to slay monsters all over the entire continent. The real question about Logan's true motives hanging heavy in the air. That's... Logan begins to answer, but he's suddenly cut off by the thud of urgent hooves as a messenger gallops towards them, shouting, "Young master!" Logan turns, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he sees who the approaching rider is. Kaiselin looks alarmed, asking what's wrong, just as the messenger, breathless and panicked, gasps out that a person named Rick sent him. Logan's eyes widen slightly at the mention of his loyal servant. "Rick?" he murmurs, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. This can't be good news. The messenger continues, his voice strained with urgency, forcing out the words, "Yesterday, Viscount Tesron, declared war against us. The words hit Logan like a punch to the gut, his eyes instantly narrowing, his expression hardening into stone. The very future he's desperately trying to prevent is crashing down on him, and far sooner than he ever expected. The first war has begun. The credits begin to roll. And that's the end of Chapter 12. The air crackles with the weight of the war declaration, Viscount Tesrin's voice booming with an ancient, bitter hatred as he shouts about an old grudge, blaming a wrongful death from generations past. Viscount Haemon Tesrin's face, twisted in pure fury, glares out from a magical communication crystal as he roars his blame directly at the House of McLean, his words sealing their fate. The war, fueled by this old vendetta, has officially begun. Patriarch Patrick McLean stares grimly at the glowing crystal in his hand, the Viscount's furious words still echoing in his mind, his face a hard mask of controlled anger. In the McLean council room, the vassals are muttering, shocked and angry, one exclaiming how Tesron is dredging up ancient history to place blame now, another questioning if that's even a real reason for war. Marion Kairos, Logan's stepmother, looks absolutely terrified, her hand flying to her mouth as she asks the patriarch what he'll do, her voice trembling, while Captain Heinkel, standing nearby, just looks grim. Heinkel speaks up, his voice heavy with worry, sweat on his brow, pointing out that Viscount Tesrin's knights alone far outnumber theirs, and even with the patriarch fighting, their chances of winning look dangerously slim. One vassal quickly suggests they should just guard the city and call for reinforcements, but another immediately argues that if they do that, their force-using knights will be overwhelmed and the city will fall into chaos. Another, more timid vassal, nervously suggests they should send an envoy first, to try and make peace, his voice shaking with fear. Patriarch McLean slams his fist hard on the table, the sharp sound cutting right through the nervous chatter, his face a picture of pure fury. "Silence, all of you," he roars, his powerful voice thundering through the hall, and the entire room falls instantly, fearfully quiet. The patriarch's gaze sweeps over his council as he states that even if the royal family isn't as strong as they once were, these people declared war instantly without even bothering to get their permission, making it crystal clear this was all planned out. His eyes blaze with righteous anger, a red aura practically flaring around him as he scathingly asks those who talked about making peace if they even thought before they spoke. "Prepare for war, all of you," he commands, his voice firm and resolute, "and come up with a plan for victory. There's no hint of backing down. I will not tolerate any dissent." His powerful declaration echoes through the room, leaving no one in doubt about his iron will to fight. The vassals exchange uneasy looks, their earlier arguments completely silenced by the patriarch's overwhelming fury and determination. Marion Kairos, though still visibly frightened, finds her voice to ask if the young masters, her stepsons, will have to go to war too, her concern clearly for Ranian as she glances towards the patriarch. She looks up at her husband, her face pale with worry for the young men of the family. The patriarch turns, his expression completely unyielding as he confirms, "My sons will go to war as well." He continues, looking towards Heinkel, stating that Ronian's force has awakened now, and Logan is of age, so he should also do his part. A vassal chimes in, mentioning he heard the first young master, Logan, trains with the knights, and since they're both force users now, they'll be a great help, a small spark of hope in the grim room. Suddenly Rick, Logan's loyal servant, feels a cold wave of horror wash over him as he realizes, this is bad. He's pale and sweating, a look of sheer panic on his face because the young master, Logan, is away right now, out with the mercenaries, far from the estate. Rick sprints through the castle halls as fast as his legs can possibly carry him, desperate to let Logan know about this crisis quickly, needing to reach the messenger he sent out earlier. We cut back to Logan and the messenger out in the field, the messenger finishing his urgent report, confirming what has happened, while Logan stands in his armor, absorbing the shocking news. Logan's face is incredibly grim, his mind racing. War, it's actually here now. He clenches his jaw, a slight tremor running through him as he thinks back. In his past life, this war wasn't supposed to start for another 2 whole months, so what on earth could have made it happen so much sooner? The messenger urges him to hurry, explaining that Tessrin's forces are defying all customs and are already on the move right after declaring war, and Logan must leave now if he wants to make it to the fighting in time. Logan takes a decisive step forward. There's simply no time to think, and his mercenaries quickly gather behind him, their faces set and determined, as Kaiselin announces the Logan mercenaries are ready anytime. Logan looks back at his men, his own expression absolutely resolute and ready for what's to come. He turns to Kaiselin, noting that Kai doesn't seem too surprised that war has broken out, and Kaiselin just grins that typical mercenary grin, saying that for them, if there's no war, they kind of want to start one. A small, unimpressed chibi Logan sweats, thinking to himself what a terrible thing that is to say. Kaiselin pats the new crossbow at his side, pointing out that since they got their hands on such a great weapon, isn't it obvious they'd be eager to use it, his excitement almost tangible. Logan looks at his mercenaries, seeing the sheer confidence radiating off them, and thinks to himself that these guys are almost way too confident. He turns his gaze forward, toward the path ahead, a plan already rapidly forming in his mind. A small, almost unnoticeable smile touches Logan's lips, but he thinks their confidence is valid, and it's exactly what he needs right now. He remembers their recent monster hunt, how they completely overwhelmed and massacred a monster flock that was much larger than normal after last year's harsh winter, those crossbows proving devastatingly effective. Logan clenches his armored fist, his resolve hardening like steel. Yeah, what does it even matter when the war breaks out? All they have to do is win. His eyes gleam with a fierce, burning determination because they've got enough combat power right now. While the House of McLean is reeling from the shock of this unexpected war, all 314 members of Logan's mercenary corps prepare to ride out, absolutely certain of their victory. Regressor of the Fallen Family, Chapter 13. The war began much sooner than the McLeans ever thought it would. The very day after the declaration, Tessrin's troops showed up right at the McLean estate, and their numbers were far greater than any of the vassals had expected. Inside the McLean estate, the mood is heavy and grim, the chandeliers casting long, ominous shadows across the worried faces. A panicked knight bursts in, reporting to the Patriarch and Marion that there are over 100 enemy knights alone, more than 1,000 regular troops, and on top of that, almost 10,000 conscripts. It's an all-out war. The Patriarch looks utterly aghast, exclaiming that Haemon Tezron must have gone insane. The Patriarch seethes internally, not just facing a clash with a main force of knights, who are basically superhumans to ordinary people, but Tezron is actually using conscripts in a mere domestic fiefdom war, not even a war between nations. His eyes burn with rage, his teeth gritted so hard he trembles with pure, unadulterated anger at this outrage. "Why the hell are you going this far, Haemon?" he silently roars, unable to comprehend Tessrin's extreme measures. The knight delivering the report hesitates, looking even more worried as he says, also, indicating there's even more bad news to come. Marion Kairos turns deathly pale, her hand flying to her chest as the knight continues, revealing that the House of Kairos, her own family, has informed them they will not be providing any troops. Marion is stunned into silence. She stammers in utter disbelief, insisting there's no way, there must be some kind of mistake, while the Patriarch just looks on, his expression growing even grimmer. The knight confirms that Mr. Duane said he checked with them several times, and Marion covers her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she chokes out that no, she even checked it herself. The betrayal by her own blood is absolute and devastating. The Patriarch grits his teeth hard, a single bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he feels the situation worsening by the second, the walls closing in. "Gather all men who can carry weapons," he commands the knight with sudden, fierce energy. "We will respond with full force." The knight snaps to attention. "Yes, sir." Their trusted Kairos family had turned their backs on them, a betrayal that cut deeper than any enemy sword could. Backed into a desperate corner, Patriarch McLean gathered every single man he possibly could to fight back against Tessrin's overwhelming forces, standing resolute even as the odds stacked impossibly high against them. And so, they gathered, the sound of horses' hooves pounding the earth as men assembled for battle. 53 knights, a brave but pitifully small number compared to what Tesron had brought. 552 regular troops, their faces grim but filled with a desperate determination to defend their home. And 4,418 conscripts, many looking ill-equipped and far too young, clearly inexperienced, making a total force of just over 5,000. A young McLean knight looks absolutely terrified as he stares out at the vast, assembled enemy army, a seemingly endless line of soldiers stretching far into the distance, ready to crush them. The McLean forces, though numerous by their own standards, look like a ragtag assembly compared to the professional, overwhelming might of Tesran's army. This hastily gathered force wasn't even half the numbers of Tesran's army, a crushing disparity that weighed heavily on everyone present. Patriarch McLean looks out at his men, a pained "Ugh," escaping his lips as the immense weight of command and the bleak reality of their situation settles upon him. Knights look around anxiously, one asking where the first young master, Logan, is, while another replies he heard Logan went out a long while ago and still hasn't come back. A sigh of despair escapes one knight. Now of all times. While another mutters cynically that Logan probably won't come back, that he must have run away after hearing the news, his old, undeserved reputation for cowardice quickly resurfacing. Suddenly, Ranian, mounted and in full armor, shouts angrily at them, "What are you talking about? There's no way he would do that." Ranian declares with absolute conviction, his faith in his older brother, Logan, completely unshaken. He thinks back to Logan, his Hyungnim, his older brother who had changed so much. He vividly remembers Logan's confident smile, his certain words that he already expected this war would happen, and his promise to teach Ranian a secret technique soon. And then, Logan's heartfelt promise, "Let's save our family together." Ranian clenches his fist tightly, thinking fiercely, there's no way he'd run away. Ranian startles as he overhears knights whispering again, asking if the first young master really ran away, if that old rumor was true, the son of the fief's lord actually deserting them. The toxic whispers spread like wildfire, dangerously undermining everyone's morale. The patriarch turns to Ranian, his face etched with a deep worry but also a stern resolve, telling him, "Ranian, you must play your brother's role on his behalf now," the heavy burden falling squarely on the younger son. "Don't you waver at any cost," the patriarch commands, his gaze fierce and unwavering, and Ranian nods, his own young determination hardening in response. The patriarch draws his sword, its polished blade gleaming brightly in the sunlight as he thinks that who doesn't want to believe in Logan, but that doesn't matter now, they absolutely must win this war. He raises his sword high, "Everyone charge. Let's crush those scum." Walla! The McLean soldiers charge forward with a deafening, desperate war cry, their spears leveled, shields raised, ready to meet their seemingly inevitable fate head-on. From the enemy lines, a smug voice calls out, "Finally, Patrick has drawn his sword at last." Viscount Haemon Tesron, sitting confidently atop his warhorse, smirks as he declares his knights are his swords, challenging Patrick McLean to face them now, as his own knights charge forward to meet the McLean forces. Patriarch McLean gallops bravely at the head of his men, his red cloak billowing out behind him like a banner, his eyes fixed fiercely on the approaching enemy. The deafening, brutal clash of steel against steel is just moments away. A chaotic blur of motion erupts as the two opposing forces finally collide with devastating impact. The patriarch, a whirlwind of red armor and flashing steel, cuts down an enemy knight with a single, powerful swing of his force-enhanced lance. His lance, glowing with a potent red aura, smashes through the enemy's defenses with unstoppable force. "First of all, I must break through their vanguard," he roars, his voice a thunderous battle cry meant to rally his men and terrify his foes. He swings his massive weapon again, a deadly red arc of destructive energy slicing through the air, aimed directly at an oncoming Tesron knight. Clang! The Tesron knight manages to bring his shield up just in time, a red aura flaring around it as he somehow blocks the patriarch's devastating blow, the impact sending visible shockwaves ripping through the air. The patriarch's eyes widen in genuine shock. "He blocked my attack." Below them, Viscount Tesron smirks with sinister confidence, a chilling glint in his eyes. The battle has truly begun, and it's already proving far more challenging than anyone anticipated. The battlefield is a horrifying mess. Rick, Logan's loyal servant, is panting hard, his face covered in sweat and dirt as he clutches a simple spear, never meant for this kind of brutality, but war forces everyone to become a soldier. His eyes, wide with pure terror, dart around constantly, every scream and clash of steel hammering away at his already crumbling resolve. All around him, the McLean conscripts are falling fast. One man clutches a severed arm, screaming in agony, while another just crumbles to his knees, his sword dropping from his lifeless grasp. No! Rick thinks, his heart pounding in his chest, the raw, bloody reality of combat completely overwhelming him. Sweat pours down Rick's face like rain, the fear a living, twisting thing deep in his stomach, making him sick. A soldier right near him gets impaled, his desperate cry for help cut short as Rick stares in absolute horror, his mind screaming, "No. No. This can't actually be happening." Rick stands frozen, his spear held loosely, as the horrific sounds of slaughter, screams and tearing flesh wash over him in waves, pure panic finally gripping him as he realizes, this is bad. We're losing. He trembles uncontrollably, his mind reeling from the chaos. They were so outnumbered in this war that they even had to send out a servant like him, and if the enemy encloses them here, they'll lose no matter what, despair starting to crush him. Suddenly, Rick is slammed to the ground, a sharp pain shooting through him as arrows whistle past, narrowly missing his head, and he gasps out in pain. A Tesron knight looms over him, spear raised high, his eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent as he roars, "Die!" Rick screams, bracing himself for the inevitable end. Whump! In a sudden flash of motion, something heavy slams hard into the Tesron knight from the side, sending him sprawling to the ground. The Tesron knight, dazed and furious, glares up at his attacker, cursing as another McLean soldier, just as desperate but still fighting, stands protectively over Rick. The McLean soldier roughly pulls Rick to his feet, barking at him, "Get up right now. Ready your spear," trying to snap Rick out of his paralyzing terror. Rick just stares, tears of immense relief and gratitude streaming down his dirty face as he thinks, he's an ally. Thank God, grabbing the offered hand and choking out a heartfelt, "Thank you." But the relief is terrifyingly short-lived. Whip! An arrow slams hard into the McLean soldier who just saved him, and the soldier gasps, stumbling from the impact. The brave soldier collapses to the ground, an arrow sticking out from his back, letting out one last cry of agony before falling silent, and Rick watches, his tiny spark of newfound hope instantly, cruelly extinguished. Pure, unadulterated terror seizes Rick now. I need to run away to the rear, as far from the enemy as possible. He thinks frantically, scrambling to his feet as the horrifying screams of battle echo all around him. He runs blindly, pushing desperately through the chaos and carnage, his chest burning with exertion, his only thought to escape this absolute hell. The terrible sounds of dying men fill his ears. Blood splatters everywhere, painting the ground red. Rick stumbles to a sudden halt, his body racked with uncontrollable shivers, his back now to the advancing enemy. He simply can't run anymore, he's too exhausted. Blood and dirt cover his face as he trembles violently, completely overwhelmed by the surrounding horror and his own crippling fear. He slowly turns, his eyes widening in absolute, soul-crushing dread as a fresh wave of Tesron cavalry thunders towards them, cutting off any possible escape, their war cry deafening. Wow! They've surrounded us from the rear too. The last escape route, their only hope, is completely gone. Rick's face is a mask of utter despair, streaked with blood and hopeless tears. Are we all going to die here? The tiny bit of hope he'd clung to has completely, utterly vanished. Meanwhile, on another part of the chaotic battlefield, Patriarch McLean is locked in a fierce, desperate struggle, his force-enhanced lance clashing violently against the Tesron Knight's shield, red energy exploding outwards with each blow. The Patriarch grits his teeth hard, his warhorse rearing as he pours even more power into his attack, but this Tesron Knight is incredibly strong. The very ground beneath them trembles violently with the sheer force of their powerful blows. The Tesron Knight coughs, a small trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth, but a grim, almost impressed smile is on his face as he admits the Viscount definitely lives up to his name, surprised at his own state despite their many preparations. Patriarch McLean glares, a low growl rumbling deep in his chest. This isn't going as he planned at all. He realizes with a sudden, chilling jolt that this knight actually withstood his attacks that were fully infused with force. The Tesron Knight, blood still on his lips, stands firm and unbroken, making the Patriarch think with dawning horror, I didn't expect Tesron would have a high-ranking knight as well. This changes everything. He quickly glances around and sees 4 more Tesron Knights, their stances ready, already closing in on him, realizing the other 4 are at least intermediate-rank knights. They advance menacingly, their movements perfectly coordinated, and the Patriarch wonders if this is why they're so confident, noticing an unnerving certainty about them. The Patriarch glares at the lead knight, snarling, "So you're the people prepared to deal with me, huh?" The high-ranking Tesron Knight just smirks, blood staining his chin as he mockingly asks, "Well, how do you like the preparations?" The 5 elite Tesron Knights begin to slowly encircle the Patriarch, their deadly weapons glinting ominously in the dim light. He's completely trapped. The Patriarch looks around, quickly assessing his incredibly dire situation, knowing that if he gets blocked here, so will his entire Knight's Order. And if that happens, the terrifying thought of his forces completely collapsing without his leadership is simply unbearable to him. He tightens his grip on his lance, his knuckles white. "I won't let that happen." With a furious roar, he charges, his red aura flaring brightly around him, desperately aiming to break through their encirclement. His lance smashes hard against the shields of 2 knights simultaneously, the immense impact creating a shockwave of red energy and flying debris. One of the intermediate knights grunts in pain, stumbling back from the sheer, overwhelming force of the Patriarch's blow. But the high-ranking knight's eyes narrow sharply. He sees an opening, a moment where the Patriarch is overextended and vulnerable. With a guttural cry, another Tesron Knight lunges forward, thrusting his spear viciously at the Patriarch's now exposed flank. Clang. The spearhead glances off the Patriarch's heavy armor, but the force of the blow is still staggering. He's been hit. "Damn bastards! Do you have no pride as knights?" the Patriarch roars, absolutely enraged by their coordinated, almost dishonorable tactics. He's being overwhelmed. 2 of the Tesron Knights sneer, one asking what the hell he's even on about, while the other adds dismissively to just let him be, it's just his last struggle before dying anyway. The high-ranking Tesron Knight, however, cautions them with a grim smile, reminding the whelps that he's still a trained high-ranking knight, knowing better than to underestimate Patrick McLean even now. Suddenly, another spear thrusts from an unexpected angle, slipping past the Patriarch's desperate guard. The Patriarch cries out sharply as the spear pierces deep into his side, his eyes widening in pain and shock. This is a serious, debilitating wound. Blood drips heavily from the spearhead, and now from the Patriarch's lips as well, a grim sign of his injury. Viscount Tesron, watching all of this unfold from a safe distance, grins with a savage, cruel satisfaction. His plan is working perfectly. Another Tesron Knight, wielding a massive, brutal battle axe, swings it down with vicious force towards the now heavily wounded Patriarch, who gasps, trying desperately to defend himself. The Patriarch stumbles badly, blood pooling quickly at his feet as he gasps for breath. He's losing strength rapidly. He staggers, clutching his sword for support, his entire body trembling uncontrollably from his grievous wounds and sheer exertion. He's surrounded and very badly injured. He thinks, his vision starting to blur, that while this high-ranking knight blocks him, the others are attacking him relentlessly. It's an obvious trap, and he can't escape it. They've even taken the rear. He's completely outmaneuvered, the sound of his pained gasps filling the air. Sweat and blood pour down his face as he grits his teeth, a bitter, despairing thought crossing his mind. Right, Logan did good running away. In this moment of utter hopelessness, he believes the worst of his son. He looks up at the enemy knights closing in for the kill, their swords raised high, his last thoughts turning to the McLean name, hoping Logan can at least continue the family's legacy. Viscount Tesron watches the patriarch's imminent fall with a smug, satisfied look, musing to himself that it was good thinking not letting people know he had a high-ranking knight, pleased with his successful deception. A cruel, greedy smile spreads across Tesron's face as he thinks that now he just has to crush Patrick completely and take over the McLean castle, and as long as he gets his hands on that, his eyes gleam with avarice. He's clearly after more than just land. Suddenly, Tesron's eyes snap wide open. A distant, rhythmic sound cuts through the noise of battle. He looks up, listening intently, exclaiming in surprise, "The sound of cavalry troops?" A knight gallops hard towards him, shouting urgently, "Lord!" The knight reports breathlessly, "We spotted a unit of cavalry troops in the rear. There's around 300 of them." Tesron is completely incredulous. Cavalrymen? Did McLean actually have more elite troops? This wasn't part of his careful calculations at all. One of his nearby knights observes that what's peculiar is that they're not even carrying spears, the only weapons they seem to be equipped with are. A close-up shows one of Logan's mercenaries confidently holding the advanced crossbow, as the knight finishes in utter disbelief. Small crossbows. Viscount Tesron scoffs loudly, a derisive, contemptuous laugh escaping him. "Fifth, crossbows? You mean like the trash soldiers and hunters use?" He's utterly dismissive, ordering his rear soldiers and archers to just get rid of them, or better yet, just trample those trash soldiers. One of his commanders quickly replies, "Yes, Lord." Tesron watches, clearly expecting an easy slaughter. Suddenly, wing, swish. A volley of bolts flies from the approaching cavalry, and one of his forward commanders is struck, his eyes widening in shock just before impact. What? Tesron turns, his arrogant expression instantly shifting to one of stunned surprise as he sees his own men suddenly falling. A wave of golden glowing crossbow bolts, fired with an impossible speed and deadly precision, cuts right through the Tesron ranks. The cavalry is charging, but they're already firing, a terrifying combination. Logan McLean, at the very head of his mercenary cavalry, his eyes narrowed in cold, focused fury, aims his crossbow, its mechanism glowing faintly with his own force. The sharp, whistling sound of bolts slicing through the air fills the battlefield. Logan's expression is deadly serious, focused, and filled with grim determination. This is his counterattack. Tesron's soldiers scream in agony as the unexpected volley of deadly bolts tears through them, cries of "ACK" and "H help," erupting as the sudden assault throws them into complete chaos. Logan grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with a fierce, almost unnatural red light, channeling all his power. "Fire!" he commands, his powerful voice cutting sharply through the din of battle. Below him, Viscount Tesron's face is a mask of utter disbelief and dawning horror as he witnesses the impossible devastation unfolding before him. A massive, overwhelming volley of crossbow bolts, far too numerous to count, streaks across the battlefield like a deadly rain, aimed straight at the very heart of Tesron's unsuspecting and now panicked army. The tide of this brutal battle is about to turn dramatically. A deadly storm of crossbow bolts darkens the sky, tearing through the air straight towards Viscount Tesron's unsuspecting army as Logan's mercenaries unleash hell. Tesron's soldiers, caught completely by surprise, can only stare dumbfounded as the deadly volley rains down, one muttering in disbelief about the McLeans. His eyes widen in pure horror as he wonders how the McLean forces could possibly have these kinds of troops, the shock hitting hard as the first bolts find their targets. What? Absolute carnage erupts in the Tesron ranks. Soldiers scream in agony as bolts pierce right through their armor and flesh, their formations shattering instantly under the relentless, brutal assault. Shields offer almost no protection against the sheer force and deadly accuracy of these specialized bolts, many thudding deep into the wood or finding the smallest gaps. Soldiers fall one after another, their shields peppered with bolts, their bodies riddled, and the ground is quickly becoming littered with the dead and dying. The onslaught is merciless and unending, the sickening sounds of impact and desperate screams filling the battlefield air. A Tesron soldier, his shield bristling with embedded bolts, stares in wide-eyed terror, thinking that everyone who didn't ready their shields is dead, and if he was even a split second later, he shudders, having narrowly avoided death. An order rings out desperately from the chaotic Tezron lines, counterattack. Let's shoot back as well, as their archers scramble to knock arrows, trying to fight back. A Tezron archer quickly draws his bow, aiming as best he can towards the distant, deadly cavalry. His arrow falls pathetically short, landing harmlessly in the dirt far from Logan's men, and the archer stares in dismay, realizing their arrows just won't reach them. Logan and his mercenaries, mounted and surprisingly calm amidst the chaos, continue their deadly work, Logan thinking with cold satisfaction about how their arrows couldn't possibly. Another deadly volley of crossbow bolts from Logan's men streaks silently through the air, easily surpassing the range of the enemy's conventional archers. An enemy archer's eye widens in pure terror as a bolt heads straight for him, hitting its mark with a sickening thwack. The Tezron archer line is completely decimated before they can even effectively return fire, bodies littering the ground, their attempted counterattack an utter failure. Viscount Tezron, mounted amidst the growing chaos, looks back at his shattered rear guard in utter disbelief, shocked at how the rear turned into chaos in just a second. His face is pale with shock and dawning fury as he mentally seethes about them not even using magic, just those damn crossbows, wondering what kind of weapons Patrick has made, completely underestimating who's truly behind this deadly surprise. Tezron barks urgent orders, "The cavalrymen! Get the cavalrymen in the front lines to come here. Catch those bastards," and a knight quickly replies, "Yes, sir." The Tezron banner, bearing their proud emblem, waves frantically as commanders desperately try to rally their panicking troops. A Tezron cavalry commander nods grimly to his men, steeling himself as he prepares to lead the charge against this new threat. HWH. He spurs his horse hard, launching himself forward to lead the desperate charge. "Go! End them!" he roars, his fist raised high, as Tezron's remaining cavalry thunders furiously towards Logan's mercenaries. Logan, flanked by Kaiselin and young Victor, watches the enemy cavalry approach, his expression dangerously calm and calculating. A predatory, almost cruel grin spreads across Logan's face as he thinks, they're coming here on their own. This plays right into his deadly hands. Suddenly, from the McLean front lines, Ronian, seeing a desperate chance, lets out a powerful sword strike. Ronian grunts with effort, his sword clashing hard against a Tezron knight's. He's young, but his newly awakened force is definitely there. His eyes widen in surprise as he's suddenly caught off guard by his opponent's move. The Tezron knight he was fighting quickly disengages and brings his fist around in a powerful, unexpected blow, aimed right at Ronian's head. The knight smirks, taunting, "Great job dodging that, kid." Ronian barely managed to avoid the full force of that dangerous punch. Another Tezron knight shouts at his comrade Grill that they don't have time for this. The battle's taking a strange turn, but Grill just retorts if they think he's playing, while Ronian, panting, realizes this kid is no joke. Ronian shouts back that he's not playing either, telling them to look behind them, which momentarily confuses the knight, who wonders what on earth he's doing. Ronian pants, sweat dripping down his face, thinking that he gets it now that he's experienced an actual battle and not just sparring. He's no genius, just a kid who recently had his awakening. He tightens his grip hard on his sword, his knuckles white with determination. Regardless of his inexperience, he absolutely can't lose here. His father's powerful words echo clearly in his mind, "You gotta do your brother's part as well." The vivid image of his father and his unwavering faith in Logan, his brother, strengthens Ronian's resolve. He can't crumble down here, not now. Suddenly, his eyes catch a strange movement from the knights he was facing. The Tezron knights are turning their backs, swinging their swords wildly in the air as if fighting unseen enemies, making Ronian wonder what the hell they're doing showing their backs and swinging at nothing. Whatever the case, this is an opportunity. Ronian realizes instantly, a surge of adrenaline hitting him. With a determined cry, Ronian surges forward, his sword raised high, aiming straight for the exposed backs of the distracted Tezron knights. His blade connects true, cutting deep into a knight's unprotected back. Ronian stares in mild surprise as blood splatters, thinking, huh? I slashed him so easily? He looks down and sees several arrows sticking out of the ground all around the fallen knight's feet. Arrows? He stumbles back slightly, the shocking realization dawning on him in an instant. The Tesron knight he just cut down was already riddled with crossbow bolts, his body collapsing not from Ronian's blow, but from those prior, deadly wounds. Ronian slowly turns his head, his eyes wide with shock and a dawning, almost unbelievable comprehension. That's... He breathes, unable to finish his thought. In the distance, leading a charge of mounted crossbowmen, is a figure that looks incredibly, impossibly familiar. Ronian's eyes lock onto the red-haired young man at the head of that deadly cavalry, his breath catching in his throat. Logan. A wide, joyous, and tearful smile breaks out uncontrollably on Ronian's grimy face. His brother is here. He didn't run away. He came. Logan, spotting Ronian in the chaos, charges straight towards him, effortlessly cutting down a Tesron knight who foolishly gets in his way. Viscount Tesron, seeing his cavalry now engaging Logan's mercenaries, roars furiously, "Attack the ones holding the crossbows. This is the Lord's order," and spurs his own horse forward into the fray. Logan glances back briefly at the charging Tesron cavalry, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A confident, almost mocking smirk plays on Logan's lips as he notes their kite shields, remarking it's a remarkable defense formation, he must say. Kaiselin quickly orders his men to aim diagonally towards the ground, while Victor, beside him, aims his crossbow downwards, looking slightly confused by the unusual order. Logan's smirk widens into a vicious, almost demonic grin, his eyes glowing with a dangerous red light as he commands, "Aim for the horses." Kaiselin and Victor's eyes also flash with a similar red glint as they grin maniacally, understanding the brutal but incredibly effective tactic instantly. Fire! Logan roars, and the crossbow bolts fly low, causing Tesron's cavalrymen to scream in panic and pain as their mounts are shot out from under them, throwing their entire charge into complete and utter chaos. Logan watches the ensuing pandemonium with a chillingly calm, satisfied smile, muttering, "Dumb fucks." He turns his attention back to Ronian, who is now safe, thinking that fortunately he thinks he was on time to be able to help his younger brother. His expression hardens instantly. But there's still father left, he thinks, his resolve absolute. "I resolve to save my family in this life. There's no point in winning the battle if I lose my family." He grips his horse's reins tightly, his gaze fixed on where his father was last seen, yelling to Kaiselin to take command. Kaiselin is shocked, shouting back, "What?" "But our plan was to attack from outside their shooting distance. Mr. Logan." Kaiselin stares after Logan, his face etched with deep worry, wondering why, when victory's right in front of them, Logan is trying to get himself killed. He mutters that Logan may be stronger than him, but if he runs into an intermediate rank knight, as Logan gallops away alone, charging headlong towards the elite Tesron knights surrounding his father. Kaiselin throws his hands up in a mix of exasperation and fury. "Damn it. Fuck this shit." He then yells to the mercenaries, "All of you, cover Mr. Logan." Logan, his sword now drawn and blazing with a brilliant golden force, charges towards the high-ranking Tesron knight who is about to deliver a finishing blow to the wounded Patriarch McLean, their swords meeting with a deafening clang. The Patriarch, on his knees and bleeding heavily, looks up in utter disbelief, while the Tesron knight also stares, completely stunned by this sudden, unexpected intervention, cursing furiously. The Tesron knight snarls, unable to believe Logan ran at him even though he knew he'd get stabbed, clearly expecting Logan to be an easy kill. Logan pushes back with incredible, surprising strength, his force flaring intensely, sending the shocked Tesron knight stumbling backward with a crash. Before the knight can even recover from the shock, Logan thrusts his sword forward with deadly precision. The blade pierces the Tesron knight's side, and the knight screams in agony. The Patriarch, still on the ground, watches his son with wide, shocked eyes, thinking that something is very, very strange about this. The other Tesron knights, recovering from their surprise at Logan's sudden appearance, turn to attack him, their blades clashing. The patriarch observes, completely bewildered, wondering why these knights are all pushing themselves so hard, basically throwing themselves at him, when they clearly have the upper hand. Spears and swords clash in a deadly, chaotic dance all around the wounded patriarch. He manages to kick out, sending one knight flying, but he's still taking more hits, his strength fading. Damn it! He roars, fighting with the desperate fury of a cornered lion, but his grievous wounds are clearly taking their toll. Logan, meanwhile, is a blur, a whirlwind of golden energy, his force-enhanced sword deflecting and striking with blinding, incredible speed. He parries a heavy blow, his eyes narrowed in intense concentration, focused entirely on the fight. He spins, his blade a golden blur, cutting down another Tesron knight with a powerful slash as the energy of his divine sword's secret technique flares brightly. The battlefield suddenly erupts in a blinding, overwhelming flash of golden light as Logan unleashes the full, devastating power of his slashing wave. Patriarch McLean, still on the ground, instinctively shields his eyes from the incredibly intense light, utterly bewildered by what he's witnessing. What on earth just happened? He gasps, the sheer, unimaginable power displayed by Logan completely beyond anything he could have ever conceived. Through the slowly fading golden light, he sees a lone figure standing there. Logan stands amidst a shimmering field of golden energy, the broken bodies of the elite Tesron knights strewn around him like fallen leaves. He stands tall and proud, his red hair flowing, his cloak billowing slightly, a figure of immense, almost terrifying power. A small, almost tired smile touches Logan's lips as he looks down at his father. "I barely made it on time," he says simply, his voice calm, while one of the fallen Tesron knights coughs weakly nearby. The patriarch stares up at his son, his voice filled with utter disbelief and a dawning, unimaginable hope. Logan! His son, the one he had tragically misjudged as a coward, has just saved his life and single-handedly annihilated Tesron's elite guard. Logan stands amidst the wreckage, his sword still humming with leftover power, his father beside him, alive but clearly battered. For a moment, the sheer destructive force Logan just unleashed stuns the entire battlefield into a dead silence. The patriarch just stares at his son, his mind desperately trying to catch up with what he just saw, thinking how Logan and the mercenaries were behind the enemy lines, a long way from here. His eyes dart to the fallen elite Tesron knights scattered around them, wondering how on earth Logan got through so many enemies to reach him, the true scale of his son's intervention finally dawning on him as he takes in the wider, body-strewn battlefield. One of Tesron's elite knights lies dead, a crossbow bolt sticking gruesomely out of his neck. The patriarch's thought echoes with utter disbelief. Did Logan actually take them all down? All 5 of Tesron's best, including their high-ranking leader, defeated by his son alone. The patriarch looks at Logan, who just stands there, almost impassive, and he starts to ask when Logan got so strong, but then shakes his head, realizing that's not what's important right now, even if he doesn't understand what's going on. He looks at Logan, a tiny flicker of hope returning to his weary eyes, asking if the fact that Logan's here means they have the upper hand now. Logan turns his head just slightly, a small, confident smile playing on his lips as he simply says, "Of course." The patriarch closes his eyes for a long moment, processing everything, then quietly says, "I see," as he reaches out a trembling hand and places it firmly on Logan's shoulder. "You did great," the patriarch says, his voice thick with a mix of raw emotion and a newfound, overwhelming pride in his son. An image appears, showing a younger-seeming patriarch, perhaps how he feels inside, leaning his head against Logan's shoulder. That fractured bond between father and son is finally, truly mending right here in the crucible of battle. The surviving Tesron knights stare in absolute, dumbfounded shock at Logan, one of them, Trombell's subordinate, thinking how Logan just pushed off 2 intermediate-rank knights at the same time. Logan, with a slight, almost cocky smile and a hint of a flush from the exertion, doesn't quite fit their image of a terrifyingly powerful warrior, the knight continuing his incredulous thought about how a mere 20-year-old country bumpkin did that. The knight clenches his fist tightly on his sword hilt, remembering how he was toiling to death at that age just to become a knight, the unfair comparison stinging his pride deeply. He shakes his head, blood dripping from his lip, thinking that none of that matters now, his body trembling with a potent mix of rage and a burning thirst for vengeance. He stands defiantly, his sword held ready, a murderous, dark aura practically radiating from him as he glares at Logan. "Because I will kill him right here, right now," he vows internally, his eyes completely fixed on Logan, ready to strike. The patriarch, noticing the knight's deadly intent, starts to call out to his men, Rix and Trombel, to get into position, but then stops, a pained look on his face as he remembers Trombel is among the fallen. The patriarch quickly assesses Logan, thinking that attack just now was enough to tell him, right now, Logan may not be a high-ranking knight yet, but he's definitely strong enough to handle most intermediate-ranking knights. He clutches his wounded side, a plan forming in his mind. If Logan takes the intermediate-rank knights, and he takes that high-ranking knight, but then he remembers, the high-ranking knight is already dead. Logan speaks, his voice calm and steady, looking directly at the remaining, furious Tezron knight. "I'll face him." The patriarch immediately objects, saying no, he's too much for Logan, that Logan may have progressed greatly, but that knight is still a high-ranking one, clearly still not fully grasping that the main threat is already gone. Logan suddenly grips his father's arm tightly, his strength surprising. The patriarch gasps in pain, his eyes wide with shock at the sheer power in Logan's grip. Logan states coolly, looking directly at his father, "In this state, even I could win against you, father." He looks his father straight in the eyes, his voice firm, "Trust me and leave him to me." His confidence is absolute, unwavering. Logan's gaze is unyielding, filled with a raw power his father is only now truly beginning to comprehend, a power that demands respect. The patriarch stares at Logan, a slight tremor running through him as he sees not just his son, but a truly formidable warrior standing before him. After a moment of stunned, heavy silence, the patriarch slowly, reluctantly nods. "Fine." He steps back, conceding. "But be careful, son," he adds, his voice now filled with a genuine father's concern for his child, despite everything. The patriarch, leaning heavily on his sword for support, watches as Logan steps forward to face the last remaining elite Tezron knight. Logan gives a slight, almost imperceptible nod, a small sound of acknowledgement to his father. He turns to his father, a fierce, determined glint in his eyes, saying, "Let's be quick and put an end to this, father," then charges towards the Tezron knight. The Tezron knight watches Logan approach, completely bewildered, wondering why Logan is coming at him and not the high-ranking knight, clearly still unaware his leader is already dead. He grits his teeth in pure fury, a low, animalistic growl escaping him as he prepares for Logan's attack. He tightens his grip on his own sword, red force energy flaring visibly around him, ready to meet Logan head-on. "How dare you ignore me, whelp?" he roars, lunging forward to meet Logan's charge, his own sword glowing with an angry red power. Logan meets his furious charge, his expression surprisingly calm and intensely focused, ready for the clash. Bright golden force energy erupts powerfully around Logan's sword as he prepares his devastating attack. He brings his foot down with a powerful stomp, grounding himself, channeling his energy for the strike. Logan leaps high into the air, his sword raised, golden flames swirling around him like a vortex, aiming a devastating overhead strike straight at the Tezron knight. Their swords meet in a blinding shower of sparks, the deafening impact echoing across the stunned battlefield. The Tezron knight grunts loudly, feeling the unexpected, overwhelming power behind Logan's blow, while Logan's eyes remain cold and utterly determined. The Tezron knight is pushed back hard, completely surprised by Logan's incredible strength and undeniable skill. How? The knight thinks, struggling to understand how, even considering his own wounds, he senses no remarkable power or high level from Logan, yet he's still being overpowered. The Tezron knight grits his teeth, a sinister, desperate smile forming on his lips as he decides Logan must be pushing himself way too hard, expending all his energy at once. A distant explosion rocks the battlefield again, likely Logan's mercenaries continuing their relentless assault, and the knight thinks that otherwise, none of this makes any sense at all. Die! The Tesron knight screams, launching a desperate, powerful counterattack with all his remaining strength. Logan meets his furious eyes, his gaze unwavering, his sword perfectly positioned to defend against the incoming blow. Their blades clash again and again in a blinding flurry of strikes and parries, red and gold energy flaring violently around them, lighting up the grim surroundings. The brutal sounds of their desperate, life-or-death battle fill the air, each clang a testament to their struggle. Logan expertly deflects a powerful, crushing blow, his movements surprisingly fluid and incredibly precise for someone so young. The Tesron knight stumbles back, a pained grunt escaping him as he curses, wishing he wasn't wounded, finally realizing Logan is far more skilled than he initially appeared. Logan immediately presses his advantage, his eyes narrowed, watching intently for any opening as their swords meet again with a sharp clang. The Tesron knight coughs up blood, a grim sign that he's faltering, his strength waning fast. Logan channels his force directly into his sword, creating a powerful, concussive blast of pure energy. The Tesron knight is thrown violently back by the unexpected explosion, landing hard on the ground, as Logan stands over him, poised and ready. The knight, battered and bleeding profusely, glares up at Logan, desperately thinking there isn't a single opening. He needs to grab any chance to attack. He sees Logan momentarily adjust his stance, a tiny shift that could be an opening. A cruel, desperate grin spreads across the injured knight's face. He thinks he sees his one and only chance to turn this around. Logan, however, also has a slight, knowing smile on his face, thinking to himself, so that's an option too, clearly anticipating the knight's next move. Logan's eyes are sharp and focused, completely ready for whatever desperate tactic the knight comes up with next. The force in my sword. Logan begins to quietly gather his formidable energy, preparing for his own move. His focus intensifies, the air around him almost crackling with contained power. The Tesron knight sees Logan seemingly lower his guard as he channels energy into his blade, thinking with excitement, it's being absorbed into his sword. This must be the opening he was waiting for. Great, he fell for it. The Tesron knight smirks, mistakenly believing Logan has made a fatal error by concentrating on a powerful attack, leaving himself vulnerable. He springs to his feet with surprising speed, aiming to strike hard while Logan is supposedly wide open and vulnerable. He grips his sword tightly, ready to deliver what he hopes will be a decisive, winning blow. HUP. With a grunt of effort, he lunges forward, putting all his remaining strength into the attack. But Logan moves with impossible, blurring speed. He sidesteps the desperate attack effortlessly, almost casually. Logan then leaps high into the air, flipping clean over the astonished and now off-balance Tesron knight. He lands gracefully behind the knight, his own sword now glowing with an immense, almost blinding power. The Tesron knight realizes his terrible mistake far too late, thinking that Logan lost his center of gravity, but it was Logan who had expertly tricked him. Logan grips his sword firmly with both hands, channeling all his focused force into the blade. The knight turns, realizing with dawning horror that Logan is perfectly balanced and ready to strike, thinking now's the perfect time, but it's his own doom he's staring at. Logan's sword, imbued with a brilliant golden light, descends swiftly towards the trapped knight. The Tesron knight desperately tries to raise his own sword, red energy flaring weakly around him, but it's far, far too late for that. He stares in horror as he realizes Logan was baiting him all along, noticing the hem of Logan's clothes, realizing he'd aimed for a perceived opening that was never really there. Logan had feigned a stumble, expertly drawing the desperate knight in, making the knight wonder how he moved away that fast. No! The knight realizes with sickening certainty, his feint had been seen through from the very start. Logan stands poised, his sword ready, the entire battlefield now lit by the intense golden glow of his concentrated force. The Tesron knight stares, completely defeated, gasping out, "Am I too slow?" Logan's lips curl into a grim, almost pitiless smile as he intones, "Divine sword's secret, golden energy erupting violently around him. His sword blazes with an almost wholly terrifying light, signaling the end for his opponent. The Tesron Knight, finally realizing his inescapable fate, screams in pure terror, "Damn it! I need to get away quickly." Logan's eyes narrow, his voice cold and final. First form. Slashing wave. With a mighty, echoing roar, Logan unleashes the full, devastating power of his signature technique, a massive wave of pure golden energy erupting from his sword. The Tesron Knight can only stare in utter, frozen disbelief as the unstoppable wave of destruction washes over him, whispering, "I am possible." The brilliant golden energy completely engulfs him, tearing the very battlefield apart around him with its raw power. The screen whites out for a moment from the sheer, overwhelming force of Logan's ultimate attack. When the blinding light finally fades, Patriarch McLean and his remaining knights just stare in stunned, absolute silence at the devastation. Ronian also watches from nearby, his face a mixture of profound awe and immense relief for his brother and father. Dust and shimmering golden motes of light slowly settle over the now eerily quiet battlefield. Logan spits casually to the side. Tui. The fight, for him at least, is definitively over. He stands alone on a field now deeply scarred by a massive, smoking trench carved out by his incredible slashing wave. The last of Tesron's elite guard is completely gone. The powerful golden aura around him slowly, finally, begins to dissipate, fading into the grim air. Logan looks back, his expression surprisingly calm, almost serene after that immense display of destructive power. He speaks, his voice carrying clearly across the now much quieter battlefield, addressing the memory of the fallen knight with disdain, a high-ranking knight using cheap tricks? He stands defiantly over the very spot where the knight fell, a clear victor. He raises his sword high above his head, its blade still gleaming brightly in the dim light. "I, Logan McLean, have killed the enemy general," he declares, his voice ringing with undeniable authority and triumph, and though technically it was an elite knight, his words are aimed like a hammer blow to crush the enemy's remaining morale. The remaining Tesron soldiers stare in utter shock and horror, one crying out, "The high-ranking knight is down. This can't be." Panic spreads like wildfire through their ranks. "The Viscount? They got the Viscount too," another soldier cries, mistakenly confusing the elite knight with Tesron himself. Another shouts in confusion, "I don't know. I haven't seen the flag since earlier." Their leadership, their hope, is completely shattered. A Tesron soldier drops his sword with a loud clang. The will to fight has completely broken within him. Another Tesron soldier tries desperately to rally them, asking what they're doing, if they're crazy, but a terrified conscript shouts back that they should at least save their lives by surrendering. He doesn't want to die here. The rallying soldier is left speechless, stammering, How can you?" The fear has become utterly infectious. "We surrender," one soldier finally shouts, dropping his spear to the ground. Others quickly follow his lead. "Me too. I'm surrendering too." The Tesron army completely collapses. Rick, watching all this unfold from the McLean lines, his face streaked with a mixture of tears and blood, screams with pure elation, "Long live young Master Logan." His face is a picture of pure, unadulterated joy and overwhelming relief. "Long live the first young master." Other McLean soldiers immediately join the cheer, their faces lit with a newfound, unbelievable hope. "Long live the young master." They raise their weapons high in celebration. "Long live Logan McLean. Long live the first young master." But Logan, ever practical, cuts through their cheers, shouting, "The battle isn't over yet, idiots." Night finally falls, the moon hanging high and cold in the sky as the weary McLean forces begin to regroup after the brutal battle. Viscount Tesron gallops away from the battlefield as fast as his horse can carry him, his escape desperate and utterly frantic. He looks back over his shoulder, his face a twisted mask of fury and complete disbelief, wondering, where the hell did it all go wrong? I prepared a whole 3 years for this battle, he seethes, his voice choked with rage and frustration. He fumes about how he even asked for help from other nobles and gathered 100 knights, but that damn ginger, Logan, his cavalrymen and their insane weapons ruined absolutely everything, blaming Logan entirely for his humiliating, crushing defeat. An image of Logan, his eyes glowing with a terrifying red determination, flashes vividly in Tesran's mind, and he trembles with a potent mixture of rage and undeniable fear. Tesran pulls hard on his reins, his mind racing, deciding he should get back to his own territory first. That way, I'll make it out alive, he thinks, galloping hard towards his castle gates, desperately seeking safety and escape. He approaches his castle, dismounting clumsily from his exhausted horse, clearly agitated and on edge. "Open the gates! Your lord is back," he yells hoarsely at the gate guard, who stares at him in surprise. "Lord?" The gate guard shields his eyes, peering into the deep darkness behind the disheveled Viscount Tesran. Another guard suddenly points into the night, exclaiming, "Oh, something's coming!" Out of the darkness, a silent line of cavalrymen approaches, and Tesran's eyes widen in absolute terror. "See cavalrymen?" Below them, Logan's eyes glow with a chilling, predatory red light, and Tesran, frozen in fear, feels a powerful, menacing aura wash over him. Viscount Tesran realizes, far too late, there is absolutely no escape. And that's the end of another dramatic chapter. The tables have turned. As Viscount Tesran flees in sheer terror, Logan, mounted and relentless, calls out, his voice dripping with scorn, "Damn Viscount, you were pretty quick to run away." But there's no escape now. Logan isn't alone. His deadly crossbow cavalry, led by Kaiselin, suddenly materializes from the dust and gloom, completely cutting off Tesran's path. The Viscount pulls his horse to a sharp, desperate halt, his face a mask of dawning horror as he realizes he's utterly surrounded, the echoing hoofbeats sounding like a death knell for his ambitions. Logan, his expression cold and unyielding as stone, raises his voice for all to hear, a chilling announcement cutting through the grim aftermath of battle: "Tesran lost." The words hang heavy in the air, a stark, undeniable declaration of the McLean victory. His gaze then shifts to the formidable stone walls of Tesran's castle looming in the distance. It's the enemy's last bastion, and Logan's mind is already calculating his next move. He looks towards the castle and bellows with authority, "Open the gates and receive the true winner." Inside the castle, Tesran's remaining soldiers are in complete shock. Two guards, their faces pale and eyes wide with disbelief, can hardly process the news. "We lost," one stammers, the words catching in his throat, while the other asks if that's why the Viscount came back in such a desperate rush, the terrible pieces clicking together. A commander, trying to maintain some semblance of order amidst the panic, snaps at a visibly shaken soldier, asking if he's cowering after hearing the enemy's words. The soldier, startled, quickly denies it, but his trembling voice betrays his deep fear. Logan, still outside the walls, continues his psychological warfare. He shouts up at the ramparts, his voice carrying easily, "There's only a little over 300 enemies." He's intentionally downplaying his own numbers, sowing even more confusion and fear among the defenders. A closer look at Logan reveals a calm, almost predatory confidence. He knows their defenses inside and out, thinking with a smirk that they can't possibly defeat them through a siege. He's not planning on a long, drawn-out fight. On the castle walls, the guards watch him, completely bewildered. "What on earth is that guy doing?" one mutters, utterly perplexed by Logan's audacity, expecting a siege or a parley, anything but this lone figure acting so incredibly boldly. Suddenly, an intense golden aura flares around Logan's feet. He's channeling his force, raw power crackling around him, the very ground beneath him seeming to shimmer with energy. In the next instant, with a sound like rushing wind, Logan launches himself upwards, a blur of motion. He's not using ropes or ladders. He's literally propelling himself towards the top of the high castle wall with astonishing, inhuman speed. One of the guards on the wall stares, his eyes bulging in disbelief, gasping how Logan just vanished in a second, his mind struggling to comprehend what he just saw, starting to wonder if Logan could actually be Before he can finish his thought, another guard spots Logan, who has somehow appeared right on top of the battlements with them. He's over there, he screams, pointing with a trembling finger. The speed was simply impossible. Logan stands there, towering over the terrified guard, his expression completely unreadable. He doesn't even seem winded from the incredible feat. He looks down at the cowering guard, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable, chilling threat. "Open the gates," Logan commands, his gaze steely and unwavering, leaving no room for argument. "Unless you all want to die." The ultimatum is crystal clear. There's no room for negotiation, only obedience or death. Regressor of the fallen family. Meanwhile, inside the Viscount's private chambers, chaos reigns supreme. Tesron, his face slick with cold sweat, frantically shoves open a heavy door. He rushes past ornate bookshelves and a large, cluttered desk, his eyes darting around wildly. He's not thinking about defense or his men, his mind is solely on escape and self-preservation. He kneels down, scrambling desperately to grab something valuable from the floor, a moment of pure, panicked greed shining through even now. Tesron clutches a small, heavy chest overflowing with gold coins and glittering jewels, muttering to himself that he should at least take some gold coins with him. Even with his world collapsing around him, his avarice is unshakable. But a cold, calm voice suddenly cuts through his desperate thoughts. "I finally got you." The words are spoken in a chilling, predatory tone that promises pain. Tesron freezes instantly, a look of pure, unadulterated terror washing over his face as he slowly, fearfully turns, a shocked sound escaping him. He's met with the sight of Logan, standing calmly amidst scattered chests of treasure, as if he owns the entire place. Tesron shrieks, stumbling backward, gold spilling from his grasp as he stammers, "How did you get in here?" Logan, with a contemptuous look, gestures vaguely towards a nervous maidservant, saying his servants just gave it all away before he even had the chance to put his blade to work, his voice laced with mockery. A cruel smirk plays on Logan's lips, his red eyes glinting dangerously as he adds that it's quite telling of Tesron's reputation as a lord of this fief, twisting the knife of his failure and the betrayal by his own people. Tesron's face contorts with a mixture of fury and disbelief, his carefully curled mustache seeming to quiver with his impotent rage. The betrayal cuts him deeper than any sword. He whirls around, spotting another of his formerly loyal retainers, an older man with a monocle who is now looking away guiltily, unable to meet his eyes. The retainer flinches and scurries away as Tesron glares at him, the silent accusation hanging heavy and suffocating in the air between them. Tesron's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. "How dare they sell me out?" he seethes, clenching his fists tightly, the thought of his own people turning on him utterly unbearable. Logan takes a single, deliberate step forward, his presence overwhelming. Tesron, his anger instantly replaced by a primal fear, stumbles back and falls heavily to the ground, blurting out, "I surrender," his voice cracking pitifully. Desperation floods Tesron's face as he pleads that he'll compensate Logan with whatever reparations and share per the conventions of fiefdom wars, begging him to just spare his life and his family's, grasping at straws, hoping ancient tradition will somehow save him. Logan just looks down at him, an amused, almost pitying expression on his face, scoffing, "Per the conventions, you say?" A dry, "Ha," escaping his lips. His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint within them as he points out how Tesron announced a war out of nowhere and just barged in within a day, and now he dares to talk of conventions. The hypocrisy is blatant, and Logan isn't about to let it slide. Logan stands over the groveling Viscount, the power dynamic absolute and undeniable, Tesron completely at his mercy. Tesron, Logan says, his voice laced with cold contempt, his eyes burning with an icy fire, "Do you have no conscience?" Tesron, seeing a tiny, desperate sliver of hope, scrambles to his knees, crying out that Logan must maintain the honor of the nobles, that prisoners captured in fiefdom wars are guaranteed their lives by the conventions, clinging to any rule that might save him. Logan tilts his head, a thoughtful, almost mocking expression on his face as he considers this. Honor of nobles? Sure. He crosses his arms, saying he'll respect the honor and customs of his house, the house of the McLeans, so he'll guarantee Tesron his life, and give him time and permission to take a certain amount of wealth and leave. Tesron's face floods with immense relief. Thank you, he stammers, a shaky sigh escaping him, actually believing he's been spared. But then Logan continues, his voice dropping to a chilling, deadly tone. If I was my father, I'd say that. The hope on Tesron's face vanishes instantly, replaced by dawning terror. Logan elaborates that his father is a man of honor, so much so that he'd accept a surrender without any conditions whatsoever. The implication is crystal clear. Logan is not his father. Before Tesron can react, Logan moves with lightning speed, drawing a small, ornate dagger. Tesron lets out a terrified shriek as he sees the deadly glint of the blade. Logan's expression is resolute, almost detached, as if performing a necessary chore. There's absolutely no mercy in his cold eyes. Tesron, in a last-ditch, pathetic effort, points to a nearby chest where, nestled among jewels, is an even more exquisitely crafted dagger. Logan picks up the jeweled dagger, examining it with a slight, unimpressed frown, commenting dryly, "What a pretty knife," his voice devoid of any emotion. Take it." Tesron babbles, still on the floor, looking up at Logan with desperate, pleading hope, saying the best craftsman of the kingdom crafted it himself, trying to bribe his way out, offering anything he can. Logan looks at the dagger, then back down at Tesron, his eyes cold and glinting with a dangerous red light. "No thanks," he says flatly, the simple, chilling refusal sealing Tesron's fate. Then, with a sinister, calm smile, Logan adds, "You'd better take it with you," as he presses the jeweled dagger firmly into Tesron's trembling hands. Tesron looks down, confused and utterly terrified. "W." Logan's expression shifts into a chilling, almost serene smile, the dim light catching his red hair, making him look almost demonic in this moment. He leans in close, his grip like iron on Tesron's hands, forcing the Viscount to hold the ornate dagger against his own chest, the pressure building, resistance futile. Tesron's eyes widen in sheer agony and disbelief as the sharp point of the dagger is pressed painfully into him, a strangled, choking sound of pain escaping his lips. "Why, you said you'd spare my life." Tesron gasps, his voice weak and trembling, looking up at Logan with betrayed, pleading eyes. Logan's face remains impassive as he repeats, "I said if I was my father, I'd spare your life." Logan's grip tightens cruelly, forcing Tesron's own hands to drive the blade deeper into his chest, the metallic tang of blood almost palpable in the tense air. "Sorry," Logan says, his voice a cold, emotionless whisper against the horrifying sounds of Tesron's struggle. "But not me." The words are a final, brutal denial of any mercy. Tesron coughs, blood flecking his lips as he rasps about the honor of the nobles, his life rapidly fading. Logan looks down at him, his expression filled with utter contempt. "Honor of nobles?" His voice is filled with a cold, righteous fury. "Do you know how many people died because of your greed?" He's not just killing an enemy, he's delivering a final, harsh judgment. The scene shows Logan holding the dying Tesron, the power entirely in Logan's hands, Tesron utterly helpless to resist his fate. Logan's face is shadowed, his eyes burning with a righteous, terrifying intensity as he commands, his voice like ice, "End that filthy life of yours right here." Tesron chokes out a final, gurgling sound as the last light leaves his eyes, his ragged breaths echoing his demise. Logan stands over Tesron's lifeless body, his expression grim but strangely resolute. He has done what he felt was absolutely necessary. He looks down at the corpse, a strange mixture of relief and perhaps weariness on his face, muttering, "Thank God you died such a simple death," maybe thinking of worse fates Tesron deserved, or the prolonged suffering he could have inflicted. He slowly clenches his hand, the one that forced the dagger, still stained dark with Tesron's blood, flexing his fingers with a subtle sound. His gauntlet fist is shown, blood dripping from it, set against a stark red background, symbolizing the violent end and the heavy burden of blood on his hands. The act is complete. A thought bubble shows Logan's quiet relief. Finally, we're past the crisis. The immediate, pressing threat to his family and their lands has been decisively neutralized. He kneels for a moment beside Tesran's body, the immense weight of his actions perhaps settling in, but there's no visible regret, only a grim, hard-won satisfaction. Logan stands up, dusting himself off almost casually. I gotta wrap things up, he says to himself. There are still things to do, a narrative to control for the future. He cups his hands around his mouth, preparing to shout, his voice needing to carry far. A close-up on his hands and determined face shows he's about to make a very important, public announcement. Logan's voice booms out, echoing loudly through the castle and beyond, for all the remaining soldiers and any onlookers to hear. Viscount Hama Tesran ended his own life. He's deliberately rewriting history, ensuring Tesran's and looks like a suicide born of despair, not a cold-blooded execution. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of Tesran's castle tower, now under a brighter, calmer sky. The immediate danger has clearly passed. A little later, Logan is standing inside the castle, looking pensive and thoughtful. Kaiselin rushes in, a sense of urgency about him, calling out, "Mr. Logan." Logan turns, his expression calm, saying that should be enough, likely referring to securing the castle. "What is it?" Logan asks, sensing from Kaiselin's demeanor that he has something important to report. Kaiselin, his one good eye serious and troubled, leans in closer, saying, "I think you should take a look at the castle's underground prison." His tone suggests he found something deeply disturbing down there. Underground prison? Logan repeats, his curiosity immediately piqued by Kaiselin's grave tone. Kaiselin nods gravely, his expression grim. "Well," he begins, clearly about to explain his unsettling discovery. A time-skip narration box appears, a few days later. The immediate, chaotic aftermath has settled down. Logan stands on the battlements of Tesran Castle, now presumably McLean territory. His father, Patriarch Patrick McLean, approaches him. The patriarch looks weary but mostly recovered from his injuries, the setting sun casting long shadows as he says he came straight to Tesran Castle as soon as he recovered. But what was Logan saying? The patriarch's face is etched with disbelief and a deep suspicion, his one visible eye narrowed. "Haman killed himself?" he asks, his incredulity clear. He clearly doubts the official story he's been told. Logan turns to his father, his expression carefully neutral, almost bland. "Indeed," he replies smoothly with a slight, almost imperceptible nod. He must have been in great despair. He maintains the well-crafted facade. But his father isn't so easily fooled by the act. He leans in closer, his gaze intense and searching, and asks bluntly, his voice low and serious, "Did you kill him?" A slight pause from Logan hints at the truth. A tense close-up shows the patriarch staring Logan down, searching for the truth in his son's eyes. Logan meets his gaze, a silent, heavy moment passing between them, unspoken words hanging in the air. Logan then looks away slightly, a sigh almost escaping him before he answers with quiet, firm conviction, "Correct. I deliberately killed him." No more lies to his father on this. Logan elaborates, his voice firm and unwavering, "We must bring the Tesran fief back into our hands. I don't want to leave their bloodline alive to create a wave for future trouble." His reasoning is cold, ruthlessly pragmatic, and entirely focused on long-term security for their family. The patriarch listens intently, his expression unreadable for a long moment, the warm light of the setting sun illuminating his weathered, tired face. Then a weary sigh escapes Patrick McLean. Fine. I mean, you're an adult now." He seems to accept Logan's ruthless, calculated decision. "You must have had your reasons." It's a significant, surprising shift from his usual strict adherence to honor and tradition. Logan looks at his father, a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes. Father changed, he thinks. This quiet acceptance, this newfound pragmatism, is definitely new for the patriarch. The patriarch reaches out and places a heavy hand on Logan's shoulder, a rare, significant gesture of parental affection and profound acknowledgement from him. "Logan," he begins, his voice filled with a complex mix of difficult emotions. No matter what anyone says, you played the greatest part in this battle. The praise is unequivocal, direct, a father finally acknowledging his son's crucial, undeniable role in their very survival. The patriarch looks genuinely grateful, his usually gruff exterior softened by the moment. "Thank you," he says, the words heavy with deep emotion, spoken almost in a soft murmur. Logan allows himself a small, almost imperceptible smile. His father's hard-won recognition clearly means a great deal to him, perhaps more than he lets on. The patriarch, slightly embarrassed by his own uncharacteristic display of emotion, clears his throat loudly. "Ahem," he mutters, trying to quickly regain his usual stoic composure. He steps back, adopting a more formal, serious tone. "Anyhow, so dash," he says, then his voice firms with a weighty decision. "I'll have you stand as the official heir to the House of McLean." The momentous declaration hangs heavy in the air, Logan looking up at his father, the setting sun casting them both in a warm, golden glow. Logan is visibly, profoundly stunned by this. "Father," he says, his voice barely a whisper. This is a future he never, ever anticipated, not after his past actions and reputation. The patriarch looks at him expectantly, a clear hint of pride shining in his eyes. He truly believes he's making the right, best decision for the family's future. Logan takes a long moment, his expression shifting from shock to a quiet, calm resolve. He nods slightly, as if acknowledging the gravity of the offer. Then, with a polite but undeniably firm smile, he delivers his completely unexpected answer. "I'm sorry," he says, his eyes meeting his father's directly. "But I'll have to refuse." And with that bombshell, Logan charts a new, uncertain course, leaving everyone wondering what his true plans really are. The battlefield's immediate chaos has passed, but a different kind of tension now crackles between father and son. Patriarch McLean stares at Logan, his face a mask of utter disbelief, exclaiming, "You're rejecting the offer to be my successor?" His voice rough with shock. They stand on the battlements, the setting sun casting long, dramatic shadows. The patriarch continues, trying to understand Logan's reasoning, asking if he's worried about his reputation, assuring him his feats in this battle are more than enough to turn it around. Logan, his back partially to his father, replies calmly, "That's not the reason." "Then what?" the patriarch presses, his confusion clearly growing, unable to fathom Logan's refusal. Logan turns, his expression earnest and sincere, placing a hand over his heart as he states with conviction, looking directly at his father, "It's because for McLean, a family of knights, Ronian would be more fit for the position." The patriarch considers this, acknowledging that Ronian became a force user at the mere age of 14, a full 5 years faster than he himself did, recognizing his younger son's truly prodigious talent. Logan nods, a flashback image showing a young Ronian diligently training, adding that there's no telling what kind of heights Ronian can achieve when he comes of age, his eyes reflecting a deep, almost knowing confidence in his brother's incredible future. The patriarch is silent for a moment, looking out at the distant horizon, processing Logan's words and the genuine, unexpected respect he's showing for his younger brother, Ronian. He turns back to Logan, arguing that even if what Logan says is true, martial ability alone doesn't make someone the lord of a family, pointing out that leadership requires far more than just fighting prowess. A subtle, knowing smile touches Logan's lips as he thinks to himself, maybe according to the common knowledge of today. His internal monologue continues, revealing his future knowledge. "But if Ronian receives the title of the youngest force user of the continent like in my previous life," he pictures Ronian, bathed in an almost ethereal, powerful purple light, a clear symbol of his immense, almost limitless potential. "There won't be any problem whatsoever," Logan concludes silently. Ronian's future fame and recognition would easily silence any lingering doubters about his suitability for leadership. Logan then voices another, more personal reason for his refusal, stating that more importantly, there's no benefit in him becoming the successor, and he doesn't want to waste his precious time training to be the next Baron, his true ambitions lying elsewhere, on a much grander, more urgent scale. He continues, adding that as the older brother, he'd like to give his younger brother a chance, a sentiment his father can at least understand in the traditional sense of family hierarchy. The two stand facing each other, a silent, unspoken understanding finally beginning to form between them after years of distance. So, Logan requests respectfully, I hope you'll wait until Ranian comes of age to choose your successor. A slow, warm smile spreads across the patriarch's weathered face, a genuine warmth lighting his eyes, the sun seeming to shine even brighter behind him in this moment of connection. He chuckles, a low, pleased rumble, admitting he didn't think Logan would be so mindful of Ranian, clearly touched by his older son's apparent selflessness and brotherly concern. Logan grins in response. The patriarch then declares he'll accept Logan's wish and push the selection of the heir to 5 years from now, when Ranian becomes an adult. Logan simply says, thank you. A major hurdle in his plans, and within his family dynamic, has been successfully navigated. But of course, I'll give you another reward, the patriarch adds, gesturing expansively, saying they'll get back to McLean and calculate the exploits from this war, which will probably come out to a few hundred thousands of gold, a fortune for the struggling McLean barony. Logan interjects smoothly, about the reward. He smiles, placing a hand to his chest again, but this time there's a distinct, calculating glint in his eye as he asks, is it okay if I take what I want? His tone suggesting he has something very specific and perhaps unconventional already in mind. The scene shifts as the McLean forces return home, triumphant and weary. A knight bellows, open the gates. The knights of McLean have returned. The air fills with joyous shouts and the sound of hurried footsteps as common folk rush out to greet their heroes. Two young townsfolk look on in utter amazement, one asking if they really returned within just a week of the war, while the other replies, his voice full of awe, that he heard the war itself ended in only 1 day. Another man joins in, asking if that's true, how incredible, but questioning how it happened, since their McLean knights were always strong. Someone else chimes in, wondering if they haven't heard the rumor yet, that it's all thanks to the first young master, Logan, as all eyes turn to Logan, who rides with a composed expression, while the townsman mutters about that ruffian young master, still associating Logan with his troubled past. One man, leaning forward conspiratorially, shares the exciting details he's heard. According to the soldiers who came back first, young Master Logan's mercenaries turned the entire battle around, jumping out from behind the enemies as if they knew it would happen, annihilating them with some mysterious weapon, and Logan even took down a high-ranking knight all by himself. The tales of Logan's prowess are already becoming legendary. A young woman listens, her eyes wide with wonder, whispering if the first young master was really such a great person, while her companion adds they thought he was always just messing around. The public perception of Logan is dramatically, unbelievably shifting. The conversation continues, another speculating if that means he bought all that monster meat in the past for some hidden reason, that he must have had a bigger picture in mind all along. What if he was just acting all that time? Someone wonders aloud, the idea hanging in the air. Oh, I just got goosebumps. Another admits, the thought of Logan's long-term, secret planning sending a shiver down their spine. As expected. One begins. Prodigies are simply on another level, they conclude, their faces alight with admiration and unrestrained excitement. Logan has become a local hero literally overnight. Logan, riding his horse, can easily overhear the fervent, almost worshipful praise from the crowd, and a bead of sweat rolls down his temple. He grimaces slightly, thinking to himself, it's too embarrassing to hear. Despite his ruthless actions on the battlefield, he's clearly not used to this level of public adulation and praise. Ranian, riding beside him with a wide, incredibly proud grin, calls out, Logan, how does it feel? Everyone's praising you. Logan mutters back, a faint blush creeping up his cheeks. Praise? All that's doing is making me red in the face. Ronnie, you too, don't overdo it. Ranian just laughs, beaming with pride for his older brother. What can I do? It's all true. They're so glad to see you. Smile at them, he urges his brother, wanting him to connect with the cheering crowd. Smile. Logan repeats, the concept feeling completely alien to him in this context, looking genuinely perplexed by the suggestion. The townsfolk are indeed looking at him with sparkling, adoring eyes, their faces full of newfound hope and immense gratitude for their savior. Logan, feeling the mounting pressure of their expectant gazes, lets out an awkward ahem. He's clearly uncomfortable with being the center of such overwhelmingly positive attention. He turns to face the crowd, trying to muster some kind of appropriate, appreciative response to their cheers. And then he does it. He attempts a smile, but it comes out as a wide, almost manic, unsettling grin, accompanied by a stiff thumbs up. It's deeply unsettling, the sudden, jarring expression catching everyone off guard. He maintains the strained, awkward grin and thumbs up as he rides past the now stunned crowd. The townsfolk who witness this bizarre display are instantly terrified, their faces paling, eyes wide with shock and sudden fear. His smile has had the exact opposite of the intended effect. One person stammers nervously, "Murder warning?" Ronian, seeing the crowd's horrified reaction, face palms, groaning, "Geez, Logan." Logan, completely oblivious, gives another thumbs up, wondering if he did something wrong, while Ronian thinks, "I'm screwed." Logan finally seems to register his brother's despair and the crowd's palpable fear, slapping his own forehead in frustration, muttering, "What did I do wrong?" Still not quite getting it. The patriarch, riding nearby, looks over with a stern, thoroughly unimpressed glare. Clearly, social graces and charming the public are not Logan's strong suits. The patriarch then raises his voice, addressing the assembled crowd with authority. "For the champion of this war, begin the grand welcome." His booming voice cuts through the awkwardness, and the crowd erupts into relieved cheers of "Long live McLean." And then, the cheers shift, "Long live young Master Logan." His heroic deeds, despite his terrifying attempt at a smile, have ultimately won them over. The scene shifts to the Grand McLean Castle, now a symbol of their renewed strength, resilience, and burgeoning hope for the future. Later, Logan, now dressed in simpler, casual attire, walks thoughtfully through a quiet castle courtyard. He smirks to himself, thinking, a welcome ceremony lasting till the morning? They've got pretty good stamina for people who just got back from war. Suddenly, a sharp, accusatory voice cuts into his thoughts. "What the hell are you scheming?" It's his stepmother, Marion Kairos, her tone dripping with suspicion. Logan turns to see Marion approaching, Ronian at her side looking visibly distressed by her confrontational tone. "Mother!" Ronian exclaims, trying to placate her. Marion glares daggers at Logan, her face a mask of deep suspicion and barely concealed anger. "I heard everything. You rejected becoming the successor." She continues her tirade, demanding to know what he's plotting, insisting that while others may be fooled by his recent heroics, she certainly won't be. Her distrust of Logan runs bone deep. Ronian tries to intervene, pleading with his mother, then turns to Logan apologetically, explaining that the matter with her family, House Kairos, betraying them really hurt her deeply. Logan smiles gently and reassuringly at Ronian. "Ronnie, it's all good." He then faces his stepmother, Marion, his expression calm, serious, and unreadable. He thinks to himself that despite her long-lasting resentment, right now, she's lost all real power because her own family, Kairos, betrayed her, and she can no longer be a genuine threat to him or his plans. So as long as I do it right now, he considers, seeing a potential opportunity. She might accept my apology sincerely. This is his chance to try and mend another broken, important family bond. Logan takes a breath, steadying himself. "Mother," he begins, his voice even and respectful. "I know well that my actions these past few months weren't all that trustworthy. I, too, am ever regretful of my past actions that were driven by jealousy and inferiority." Marion looks momentarily stunned by his direct admission, then quickly tries to use it against him, turning to Ronian, exclaiming, "See, Ronian. He admitted it himself. It's all his dash." Ronian cuts her off, aghast by her reaction. "Mother! For God's sake, please stop." Marion raises a hand, silencing him abruptly, her eyes still fixed intently on Logan. Logan continues, looking past Marian directly to Ronian. Ronian tries to warn him that his mother isn't normal right now, but Logan holds up a hand, saying, "Just listen, Ronnie and McLean. Because the one who actually deserves an apology from me is you." Ronian looks at him, a bead of sweat on his temple, completely confused by Logan's words. "What?" Logan explains calmly, "I've been apologizing to you ever since I came back, but I never said exactly what for." He looks up, a heavy sigh escaping him, the immense weight of his past sins clearly visible on his face in this moment of vulnerability. "It seems the regrets and cowardly nature I built up over the years weren't so easy for me to overcome," he admits, his voice tinged with a deep, genuine self-reproach. Ronian is still trying to understand, asking, "Logan? What on earth do you mean?" Logan looks directly at his younger brother, his gaze intense and unwavering. "But you know it too, don't you, Ronnie? That for the past years, I detested you." The blunt honesty hangs heavy in the air. Ronian flinches as if physically struck, the painful memory of Logan's past coldness and cruelty washing over him like an icy wave. He trembles slightly, the unspoken, deep pain of those difficult years evident on his young face. Logan continues his difficult confession, now also addressing Marian, who listens with a shocked, unreadable expression. "I tried to avoid my own incompetence by hating you. And right now, I genuinely regret those pathetic years of mine, Ronian." His sincerity is undeniable, raw, and powerful. He stands before them, vulnerable and completely honest, laying his past mistakes bare. "Let me at least officially apologize to you for it right now," Logan says, his gaze fixed solely on his younger brother, Ronian. Then, Logan bows deeply to Ronian, a profound, heartfelt gesture of apology and remorse. "I truly am sorry." The words are simple, but they carry the immense weight of years of regret and pain. Ronian stands there, stunned into silence by Logan's actions, his expression completely unreadable for a long moment. Logan straightens, looking down, perhaps thinking to himself, "Your wrongdoings can't just be covered up by your good deeds." He clenches his fist slightly. "I'm still as naive as ever, aren't I?" he thinks, perhaps expecting rejection or a far more complicated, angry reaction from his brother. But Ronian's voice, soft but surprisingly clear, breaks the heavy silence. "It's okay, Logan." A single, glistening tear escapes Ronian's eye and traces a path down his cheek. Logan looks up, visibly surprised by Ronian's immediate, gentle response. Ronian offers a small, gentle, understanding smile to his older brother. "I believed that as long as I was nice to you," Ronian says, his hand placed over his heart, "even when you were cold to me, someday the brother I knew would return." His unwavering, innocent faith in Logan is deeply, incredibly moving. A gentle, happy smile spreads across Ronian's face, tears still welling in his eyes, a smile of pure relief and love. Logan is taken aback, murmuring, "Run," deeply touched by his brother's profound, unconditional forgiveness. He thinks, "Did I hesitate to do something this easy for this long?" The simplicity of Ronian's love is a stark, humbling contrast to his own complicated, guilt-ridden past. Logan then turns to his stepmother, Marian, his expression softening slightly. "Mother," he begins, his tone respectful, "I genuinely care for Ronian." His words are heartfelt and direct. A flashback image shows an older Logan from his first, tragic life, patiently guiding a much younger Ronian in sword practice, a poignant hint of the brotherly bond that was once lost between them. Another flashback, Logan gently ruffling a smiling young Ronian's hair with affection. "I also genuinely hope Ronian becomes the successor," he says, his voice utterly sincere. He looks at Marian earnestly, appealing to her. "I know well that asking you to trust me immediately is a hard favor to ask. So please just keep watching all that I do going forward." He's not asking for instant forgiveness, but for a chance to prove his change through his future actions. Marian turns away, her back to him, her expression hidden from view. The camera focuses on her retreating figure, leaving her reaction ambiguous. A close-up on her face reveals a single, silent tear tracing a path down her cheek. Logan's words, his raw sincerity, have clearly affected her deeply, perhaps cracking her icy exterior. Logan watches her go, a small, knowing smile on his face as he thinks, for now, this shall suffice. He's successfully planted the seeds of reconciliation. The full moon hangs brightly in the dark night sky, a silent witness. He looks up at the moon, a sense of quiet, hard-won accomplishment settling over him after a long and difficult day. The scene transitions to a bright, sun-dappled forest, a peaceful contrast to the recent turmoil. Logan, still in his casual clothes, walks alongside Hamar, the dwarf craftsman. They are clearly heading somewhere specific, a new purpose in Logan's steps. Hamar, looking a bit put out and grumbling, asks, "Master, where on earth are we going right after returning from war?" Logan just smirks, replying, "You've had enough rest. It's about time to get back to work." Hamar grumbles again, admitting he's just anxious about how Logan is going to squeeze everything he's got out of him this time, clearly anticipating another demanding, exhausting project. Logan, still smirking knowingly, reassures him, "Don't worry about it. You're definitely going to like this task." Hamar just scoffs, as if he knows what I like. They continue walking deeper through the dense, quiet woods, the destination still unknown to Hamar. Logan stops suddenly, shielding his eyes with his hand as he looks towards something in the distance, saying, "As of this moment." The view shifts to a rugged, undeveloped mountainside, the terrain hinting strongly at hidden mineral wealth beneath the surface. Logan gestures broadly towards the promising, untouched area before them. "We're going to develop this mine," Logan declares, his eyes shining with a familiar, unyielding ambition. His next grand, strategic plan is about to unfold. The conversation between Logan and his father continues, the patriarch clearly baffled by Logan's very unusual request for a reward. "As a reward, you want the chance to develop the hill?" he asks, his voice laced with genuine surprise. The patriarch stands tall and imposing, the sunlight catching his fiery red hair and beard, his expression thoughtful as he tries to make sense of his son's strange, unexpected desire. Still on the battlements of the conquered Tesron castle, the patriarch clarifies, "Do you mean that barren hill near Tesron's borders?" Logan, looking out towards the lands they've just won, confirms with a nod, "Yes, that one." His father gestures dismissively towards the unseen hill, stating that while they may call it a hill, it's basically just a worthless wasteland with nothing on it. Looking at Logan, completely perplexed, why on earth does it have to be that place? A knowing, almost sly smile plays on Logan's lips, a subtle hint of his hidden knowledge and secret plans. "Who knows?" Logan replies cryptically, his eyes glinting with a hidden purpose. "There may be gold buried in that wasteland." He's dropping a tantalizing hint, but not revealing the full extent of what he truly knows. Logan's internal monologue kicks in, showing the sun-drenched, seemingly barren hill, revealing that this was the very reason House Tesron forcefully started the Fief War in the first place. The scene shifts to a flashback from Logan's previous, tragic life. A wagon, heavily laden with what is clearly valuable cargo, rumbles along a dirt road, McLean banners fluttering proudly. It all came to light about a year after the Fief War ended. Tesron had secretly begun exporting gold from a hill in the McLean territory they had wrongfully taken over. The text overlay emphasizes the immense, game-changing wealth. The gold from that single mine alone made Tesron far more influential and powerful than the average Count family. This was the secret prize Tesron had sought, the true reason for the war. The flashback continues, showing a victorious, older Ranian standing grimly over the defeated Tesron family, a scene of bloody, hard-won revenge, until Ronnie and McLean massacred their entire family in retribution. This gold mine was a source of immense power and, ultimately, a catalyst for even more bloodshed in the original timeline. Back in the present, Logan and his loyal commander Kaiselin are walking through the dark, oppressive dungeons of Tesron Castle, their footsteps echoing ominously in the cold, damp corridor. Kaiselin explains that this is the underground prison of Tesron Fortress, but there are a few peculiar people down here, so he thinks Logan should have a look. They approach a cell where several older men are imprisoned, looking weary and defeated. One of the prisoners, an elderly man with a prominent white mustache and glasses, grips the cold iron bars, his voice trembling with righteous indignation as he shouts, "We didn't do anything wrong." He continues his desperate plea, explaining that they just brought gold from the mine as they were hired to do, but that cruel Viscount Tesron locked them up in here to silence them. The other prisoners look on with despair and hopelessness. These are the highly skilled mine specialists Tesron had exploited and then callously silenced. Logan covers his mouth, a sound of disbelief escaping him as he mutters, "Heyman Tesron," thoroughly disgusted by the Viscount's cruelty and astonishing short-sightedness. "I can't believe he locked up 5 of that precious mine specialists," he thinks, barely containing his shock and outrage. The elderly prisoner, seeing Logan's strong reaction, asks hopefully, "Are you getting angry on our behalf?" A dark, predatory glint appears in Logan's eyes, and he licks his lips almost unconsciously. This is an unexpected profit, he thinks, instantly realizing the immense value of these skilled, experienced men, a greedy satisfaction clear on his face. The elderly prisoner looks at Logan's intense, almost frightening expression with growing unease. His deal? He wonders, a nervous shiver running down his spine. The scene dramatically shifts. A lone ship, bearing the McLean crest, battles its way through a raging storm on a dark, treacherous sea. Logan's voice narrates his heavy thoughts. "We won in the fief war against Tesron, but that's equivalent to barely making it past a small wave. The ship is tossed violently by colossal waves under a dark, rain-lashed sky. If invasion by the empire that led to the collapse of the nation is the final hurdle, giant, monstrous tentacles rise menacingly from the stormy depths, dwarfing the tiny, struggling ship. The event that'll happen after 1 year. A massive, shadowy figure, a kraken-like sea monster, looms ominously over the tiny vessel, the sound suggesting the crushing power of this impending, unavoidable disaster. This horrifying monster represents a catastrophic, future event. Below it, an image of the old, white-bearded King Samuel von Grandia appears, his crown prominent. Will be the start of the downfall of the nation. The text flashes ominously across the screen. The death of the present king, Samuel von Grandia. More text explains the dire, cascading consequences. The king's sudden death led to a bitter clash over the crown among 3 rival princes, leading to a brutal 3-year-long civil war that drastically reduced the kingdom's military forces and tore the nation apart. Images of the 3 rival princes appear, their faces grim and determined. Before the kingdom's forces could even begin to recover, the empire's devastating invasion began. This is the catastrophic future Logan is desperately, relentlessly trying to prevent. The scene returns to a sunnier, calmer sky, but Logan's thoughts are still heavy with the weight of his knowledge. Actually, it was the first cause that led to the downfall of the kingdom. Logan stands in his simpler attire, arms crossed, deep in strategic thought. Since McLean isn't a part of a specific faction, maintaining a neutral stance like this could leave us as mere spectators, vulnerable and alone. His eyes narrow with fierce determination. But this is an opportunity too. I can't just blow it. He sees a path, a chance. An image of Logan in imposing, ornate armor appears, a powerful vision of his soaring ambition. I'm going to use that unrest to regain the county's past territories and become the Lord of the Southwest once again. His goals are vast, aiming to restore his family to its former glory and then far beyond it. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, considering his next moves. And if possible, end the civil war and going forward. Master, Hamar's gruff voice suddenly interrupts his strategic musings, pulling him back to the present. Hamar stands before him, looking impatient and slightly annoyed. What are you daydreaming about after calling me here? You didn't even answer when I called out to you. Behind Hamar stand the 5 rescued mine specialists, looking somewhat bewildered and uncertain about their future. Hamar lets out an exasperated sigh. Logan snaps back to the present. Oh, I didn't even realize it. He shakes his head, chiding himself. I gotta get my act together. I barely got through a crisis just now. He then thinks, his gaze distant, with the future in mind, I gotta build up forces as quickly as possible. But right now, that's just going to sound like I'm crazy. He touches his neck, a determined look hardening his face. So no matter what, I gotta do it with my own money. He needs resources and fast. He looks up at the sky, a confident, almost unshakable aura surrounding him as he makes a decision. This hill will become my cash cow to fund my endeavors, he resolves, his mind set on this crucial first step. He turns back to Hamar and the specialists, gesturing towards the mountain with a sweep of his arm. There's gold in the middle of this hill, and I want to dig it up to develop a mine. Logan stands with his arms crossed, a confident, expectant smile on his face. What's the estimated cost? He asks Hamar directly. Hamar stands before the 5 specialists, all of whom look rather glum and unenthusiastic at the daunting prospect of more hard, back-breaking labor. Hamar lets out a deep, weary sigh, clearly unenthusiastic about this new, massive undertaking. Another ridiculous request. He groans, bracing himself. One of the specialists speaks up, explaining that Tesron was paying them a lot, so he agreed instantly, but a gold mine? He sounds hesitant and clearly overwhelmed by the scale of it. Logan looks at him, his expression unreadable but firm. Are you sure the gold's there? The specialist asks, seeking some kind of reassurance. Logan replies with absolute, unwavering certainty, I'm sure. The specialist presses further, needing to understand, may I ask how you know? It's a reasonable question. Logan points directly to his own eyes, his voice ringing with an almost fanatical conviction. I saw it. The specialist recoils, completely baffled and somewhat alarmed by Logan's intense, almost manic declaration. Saw it? How? Purple lightning seems to crackle around him in his shock and disbelief. Logan addresses the group of 6, Hamar and the 5 specialists, stating that just so they know, this is a secret operation, so only the 6 of them will do the drilling. The specialists look at each other in horror, one thinking, is he trying to kill us? The lead specialist explodes in outrage. How can just the 6 of us do the drilling? You're being excessive. His face is red with indignation and disbelief. He gestures wildly, almost pleading with Hamar for support, asking if even with a dwarf, this is just. He trails off, looking for some ally in this madness. He turns back to Logan, practically begging, sweat dripping down his face as he pleads, for God's sake, say it's too much. Hamar just stares stonily ahead, his dwarven stubbornness and pride kicking in, refusing to be outdone or appear weak. A dark, determined aura seems to emanate from Hamar as he begins, his voice a low growl. Well, or you could just be prepared to die. He's not about to back down from Logan's challenge, or let these humans show him up in front of his new master. The specialist looks utterly defeated, a dark, wavy background emphasizing his despair as he mutters about sleeping a little less and giving up on living like a normal human, then cries out internally, I'm screwed. Logan smirks, thinking as expected of Hamar. He's got the mindset of a slave. No, that's the mindset of a worker. He's pleased with Hamar's dedication, however coerced or pride-driven it might be. Now you're ready to work, right? Logan says to Hamar. I'd like to hear your estimate now. He gestures towards the mountain peak. Hamar considers for a moment, The lead specialist explains that they need to drill to get an estimate of the gold deposits, but just the initial investment will have to be a staggering 500,000 gold. That's an immense sum. He continues, adding that safe development of the mine will take quite a long time. Hamar chimes in that just the preparation will take 6 months, and the full force mining will take another 6 months, a whole year before any significant returns can be expected. Logan processes this information, his brow furrowed in thought. As I thought, it's going to take a lot of money and time. But this mine made Viscount Tesron richer than other Count families. I need to develop this mine at all costs. He sighs, rubbing the back of his neck in frustration. If only I could sell the monster meat right now. He recalls that monster meat's effects will become well known around 6 months from now, but he needs capital much sooner than that. He stands alone, pondering his options. I could invest money in the mine if I could just sell that monster meat. Suddenly, an idea strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He touches his chin thoughtfully. HM? Do I need to wait? If I address its toxic nature, I can use it as medicine right away. He recalls his past life as a mercenary, remembering, I used neutralizing agents countless times when I was a mercenary, so I can make it too. If I make it myself and sell it? A clever, profitable plan is rapidly forming in his strategic mind. A confident, almost predatory smile spreads across Logan's face as he clenches his fist with determination. He has found a solution to his funding problem. A week later, at McLean's southern villa, a new operation is underway. The villa is a modest, sturdy building, now serving a new purpose. Logan announces with satisfaction, it's done. Rick, Logan's long-suffering servant, stands in a storeroom filled with barrels, looking utterly exhausted and slightly green around the gills. He holds his nose tightly, saying, Phew! Here's your shady medicine made by grinding nightgrass, plot herbs, and leaky grass. Logan corrects him, clearly annoyed. I told you to not call it shady. It's a neutralizing agent. Rick just mutters under his breath, Where's the monster meat? Logan asks, ready for the next step. Rick gestures vaguely towards another part of the villa. It's in the villa's warehouse like you asked. Great, let's go to the warehouse. We're going to put this in the monster meat, Logan says cheerfully. Rick stares at him in absolute horror. What? Do I have to come with you? His shock palpable. Of course. Logan replies, grabbing Rick firmly. Rick wails, covering his ears. I can't hear you, I can't hear you. No, I don't want to go. Rick continues to protest loudly. You've never been there, so you don't know. Don't want to dash, Logan, looking increasingly irritated, thinks, this brat. Why is he fussing so much all of a sudden? I can't even hit him. As they approach the warehouse, Logan suddenly gags, instinctively covering his mouth. Weck! The smell hits him. A thick, putrid black smoke seems to emanate from the warehouse, an unholy stench. What is this smell? Logan exclaims, recoiling from the overpowering odor. He clutches his mouth, his face turning a pale blue. I knew it smelled, but this is making me want to throw up. In the background, poor Rick is already on his hands and knees, vomiting rainbows. Rick is already at it, Logan observes grimly. Logan takes a deep, steadying breath, golden force energy flaring around him as he prepares himself. HUP. He exhales slowly, seemingly composed and unaffected by the horrific smell now. Phew. Great, now let's get started, Logan says, walking purposefully towards the warehouse. Rick, still looking incredibly sick, stares at him in disbelief. Wait, why are you okay and I'm not? Logan explains nonchalantly, as if it's the most normal thing in the world. I paralyzed my sense of smell using force. Rick shouts in outrage, feeling utterly betrayed. You're so selfish. Logan retorts coolly, if it bothers you so much, awaken your force. Easy for him to say. Logan holds out a palmful of white powder, the neutralizing agent he prepared. Here, sprinkle this neutralizer on the meat. Inside the warehouse, Rick, now wearing a makeshift, inadequate mask, reluctantly sprinkles the powder onto a massive pile of grotesque, reeking Kalok monster meat. Logan instructs him to sprinkle enough to make the outer layer look white, warning that the black part is the poison that's left, so he must be careful. Rick just groans. The smell? Then mince it finely. Logan continues, demonstrating with 2 large cleavers on a chunk of the treated, now slightly less horrifying meat. He then takes a small portion of the freshly minced meat and expertly rolls it into a small, dark ball in his hands. What do you think? Looks like medicine, right? Logan asks, holding out the small, unassuming dark pellet for Rick to inspect. Rick, still masked and clearly skeptical, looks at it and hesitantly replies, Yeah, but we're going to sell this as medicine, Logan declares confidently. You're going to be doing this, so remember it. Rick is absolutely horrified by this prospect. What? I won't do this at any cost. Logan adds casually as if it's an afterthought, 100 gold for each. Rick immediately stops protesting. clearing his throat loudly. Ahem. Well, in that case, the lure of such immense profit is a powerful, undeniable motivator. Logan looks annoyed, a chibi version of him thinking with a teach, I thought I could get it done for free. For now, I gotta test out how effective it is, Logan says, holding one of the newly created pellets. Rick, still wary despite the potential profits, asks, what's it for? Logan grins mischievously. A medicine that's good for men. Rick, his eyes wide above his mask, asks with a hint of confusion, what do you mean by that? Logan sighs, exasperated by Rick's naivety. Ah geez, you're so frustrating. I'll explain this only once, so listen carefully. An image appears of a cute, fluffy gray rabbit diligently pounding something in a mortar, while a smaller white rabbit watches intently, a common East Asian folklore image associated with the moon and making elixirs, often of longevity or vitality. The gray rabbit then collapses suddenly, completely exhausted from its labors. The smaller white rabbit then takes one of Logan's newly created dark pellets and carefully feeds it to the collapsed, exhausted gray rabbit. The gray rabbit starts to twitch almost immediately, its muscles suddenly bulging and growing rapidly, and transforms in an instant into a massively buff super rabbit, roaring with newfound power and vitality. It's a comical but incredibly effective demonstration of the pellet's potent, energizing effects. The scene returns to the stinky warehouse, the rabbit demonstration over. You got it now, right? Logan asks Rick, expecting him to understand the implications. Rick, blushing furiously and clearly flustered, clears his throat again. Ahem. Boo, right, ho-ho. I see. He definitely understands the medicine for men implication now, much to his embarrassment. Logan looks thoughtful, already planning his sales strategy. There's a perfect person for that. Rick, curious, asks, who is it? Rick points upwards, a knowing, slightly mischievous look on his face, though still mostly hidden by his mask. Mr. Dwayne, he declares confidently. Elsewhere, a well-dressed, somewhat portly man with a light brown beard, holding some official-looking papers, suddenly pauses in his work. This must be the unsuspecting Mr. Dwayne. He scratches his ear absently, thinking, why are my ears feeling itchy? He has absolutely no idea what Logan is planning for him, or the potent product he's about to be introduced to. Inside a well-appointed room in the McLean estate, a servant announces, First young master, this is Dwayne. Mr. Dwayne, a portly man with a neat, respectable beard, stands patiently by the door, waiting to be summoned. Logan's voice, calm and inviting, comes from within the room. Come in. Dwayne enters, bowing slightly as he says, Excuse me, the door creaking softly as it closes behind him. I heard you called for me. He looks around the somewhat dim room, trying to locate Logan. First young master? Where did he go? Dwayne mutters to himself, searching for Logan, a little confused. Suddenly, Logan appears right behind him, his face uncomfortably close, a wide, predatory grin plastered on his face, a dark, menacing aura practically radiating from him as he purrs, his voice dripping with unsettling intent. I was waiting for you, Dwayne. Dwayne lets out a terrified, high-pitched shriek, Yua, completely startled by Logan's sudden appearance. Logan watches, a slight, almost innocent question mark appearing beside his head as Dwayne scrambles away in panic from him. Dwayne stumbles and falls heavily, looking back at Logan with wide, fearful eyes as he stammers, Well, you can't just pop up behind me out of nowhere like that. Completely unnerved by Logan's prank. Logan, now with a disarmingly friendly smile, approaches Dwayne, crouching beside him sympathetically. I was just gonna massage your shoulders, he says smoothly. You've been so tired these days from cleaning up matters after the war, haven't you? Dwayne, flustered, replies, Huh? I'm okay. Rather than me, our Lord is having a much harder time. Logan continues, his voice full of mock concern for the administrator. I mean, look at you collapsing since you're so down on energy. Dwayne deadpants, pointing out the obvious. That was from you surprising me. Logan pats Dwayne's shoulder a bit too enthusiastically, insisting, come on. I know you've been having a hard time. Logan launches into a sympathetic tirade, saying how they're broke since Dwayne dug up every last penny for the war, and the servants and knights, not knowing this, keep pestering him for money, concluding the administration's having the hardest time. Dwayne looks genuinely touched, blushing slightly. "Young master?" Dwayne, his eyes shining with a newfound deep respect, says he feels he's misunderstood Logan all this time, not expecting him to be so deeply considerate as to even think about the administrators. Logan, seizing the perfect moment, leans in with a concerned expression, asking, "Is that why you're having trouble in bed?" Dwayne freezes for a second, then a sly, knowing smirk spreads across his face as he adjusts his non-existent glasses, a sudden shift in his demeanor clearly showing he's picked up on Logan's rather unsubtle insinuation. "Excuse me," Dwayne says smoothly, starting to back away nervously from Logan. Logan, not about to let him escape so easily, calls out, "Wait. At least listen to all of it." Logan quickly presents one of the small, dark pills on the palm of his hand. "I'd like to give this to you." Dwayne looks at the mysterious pill, completely bewildered. What is this?" Logan grins confidently, boasting, "It's a patented product from the Philip mercenary in Kale. There's guaranteed results even from just one pill." He adds with a slightly manic, almost unsettling glint in his eye, "Though I've never tried it," his aggressive enthusiasm clear. "What do you think? I'm specially giving this to you as a present before anyone else." Logan pushes, trying to make it sound like an incredibly exclusive, irresistible offer. Dwayne eyes the suspicious-looking pill with extreme skepticism, holding it gingerly between his fingers. He clearly doesn't trust it one bit, nor Logan's sudden generosity. Sometime later, Rick is seen running down a corridor, looking panicked and out of breath, clearly searching for someone. He bursts into a room where Logan is shouting, "Young master!" Logan turns, surprised by the intrusion. Rick confirms breathlessly that Administrator Dwayne has arrived, looking for Logan. Logan thinks, slightly amused, "Mr. Dwayne, how can an administrator run in the corridor like that? It's quite undignified." Dwayne rushes in, panting heavily, his face flushed red and sweaty. "Ha!" he gasps, looking incredibly invigorated, almost bursting with energy as he eagerly asks Logan, "How much do you need?" Dwayne, his eyes wide and desperate, practically bellows at Logan, "How much do you need me to pay for that pill?" Logan grins, a triumphant, knowing glint in his eyes. It's a hit. The pill clearly worked wonders, perhaps even too well. Rick, looking completely bewildered by Dwayne's manic state, asks if Dwayne is even listening to him, but Dwayne ignores him, grabbing Logan's hand, while Logan tries to calm him down. Dwayne dramatically drops to his knees before Logan, a gesture of profound gratitude and desperation. He looks up at Logan with utmost reverence, a golden, almost holy aura seeming to surround him in his moment of awe. "Mr. Dwayne?" Rick stammers, utterly shocked by the administrator's complete, almost fanatical turnaround and fervent devotion to Logan and his mysterious pill. Logan looks down at the kneeling Dwayne, an almost divine light seeming to emanate from him as Dwayne gazes up in pure, unadulterated awe at his benefactor. Rick watches this bizarre scene unfold, a bead of sweat on his temple, completely dumbfounded by the administrator's dramatic transformation. Logan places a small, unassuming wooden box into Dwayne's outstretched, trembling hands, the precious cargo inside. The narration explains, after the first successful trial, men bowed their heads in front of Logan, and the experiments continued a few more times, with the editor clearly finding this whole situation hilarious. Next, Logan is in his office, and Captain Heinkel is now kneeling before him. "Heinkel, I heard the rumors," Logan says, leaning back casually in his chair. "You fight with your wife every night these days, right?" Heinkel looks up, outraged by the insinuation. "What? Who spread a rumor like that?" "Enough of that. Try eating this first," Logan commands, forcefully shoving one of the pills into Heinkel's mouth. The caption reads, "Second experiment Heinkel." Heinkel swallows the pill with a distinct gulping sound effect, his fate sealed. A fiery, powerful aura suddenly erupts around him, signaling the pill's potent effects taking hold. His eyes widen with a mixture of shock and dawning power. He feels it. Heinkel stands, looking down at himself in amazement, then back at Logan, beginning to say, "Young master." His eyes are now shadowed, his expression intensely serious. "Go. To your wife." Logan, sitting calmly at his desk, delivers the simple instruction. "I'll talk to father," Logan adds with a knowing, mischievous smile, implying Heinkel will be otherwise very occupied for a while. Heinkel grins, a deep, satisfied sound rumbling in his chest. "Thank you." His gratitude is immense. "I'll be leaving then," Heinkel declares, practically vibrating with newfound energy and anticipation. He strides out purposefully, a look of blissful anticipation on his face, a faint image of Logan smiling approvingly in the background, mission accomplished. Later, Logan faces his own father, Patriarch Patrick McLean, who looks a bit sheepish and flustered. "Ahem. Logan about to..." The caption, "Third Experiment Patrick." The patriarch, blushing furiously like a young boy, turns his head away, muttering with extreme embarrassment but undeniable pleasure, "It was good." The sound effect emphasizes his delighted state. The patriarch hastily exits the room, clearly overwhelmed by the pill's effectiveness and his own reaction. Logan watches him go, a thoughtful, slightly amused expression on his face as he thinks, "I'm sorry, Ronin, but we might be getting another little brother." The implication is clear. The pill is extremely, undeniably effective. Rick, who has witnessed all of these successful, if somewhat scandalous, experiments, suddenly calls out, "W-eat," looking completely aghast and feeling left out. Logan turns a smug hue on his face. Rick explodes, his face contorted with indignation and a sense of injustice. "Why haven't you asked me to try it? I went through the most hard work." He feels completely overlooked for the benefits. Logan just stares at him, thoroughly unimpressed by Rick's outburst, his expression unchanging. Logan slowly, deliberately turns away from Rick, a clear dismissal. Rick is stunned into silence for a moment. Logan gives him a dismissive, pitying look over his shoulder, prompting Rick to demand, "What is that gaze supposed to mean?" Logan walks away, leaving Rick fuming in his wake. Rick has a small, comical nosebleed of pure frustration and indignation. Logan mutters under his breath, just loud enough for Rick to hear, mumble, "It's not like you have anywhere to use it." A rather cruel, pointed jab at Rick's single status. Rick continues to shout after him, completely incensed, "Are you done talking, young master?" Logan calls back dismissively, "Don't follow me. You smell." He's referring to the lingering, awful stench of the monster meat processing that still clings to Rick. Later, Logan is communicating with Philip Claude via a glowing pink crystal ball. Philip is saying, "I see. If the medicine is that effective, it'll definitely be in demand. But how much did you say the price is?" Philip asks, concerned about the business side. Logan, leaning casually against his desk, replies coolly, 100 gold for one pill. 1,000 gold for a set of 10 pills. Philip, visible within the crystal, looks absolutely horrified by the steep price. "You're not taking the nobles in the capital to be pushovers, are you? You're going to get in trouble at this rate." The price is exorbitant, almost laughably so. Logan smirks confidently, unfazed. "Of course not, I'm just confident in what I'm selling." He thinks to himself, because in my past life too, it sold so much, the price got ridiculously expensive. He knows its worth. Philip, ever the pragmatist, suggests that if Logan supplies only a small amount through limited production, it'll sell at an even higher price. A nearby mage tending the communication crystal reminds them they have 10 more minutes, and Philip thanks the mage, then tells Logan that his plan makes sense if he's sure it'll work. Logan replies, "I'm positive. If someone famous tried one and gave testimony of it, it would lead to great results." Philip muses on this, stroking his chin. Someone famous who needs this medicine? Philip continues to ponder. but which noble would openly advertise that his impotency got better after taking it? It's a very delicate, potentially embarrassing marketing problem. Logan counters smoothly, they don't exactly need to advertise it. He has a different approach in mind. He grins, his reflection appearing wickedly in the crystal. There's so many ears listening in on the nobles. Even if a secret rumor spreads, they'd still come flocking like bees to flowers. He understands the immense power of gossip and whispers in high society. Philip considers this new angle. In that case, he begins an idea forming. How about going to the party in the capital? Philip suggests, seeing a potential venue for these rumors to start. Logan looks utterly disgusted by the idea. Party? Are you seriously telling me to go to a party? It's clearly not his scene. He thinks with disdain, the only party I've been to is the mercenaries' party when we won. The family didn't even have any money to hold a party. He has no experience or inclination for such frivolous noble socializing. Philip explains that parties are best for making connections, though for it to be of help in business, that'd take some time, and he would have gone himself if he wasn't a commoner. He then adds it's not like Logan can sell it at the party himself, to which Logan interjects, "Sell it myself?" Philip is horrified by Logan's apparent thought. "You don't tell me you're actually thinking of selling it there. Your family will be ostracized by the high society if you do that. The scandal would be immense." Logan leans back in his chair, looking thoughtful, a cunning plan clearly brewing in his mind. He smirks knowingly. "Of course that won't happen if I don't sell it. If I don't sell it." The emphasis is key, he has a loophole in mind. Logan tells Philip, "Philip, I'll tell you about an informant in the capital, Grand. Go to him, and find out everything I'm about to tell you now." Philip, looking worried and stressed, thinks, "What? An informant? What are going to make me do now?" Logan smiles reassuringly, though it does little to calm Philip. "I'll come to Grand soon. I'll tell you the details when I get there." Philip looks deeply uneasy, a very bad feeling washing over him. "I have a bad feeling about this." He knows Logan's plans are rarely simple. A week later, Logan and Philip are on horseback, arriving at a new, bustling location. "Here we are," Logan announces, his tone confident. A grand sign proclaims, "Grandia Kingdom's capital city, Grand. The heart of the kingdom." Logan, now in practical traveler's attire, looks towards the impressive city gates. Philip rides up beside him, saying with some surprise, "You really came?" Philip asks how Logan managed to get permission from his family, considering the son of a noble going to the capital to essentially sell aphrodisiacs is highly unconventional. Logan smirks, admitting, "Of course, I told them something different." He's a master of manipulation. A large covered wagon, pulled by a sturdy horse, is shown parked on a city street. Logan mentions that bringing around 3,000 boxes over without a servant was a bit of an issue, a huge amount of product. Logan smiles to himself, pleased. "Father also sent me way easier than expected. I guess it's because of my feats during the war." His newfound heroic reputation is already paying off in unexpected ways. Philip remarks that come to think of it, Logan didn't have any servants the first time they met either, questioning if it's okay for a noble's son to go around like this, without an entourage. Logan replies that, well, having a servant with you actually makes it hard to go anywhere freely, and not to mention, that guy, Rick, has his own important work to do. A close-up on Logan's determined eyes shows him thinking, that's right, his own work to do. "I've given Rick quite a huge task to take care of." The name Rick flashes dramatically on screen, hinting at his unseen, arduous labors. A flashback shows Rick, blushing and smiling brightly, calling out, "Young master," in a happier, more innocent time. Text appears, "In past life, and in this one as well." Rick, still blushing, asks in the flashback, "Young master, can I go off duty now?" Logan, in the same flashback, replies somewhat teasingly, "What? You want me to come on my day off too?" More text, "He has done everything for me." Rick, looking forlorn and miserable, says, "Young master, the maids say I smell these days. They don't even come close to me. I will be able to marry, right?" His dedication to processing the foul monster meat has clearly come at a significant personal, social cost. Text: I'm really thankful to you. A genuine, if unspoken, appreciation. Rick, now with two large, suspicious-looking sacks tied to his backside, looking utterly miserable and burdened, complains, "What? You think a few pills are missing? No, Wayne, you're saying if you shake me and pills come out, you'll hit me once for each one." He's clearly suspected of pilfering the product. Text: Thank you, Rick. Underlining his importance to Logan's plans, despite the teasing. Back in the present, Logan says to Philip, "Okay, I've made up my mind. I saw something just now." Philip, looking confused by Logan's sudden declaration, asks, "A flashback?" Logan declares with misplaced enthusiasm, "To celebrate all the work Rick put into this, we'll name the medicine." He pumps his fist with a wide, almost manic grin, announcing triumphantly, "Rick." Philip stares at Logan, his face a mask of deadpan horror, sweat dripping down his temple as the background warps with his sheer disbelief at the ridiculous name. Philip thinks, his eyes narrowed in horrified certainty, there's no doubt about it. He's a lunatic. Inside a room in the bustling capital city of Grand, a coat and hat hang casually on a stand near the door. Philip suggests to Logan, "You must be tired from the long journey. It'd be great for you to recover from all that fatigue in a bar." Logan, dressed in a reddish-brown vest over a white shirt, sits opposite Philip at a small, unassuming table. Philip continues, lowering his voice discreetly, "Though I shouldn't talk about nobles who can't get that up in a place where there are so many ears listening in, should I? Well, the room is definitely a better place for a chat on that particular topic." He's clearly uncomfortable discussing Logan's risque new business plan out in the open. Philip leans forward, his expression serious. "By the way, I went to the informant to find out what you asked." He sounds a bit hesitant. He looks concerned, holding a document in his hand. "But are you sure about giving him 900 gold for each document? That's an absolutely exorbitant price for information." Logan, however, looks completely unconcerned, resting his chin casually on his fist. "He is pricey indeed," Logan concedes with a slight, knowing smile, "but he's just as skilled too. He understands that good, reliable information costs a pretty penny." Philip nods, somewhat reassured. "As long as you ordered correctly, we'll get the perfect information. I placed the order word by word, exactly as you told me to." Logan holds up one finger, outlining his criteria. 1. Names of grand nobles who've been married in the last 10 years, yet don't have a child. This is his first, crucial filter for potential customers. He raises a second finger, continuing. 2. Names of nobles who haven't taken in any second wives or lovers. This narrows down the list to those potentially struggling within their primary relationship, hinting at a specific problem. Finally, a third finger goes up. 3. Names of nobles who often look for food that's good for stamina. This is the final, telltale sign of their particular need. Philip, holding up 3 fingers himself, confirms, right on the spot, then we'll be fine." Logan praises him, saying, "You did a great job, not just for this task, but all of those I told you to complete in the capital." A chibi version of Philip appears, looking pleased and slightly bashful. Come on. It wasn't that hard." Philip continues more seriously, "The real crisis was the day I heard the news about the war later on. You can't imagine how worried I was until I heard the news that the war was over by that evening." His loyalty and genuine concern for Logan are quite evident. Logan smiles faintly, a flicker of warmth in his eyes, touched by Philip's concern. At least he worries for his client, he thinks to himself. Philip shudders, vividly remembering his panic. "When I thought about the mountain of monster meat I'd have to take care of, I couldn't even swallow food down my throat. Who on earth would buy monster meat?" He had clearly been terrified about their initial, seemingly bizarre and risky investment. Logan abruptly smacks Philip on the side of the head with the rolled-up document in his hand. "Stop yapping your mouth and read this." Philip yelps in surprise. "Why does paper hurt so much?" Logan, now all business and serious, asks, Who on that list do you think is fit to be our first customer? Philip, rubbing his cheek, carefully examines the list of names. His eyes scan the names slowly, looking for the perfect, most promising target to launch their new product. Logan waits patiently, now seated more formally, watching Philip. Philip murmurs, considering the options carefully. Philip points decisively to a name on the list. How about him, he suggests. Logan leans over to look at the name Philip is indicating, his interest piqued. A thoughtful, almost predatory glint appears in Logan's eyes as he recognizes the name instantly. This one is perfect. This guy's... Logan begins, a clever, audacious plan already forming rapidly in his strategic mind. The scene shifts to a lavish, opulent ballroom, glittering chandeliers illuminating the grand space. This is a high society party in the heart of the capital, a den of intrigue and opportunity. Elegant nobles mingle effortlessly, champagne glasses in hand, the air filled with polite chatter. A beautiful lady smiles, clearly enjoying the sophisticated atmosphere. A portly nobleman, Count Fallon Davis, stands surrounded by a group of admiring ladies, laughing heartily and holding court. He's clearly a man who enjoys attention and the company of women. The name, Count Davis, flashes prominently across the screen, identifying Logan's target. Count Davis, a blondish man with a prominent nose and a rather self-satisfied air, holds a glass of champagne, basking in the fawning company of the ladies around him. He turns slightly, sensing someone approaching him from the side. Logan appears, dressed in an incredibly flamboyant and somewhat tacky outfit. A patterned orange and purple ensemble with a large, ostentatious ruffled collar. He bows with an exaggerated, almost comical flourish, announcing, "Excuse me, Count. I'm Logan McLean, the eldest son of the Southwestern Region's House of McLean." Count Davis looks Logan up and down, a mixture of surprise and thinly veiled disdain on his face. "Oh my, we have a new guest here. Welcome," he says, barely concealing his amusement at Logan's outlandish attire. The ladies behind him titter, one covering her mouth with a th, another with a kiki. One lady whispers cattily, "Geez, how tacky. I wonder what farm he came from." Another adds snidely, "Looks like those are the trendy clothes of the Southwest." Logan, however, remains outwardly composed, thinking, "I wore Philip's recommended clothes, and as I thought, no one likes them. That was a good choice." He intentionally dressed to be underestimated and dismissed as a country bumpkin. His internal monologue continues, his expression hardening slightly with focus. "Because I don't have the time to be forming useless connections in a pointless party like this one. He's here for business, not pleasure." He focuses his attention, his gaze zeroing in sharply on the Count amidst the oblivious, chattering crowd. "My only target here is Count Davis. He is the key to Logan's plan." The name, Fallon Davis, is displayed again, emphasizing his importance. Logan recalls crucial information about the Count. Despite being an important figure in the treasury of the Grandia Kingdom and having married at the age of 20, he's a pitiful man who still doesn't have a child. Count Davis clears his throat, ahem, unaware of Logan's scrutiny. Logan continues his internal assessment, looking intently at the Count. "I was shocked when Philip pointed him out in the name list. Since in my past life he became quite famous. Famous for a tragic reason." A blurred text overlay reads, "The Count who killed himself because of his wife. A dark premonition." A flashback image shows a devastated, broken Count Davis, hunched over in utter despair, his world collapsing. The flashback continues, showing Count Davis's wife screaming at him furiously in public, "Are you done talking? Due to some incident between the two of them, you impotent bastard." She points an accusing finger at him in front of other horrified nobles. The bomb that his wife threw in a party. A public humiliation of the worst kind. The image of Count Davis, utterly humiliated, his face a mask of pure anguish and shame, took him to death's door by his own hands. A tragic end. Logan watches the current, oblivious Count Davis, thinking his reputation and perception in others' eyes was just that important to him. This is a weakness Logan can exploit. Anyhow, He fits all 3 conditions that I gave the informant. He's perfect to be our first customer, Imporic. Logan approaches the Count again, saying, I came to the capital on a business trip and heard of your prestige, so I came to give my greetings to you. Count Davis smiles condescendingly, swirling his champagne glass with a practiced air. Oh, business, you say? But the city of Grand already has everything. He sounds dismissive. But I guess, since you're from the outskirts, there must be fascinating goods there that are not available in the capital, the Count continues, his tone dripping with mockery. 2 ladies nearby snicker quietly. They'll hear you. Kiki. Logan smiles, completely unfazed by the condescension, his composure perfect. Of course, he says smoothly, placing a hand to his chest. I'm sure that good isn't available here, which is why I'm selling it. He leans in conspiratorially, his voice dropping to an intimate whisper, for the Count's ears only, a medicine specialized for men. His smile widens, a mischievous, almost wicked glint in his eye. Whisper, a sexual enhancer. The words are delivered with perfect timing. Count Davis's eyes widen in absolute shock, his pupils dilating dramatically. He's completely stunned by Logan's bold, direct proposition. He gulps audibly, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. The sheer, unvarnished directness of Logan's proposition has caught him entirely, utterly off guard. The Count explodes in a mixture of outrage and perhaps feigned indignation, his champagne glass nearly slipping from his trembling hand. The son of a noble selling sexual enhancers? He bellows, his loud voice attracting the immediate attention of nearby guests. 2 ladies whisper to each other, shocked. What did he just say? How embarrassing. The scandal is immediate and delicious to the gossiping nobles. The Count thinks furiously, how dare this country bumpkin act up here? He's making a fool of me. He glares at Logan with pure contempt. Now bask in your humiliation all alone. That's what the look on his face is screaming, Logan observes calmly, his own expression unreadable. So damn obvious. Logan leans closer, his voice still a conspiratorial whisper despite the Count's public outburst. Do you still have something left to say? He then adds smoothly, as a sign of courtesy, I brought a present for the influential people of the capital, so please accept this. He subtly presents a small, elegant wooden box, holding it out to the Count. This is the product, Imporic, which will be sold at 100 gold each. I specially brought 3 of them as a gift for you, Logan says, pressing the box into the Count's somewhat reluctant hand. It's a great medicine without any side effects, and I can attest to that with my honor as a noble on the line. His guarantee is bold. A single, large bead of sweat rolls down Count Davis's temple. His eyes are wide with a mixture of shock, disbelief, and a dawning, desperate, almost shameful hope. The sound effect emphasizes his internal turmoil and intrigue. A few days later, a bell, Jillian, rings at the door of Logan and Philip's temporary, discreet shop in Grand. Business is about to begin. A well-dressed, distinguished butler enters the shop. He states formally, My lord tasked me with purchasing the Imporic medicine. The butler presents an official-looking ID card to verify his identity and his master's. Here is the ID card. Philip, who is manning the shop counter, looks at the card with professional courtesy. Ah, so Count Davis sent you. Logan, standing beside Philip, grins triumphantly, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Bull's eye. His audacious gamble has paid off spectacularly. The butler, carrying a small, discreet bag, bows respectfully. Thank you. Please visit again. Philip says politely, maintaining a professional demeanor. Logan sits at a desk, happily counting stacks of money. 10,000 gold from 10 boxes? Not bad for our first sale at all. A chibi Logan appears, thinking pragmatically, we gotta earn more than this. Even the rent for this teeny little shop costs 10,000 gold. Philip adds that it's to be expected since it's in the center of the capital, and he barely managed to rent it. The shop is a modest building but in a prime, expensive location. Philip explains further, and strategically, we need a shop. Seeing people gather with one's own eyes has far more impact on perception. Logan, leaning back in his chair, agrees. You're right about that. Well, then I'll be going to a party now. Philip looks exasperated by Logan's social schedule. Again? You go to a party almost every day ever since you came to Grand. You sometimes even go to 2 parties a day. Logan smirks, full of confidence. Having Count Davis as our first customer isn't enough to create the buzz we need. I should go and promote it to as many people on that list as possible, Logan says, his eyes gleaming with entrepreneurial zeal and a hunger for profit. A week later, Count Davis's butler is walking down a busy street in Grand, on another errand for his master. He thinks to himself, I can't believe the Count asked me to purchase that medicine again. In the past, no healthy foods had any effect on him. He's clearly impressed by the product's undeniable efficacy and his master's renewed vigor. He approaches Logan and Philip's shop, saying but stops short, surprised by what he sees. He's jostled aside by a large, unruly crowd of other butlers and attendants, all rushing desperately towards the shop. The butler looks completely bewildered by the scene. Why is the queue so long? He then recognizes some familiar faces in the crowd. Wait a minute, I recognize them. That man's the chamberlain at Viscount Talon's, and that's Count Hamel's butler. The word has clearly and rapidly spread among the noble households of the capital. The butler adjusts his hat, looking anxious and flustered. This is going to create useless rumors. I should quickly buy the medicine and leave before anyone notices me. Just then, Philip appears at the shop door, cupping his hands around his mouth to be heard over the din. We're truly sorry, he calls out to the agitated crowd. Unfortunately, we're all out of stock prepared for today. The assembled butlers look utterly dismayed and frustrated by this news. One protests loudly, what do you mean all out? There was no mention of this before. Philip bows apologetically, explaining, I'm truly sorry. Imporic is highly popular, but the supply isn't enough, so the sale is restricted to 50 boxes a day. He's deliberately creating scarcity to drive up demand and buzz. The butlers are desperate, their masters clearly depending on them. Please sell some to us, one begs. If I go back empty-handed, my lord will kill me, another wails, only half joking. A wealthy-looking older noble passing by in the street notices the commotion and the long queue. What are they doing there? Go check it out, he orders his attendant. Yes, sir. The curiosity is spreading. Logan watches from a nearby window, a satisfied, cunning smirk on his face. By limiting the supply, the customers are stimulated to buy. And seeing people gathered makes the other nobles curious. It's all going exactly as planned. His manipulation is working perfectly. Philip continues his announcement to the disappointed, grumbling crowd. Anyhow, our stock for today is all out. Please come again tomorrow. He hopes they will. The scene shows a montage, Philip repeatedly announcing, sold out, to increasingly frustrated and desperate crowds day after day. One enraged noble even grabs Philip in anger, demanding, how many days is that already? The demand is overwhelming, almost out of control. Inside the shop, the bell rings constantly, signaling yet another hopeful customer. Philip exclaims, his face alight with excitement, this is amazing. He beams, reporting to Logan, the daily sales have been all full for over a month. We even sold out today as soon as we opened up. At this rate, 4,500,000 golds in 1 month isn't that far-fetched. The profits are astronomical. Logan sits at a table, casually, almost dismissively, stacking huge piles of gold coins. He chuckles, a dark amusement in his voice. Kiki, who knew Grand had so many impotent nobles? Philip, standing beside him, adds, we increased the price by 3 times since the middle, yet there are people who'd even pay extra to buy it. Logan, still smirking, replies with mock gravity, this makes me worry for the future of our kingdom. Philip just stares at Logan, a blank, slightly bewildered expression on his face, not quite sure if Logan is joking or serious. Logan lets out a soft, almost sinister laugh, clearly relishing his success. His triumphant, uninhibited laughter echoes as Philip watches him from outside the shop, a look of utter bewilderment and perhaps a little fear on his face. Logan's ambition is boundless. Logan grabs Philip in an enthusiastic, bone-crushing headlock. "You did it, Philip, you admirable brat." Philip chokes out, "H can't breathe. It's thanks to your efforts too." Logan releases him, beaming with genuine pleasure. "Great, so starting next month, you'll get 1% of the total sale profits. A huge reward." Philip's eyes widen in utter disbelief at the incredibly generous offer. This is life-changing money for him. He's so overcome with gratitude he tries to kiss Logan's hand or feet, wailing, Mr. Logan, I'll give it all I have. Oi, Pews. Don't kiss me." Logan is clearly not expecting this level of groveling, over-the-top gratitude from his usually stoic merchant partner. With their pockets overflowing and their reputation skyrocketing, Logan's audacious plan has succeeded beyond even his wildest dreams, setting the stage for his next ambitious move. Inside Logan's rented shopping grand, a man in a dark robe and a wizard-like hat, likely an associate of the informant Logan uses, exclaims, "At least 10 tons of gold every year?" clearly relaying staggering, almost unbelievable news to Logan, who is listening intently to the report. Logan, who is looking into a glowing pink communication crystal, quickly covers his mouth, a surprised oops, escaping him as he tries to hide his strong reaction from whoever is on the other side of the crystal connection. The view through the crystal shows Hamar, the dwarf craftsman, standing in a dimly lit room, presumably near the newly discovered mine. Logan, still covering his mouth in feigned composure, asks incredulously through the crystal, whispering, "Wait, you're being serious?" Hamar, his stern, bearded face filling the crystal's view, confirms with certainty, "Yeah, according to those miners, there's a high chance the gold nuggets are in a deeper strata." His voice is gruff but undeniably sure. Logan's eyes widen, a manic, almost greedy grin spreading across his face as he clenches his fist tightly. Dujian. His heart pounds. 10 tons of gold, even with a rough estimate, that's 100 million golds. This is a way bigger lottery than I thought it was. The sheer scale of the potential profit is absolutely overwhelming, exceeding even his wildest dreams. Hamar, visible in the crystal which Logan now holds over a hefty bag of money, cautions him sternly, "But the mining cost is no joke. Do you have the means to pay for it? It's going to cost a whopping 5 million golds." Logan, his confidence completely unwavering, replies dismissively, "Means? Of course I do." Logan grins broadly, adjusting his cravat with a flourish. "Just you wait. Your master here will get all the money and workers you need ready in no time." His self-assurance is absolute, bordering on arrogance. Hamar, looking thoroughly unimpressed through the crystal, just sighs wearily. "I'd rather you just be easy on us." He clearly anticipates another grueling, exhausting workload under Logan's demanding command. Later that night, Logan walks down a quiet, shadowy street in Grand, the tall buildings casting long, eerie shadows under a starry, indifferent sky. He ascends a worn stone staircase, his mind racing with calculations. The initial investment cost for the mine development is around 5 million golds. If Imporik keeps selling as it is now, I can make around 4.5 million golds a month. The profitability is truly staggering. A sly, deeply satisfied smile plays on Logan's lips. Even if I only sell for 2 months, I'll have plenty of money left. Oh yeah, he's practically purring with contentment, the editor adding another humorous note about a new meme. Logan stands in the deserted street, still calculating. I've got around 700 boxes of Imporik left. So if I go back home to send more goods here, and then start mine development. HM? He pauses suddenly, his senses tingling, sensing something amiss. His senses sharpen instantly. A faint, almost imperceptible presence emanates from his nearby shop. Why can I sense someone's in there? It's really faint though. His heightened awareness kicks in, a warning bell. His eyes narrow with suspicion. Don't tell me. He fears the worst. With a sudden burst of speed, Logan dashes towards his shop, his mind racing. Thieves? He thinks, alarmed by the possibility of losing his valuable stock. He throws open the door to his shop with a bang, fully prepared for a confrontation with any intruders. He steps cautiously inside the dark, seemingly empty shop, his eyes scanning for any sign of movement. Did they disappear? He wonders, looking around the silent room. He then reasons, no, there's only one door. He's still inside. He slowly advances further into the shadowy room, on high alert. Suddenly, his eyes widen in alarm as he senses movement above him. A dark, cloaked figure drops silently from the ceiling, swinging a weapon with deadly intent. Logan draws his sword instantly, shouting, "Who are you?" reacting with lightning speed. The sharp clash of steel echoes through the small shop as Logan parries the surprise attack, sparks flying in the darkness. The intruder is incredibly, unnervingly fast. Logan now stands outside his shop, sword still drawn, the street eerily quiet once more. No one? But I definitely sense someone here. He can still feel the lingering presence. He focuses his senses intently, a red aura flaring around him as he tries to pinpoint the elusive, skilled intruder. He grits his teeth, realizing with a jolt that this thief is exceptionally skilled, far beyond any ordinary burglar. His intense concentration is palpable. He looks up sharply. Is he on top of the roof? A cloaked figure is indeed perched silently on the rooftop, observing him. Logan launches himself upwards with incredible speed and agility, landing gracefully on the rooftop, ready to face his opponent. The cloaked figure stands silently, an enigmatic presence, observing Logan with an unnerving stillness. The figure moves with blinding, almost supernatural speed, a weapon flashing in the dim moonlight. Logan barely has time to react to the sudden assault. The cloaked figure is revealed to be holding a simple, unassuming wooden staff, yet wields it with deadly, masterful precision. Logan is momentarily stunned by the unexpected skill. They face each other on the moonlit rooftop, the vast night sky as their silent backdrop, a tense standoff. "Who are you?" Logan demands again, his eyes narrowed, carefully assessing his mysterious, formidable opponent. The cloaked figure remains completely silent, only a sliver of a weathered face and a light, trimmed beard visible beneath the deep hood. No answer. Suddenly, the figure vanishes in a blur of motion, disappearing as quickly as they appeared. Logan whirls around, shocked and frustrated by the incredible, almost impossible speed. He's gone. He looks around, his senses on high alert, searching for any trace. There's no sign of any presence at all. It's as if the figure was never there. But he was right in front of me just now. The thief's ability to disappear so completely is uncanny, almost magical. A bead of sweat rolls down Logan's temple as the reality of the encounter sinks in. This is no ordinary thief. This is someone exceptionally powerful. He spots something small on the rooftop where the figure had been standing, a tiny, almost insignificant item left behind. Logan picks it up, his expression grim and thoughtful. What the hell was that? This encounter has left him with more questions than answers. Back inside the shop, Philip looks absolutely horrified by Logan's account. An Aura user thief snuck in here. The idea is preposterous. Logan sits at his desk, looking contemplative and serious. I'm just speculating, but he was at least an advanced force user. An advanced user is even more powerful than a high-ranking one. Logan elaborates, trying to convey the thief's skill. It wasn't simply a feeling that he was a high rank. He was on a completely different level. The thief's power was far beyond what he initially expected. Philip is completely baffled by this. But for an Aura user to be doing petty theft, isn't Aura enough to turn even a slave into a noble? A person like that is going around doing petty thievery. It simply doesn't make any sense. Philip asks the crucial question, what did he steal? Don't tell me the... Logan reaches into his coat, his expression grim. It's exactly what you're thinking. He pulls out a small, red, envelope-like packet, similar to how their valuable Imporic pills might be packaged for sale. Just 2 pills of Imporic. That's it. The thief wasn't after money. Philip is astonished by this revelation. Just 2 pills, you say? So he really wasn't after money. He examines the remaining packet thoughtfully. There's 1 pill left. That means he took it so he could use it himself. Logan looks thoughtful, a new, intriguing question forming in his mind. Are there impotent people among aura users as well? A surprising possibility. He snaps his fingers as an idea strikes him. That's right. That name list from before. Was there an aura user in there? Philip replies that no, the informant asked for extra charges for that kind of top-secret information, so he declined. Philip taps his chin, then holds up an emporic pill as he suddenly remembers. Come to think of it, there is 1 person. Philip beams as he recalls the crucial detail. An aura user in the capital who doesn't have a descendant. This could be their man. A scene shows a happy, idyllic family, Duke Felix Esperanza and his wife, with 2 young children running joyfully towards them shouting, "Mom! Dad!" This is clearly a cherished, unfulfilled dream, not their reality. A close-up of Duke Felix Esperanza, a handsome, distinguished man with blonde hair tied back and a well-groomed mustache and beard. He looks regal but sad. He turns to his wife, a sad, longing look in his eyes. "What are you looking at?" she asks gently, noticing his wistful expression. The Duke forces a laugh, trying to brush off her concern. "I was just appreciating the scenery outside for a bit." Ha! His wife, however, sees through his thin facade. She places a comforting, understanding hand on his arm, a tender, supportive gesture. "Were you looking at kids again?" she asks softly, already knowing his deep, unspoken sorrow and longing. A silhouetted image shows their beautiful dream of a happy family, a painful reminder of what they lack. The Duchess looks at her husband with deep love and empathy. "I told you, I was just enjoying the scenery. Don't think about useless stuff," he tries to reassure her, but his voice lacks conviction, his sadness evident. "Come on now, let's go back," he says, trying to change the subject, to escape the painful thoughts. She embraces him gently from behind, her love a warm comfort. "Honey, I'm really happy I met you. You know that, right?" The Duke's expression is one of deep, abiding love for his wife, but also profound, inescapable sadness. He whispers, his voice thick with emotion. They stand together, a loving but tragically incomplete couple. The caption reads, "The Kingdom's Best Swordsman, Felix Esperanza." Text explains, the deep-rooted sadness and regret in his heart. It all started with an unjust injury he suffered as a young man. While fighting for his country, a heroic knight, a flashback shows a younger Felix in armor, gritting his teeth in agony on the battlefield. He suffered an injury between his legs of all places. A cruel twist of fate. It was just an honorable wound for a knight who was wounded in the line of duty. As a young man, he didn't think much of it, not realizing its future impact. However, the older Duke looks up at the sky, a melancholic, resigned expression on his face. He thinks, what's the point of having the title of a duke and being known as the strongest in the whole nation? Without a child to take over after me, it's all in vain. His blue eyes are filled with a deep, unspoken sorrow and regret. He sits with his wife in their grand, silent library. "I see," she says softly, understanding his unspoken pain, his silent suffering. She gently takes his hand in hers, a small gesture of immense comfort and support. "You must have been in such agony all this time," she says, her voice full of compassion and understanding for his hidden burden. "If it's okay with you, please let me serve you by your side always," she offers, her devotion to him unwavering and absolute. Tears stream down her face as she looks at him with pure, unconditional love, sharing his sorrow. The Duke is deeply moved by her love and loyalty. "Is there no way for me to repay for such overwhelming love I've received?" he thinks, his own eyes welling up with emotion. Later, Duke Esperanza walks with his aide, Luis. Luis mentions that the family meeting is just around the corner, asking if the Duke is sure it's okay not to rush. The Duke replies dismissively, "What's the point of being early? All I'll get is pressure to have an heir." He looks weary and resigned, the weight of expectation heavy upon him. Luis ventures cautiously, broaching a delicate subject. I'm being very careful while saying this. But recently, a very effective medicine is circulating in the capital. He's heard the rumors too. The Duke's eyes narrow slightly, a bead of sweat appearing on his temple. He's clearly heard the whispers about this supposed miracle cure. Is that so? He replies, feigning a casual disinterest he doesn't truly feel. Luis presses on, sensing a flicker of interest. Apparently, it even heals physical wounds. This new detail piques the Duke's curiosity slightly more. Huh, the Duke sighs, conflicted. Luis continues, saying he knows the Duke doesn't believe it, but there's a lot of word of its users having had great effect. The Duke internally admits, with shame, I already tried using it. A flashback to the Duke, looking pained and deeply ashamed of his actions. By stealing it at that. The mysterious, skilled thief was indeed him, driven by desperation. Even if my wife's tears bothered me, I can't believe I went around committing thievery. An embarrassment to all the discipline I maintained. His honor is wounded. He lets out a frustrated, self-loathing huh. His desperation led him to act against his principles. Not to mention that even after I took the medicine, nothing happened. He clenches his fist in bitter frustration. The 2 pills he stole, the ones he risked his reputation for, didn't work for him. The Duke tells Luis dismissively, trying to end the conversation, Luis, you should take rumors with a grain of salt. They are approaching a grand building. Luis apologizes quickly, I'm sorry. The Duke thinks to himself with finality, that's right. It's just a fake rumor. He tries to convince himself. No way that medicine can fix something that even aura couldn't. He's convinced his situation is utterly hopeless, beyond any cure. I should give up now, he concludes with a heavy heart, a profound despair settling over him. As they reach the ornate gates of what is presumably Duke Esperanza's magnificent mansion, a guard is stopping someone from entering. I've already told you. The guard says sternly to Logan, who is trying to gain entry, you can't just see him without prior appointment. How many times do I have to tell you this again? Logan smiles charmingly, completely unfazed by the guard's stern refusal. Ah, that's why I told you to just tell His Grace my name. He'll definitely meet me once he hears it, Logan declares with absolute, unshakable confidence, ready to make his next big high-stakes sale to the kingdom's best swordsman. Sometimes, to get what you desperately need, you have to take risks that could ruin everything. Philip, looking utterly horrified, couldn't believe what Logan was suggesting, stammering, You're going to personally visit the Duke? Sweat dripping down his face in sheer panic. Logan, however, just leaned back in his chair, looking completely unfazed by Philip's alarm. Of course, he replied, as if it were the most natural, obvious thing in the world. Philip, practically vibrating with anxiety, blurted out, Don't tell me you'll go to the strongest man in the kingdom and ask him, You stole from me, didn't you? Or, are you impotent? He grabbed Logan, shaking him frantically, Don't tell me that's what you're planning to do. Are you mimicking me? He cried, remembering Logan's earlier, unsettlingly direct questions to Mr. Duane. Philip's voice was strained with genuine worry. You'd be asking for serious trouble. Just act like nothing happened, he pleaded, his eyes wide with a very real fear for what Logan might unleash with such a reckless approach. His thoughts screamed the urgent warning, if things go wrong, we're completely screwed. The stakes were incredibly high, and Philip could clearly see disaster looming on the horizon if Logan wasn't careful. Logan sat quietly for a moment, considering Philip's valid concerns. He knew Philip wasn't wrong, this was indeed a dangerous move. But his mind was already racing with possibilities. If the person yesterday really was the Sword Duke, he thought, I absolutely can't let this golden opportunity go to waste. And so, Logan found himself standing before the grand, imposing entrance of the Duke's magnificent residence. The heavy door creaked open, and an impeccably dressed older butler emerged, his expression professionally neutral and unreadable. The butler gestured smoothly with a polite inclination of his head. Proceed inside, please, he said, his voice calm and perfectly courteous, ushering Logan into the opulent, richly decorated interior. The hallway beyond glowed with the warm, inviting light from numerous chandeliers, hinting at the immense wealth and power contained within these walls. Logan walked down the lavish, carpeted hall, his footsteps echoing faintly in the grand space. He passed towering, well-stocked bookshelves and ornate, priceless decorations, his mind sharply focused on the task at hand. This was it, he thought, a thrill of anticipation running through him, the opportunity to form a positive connection with one of the strongest people of the kingdom. In the distance, a figure stood with his back to Logan, looking out a large, ornate window, silhouetted against the light. Logan approached the figure, bowing slightly with his hand placed respectfully over his chest. "Greetings, Duke," he said, his voice clear and respectful. "I'm Logan McLean, the eldest son of the House of McLean." Logan's eyes scanned the Duke from head to toe, taking in every small detail with a keen, intensely analytical gaze, assessing the man before him. He observed the Duke's appearance carefully. His age is around 70, yet he looks much younger, Logan mused internally impressed. Is he repressing aging using his strong aura? The man before him exuded a quiet, formidable power that was palpable. The Duke turned slowly, his expression thoughtful and appraising. "The House of McLean? That's in the southwestern region," he remarked, easily placing Logan's family and origin. With a polite, yet undeniably authoritative air, the Duke asked, "Why have you come so far from home, young man?" His gaze was steady, carefully appraising the young, unfamiliar nobleman standing before him. Logan smiled faintly, a subtle hint of his true intentions. There's no need to bring it up right away, he thought, deciding to ease into his true purpose gradually. He spoke aloud, his tone respectful. "I recently started a business in the capital, so I brought the goods here as a present for your grace." With a smooth, practiced motion, Logan placed a small, polished wooden box on the ornate table between them. "It's an excellent medicine for men," he explained, his voice confident and self-assured, "and it has proved effective for countless nobles already." The Duke looked down at the offered box, then back up at Logan, his expression completely unreadable, giving nothing away. "Is that so?" he said, his tone flat, neutral, betraying no emotion. Logan watched him closely, searching for any reaction. No reaction. He thought, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. This is confusing me. Whether he was actually the thief from yesterday. He paused, then a sly, calculating look came over his face. "Let's go on to the next level then." It was time to be more direct. "But," Logan continued, his voice dropping slightly, as if sharing a well-guarded secret, "a superhuman like yourself wouldn't need stuff like this." He gestured dismissively towards the box containing the regular, less potent emporic pills. "That's why." Logan paused for dramatic effect, letting the anticipation build, drawing the Duke in. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes locking with the Duke's. "I brought something more special." His eyes glinted with a knowing, confident look as he subtly moved, a faint rustling sound accompanying his motion, hinting at another offering. A smirk played on Logan's lips as he saw a definite flicker of interest in the Duke's previously guarded eyes. "There's the reaction," he thought triumphantly. The reason he was disinterested at first is because he didn't see any effect after using the regular emporic. His deduction was proving correct. Logan began his carefully prepared explanation. "In the current emporic, the poison in the monster meat is neutralized for consumption as an aphrodisiac and treatment for dysfunction." He conjured a mental image of the small, seemingly innocuous pills being meticulously extracted from the processed, foul monster material. "But that trivial poison," Logan continued, his tone dismissive of its effects on a powerful being, "has no effect on the body of a superhuman." The image shifted to show those small poison particles bouncing harmlessly off a resilient, impenetrable barrier. "So, after concentrating that poison over and over," he explained, the image now showing the poison particles condensing, becoming more potent. "And creating a potent concentrate," Logan finished, the visual showing the myriad particles merging into a single, dark, powerful sphere of energy. He then produced another, more ornate and impressive box, opening it with a flourish to reveal a single, larger, darker pill nestled on a cushion of rich silk. "It's a limited edition Imporic," Logan announced, his voice smooth, confident, and full of promise. The Duke let out a soft, intrigued, "Oh!" His eyes, previously guarded and cool, now held a distinct spark of genuine curiosity as he looked intently at the unique pill, then back at Logan. Logan continued, "I'm calling it a limited edition, but it's just Imporic pills concentrated into one." He then added, with a slight, almost imperceptible grimace that Philip, if he were there, would have recognized from Logan's own unpleasant testing phase, "After experiencing it myself, I can guarantee its effect." His thoughts, however, were far more visceral. That gut-wrenching pain. If a regular human without a force core consumed it, they'd surely die. But if an aura user takes it? Logan trailed off suggestively, letting the powerful implication hang invitingly in the air between them. He regained his composed, polite smile. "If the pill is up to your satisfaction after using it, please tell me. I'll readily supply you with all the pills you need." He was offering an exclusive, ongoing supply. "Of course," Logan added smoothly, anticipating the Duke's concerns, "I'll be meticulous with the confidentiality measures." The Duke picked up the ornate box, his fingers closing around it, his expression thoughtful and unreadable for a long, contemplative moment. The scene shifts. Bright sunlight streams warmly through the grand window of a magnificent mansion. The words, "the next day," appear on screen. Duke Esperanza stood before Logan, a warm, almost radiant smile gracing his lips. He looked significantly more cheerful, more vibrant, than the previous day. "What do you want?" the Duke asked, his voice carrying a newfound lightness and energy. "I'll listen to any favor I'm capable of granting." The pill had clearly worked. Logan's mind screamed in silent triumph, "It works." He internally pumped his fist, exclaiming with unrestrained joy, "Oh yeah." Outwardly, however, he put on a look of mild, innocent surprise, feigning ignorance. "Pardon? I don't understand what you—" The Duke's thoughts were a whirlwind of immense relief and profound gratitude. He recalled the very nature of aura users. An aura user is the master of martial arts that moves the body, and the master of force, the life energy. So Felix could know it with certainty, the Duke thought, his eyes crinkling at the corners with a genuine, heartfelt smile. The internal echo of Logan's earlier mental celebration, "It worked," now resonated deeply within the Duke himself. The effect was undeniable. He clutched his chest, a profound sense of hope washing over him, a hope he hadn't felt in years. And it's not a one-time thing. After 30 uses, the medicine's effect will accumulate and I can completely recover. My longest yearning and the pain in my chest may now finally be eased. Visibly moved, the Duke reached out and placed a hand firmly on Logan's shoulder, his grip conveying a deep, unspoken sense of gratitude and respect for the young man. "I can't believe he was so considerate that he brought me a gift and didn't even mention my mistake," the Duke mused, a warm, appreciative light seeming to emanate from him. He was clearly touched by Logan's tact and discretion regarding the stolen pills. The Duke's mind then drifted to Logan's earlier visit and his impressive demeanor. Also, his sword skills that day were unbelievable for someone of his age. He gave a slight, knowing nod of approval. "He's definitely someone you'd expect to be the owner of this miracle drug." The Duke chuckled, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "Haha, it seems I was in a rush," he said, likely referring to his initial curtness or perhaps even the desperate, shameful act of stealing the pills from Logan's shop. He looked at Logan earnestly, his eyes sincere. "I see the possibility of being cured of a chronic illness thanks to your gift. So I'd like to repay you for that. Tell me what you wish for." He was offering a significant boon. Logan paused, a slight, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. He tilted his head slightly, a thoughtful, calculating expression on his face. In that case, he had a plan. With a carefully crafted expression of modest, unassuming ambition, Logan made his seemingly simple request. "Could I get a useless book on swordsmanship?" A sly, hidden glint flickered in his eyes. This was not a random request. The Duke led Logan into a vast, private library, the towering shelves lined with countless priceless volumes. Sunlight streamed through tall, arched windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the quiet air. The Duke scanned the shelves thoughtfully, searching for a suitable book. His hand, weathered but strong and sure, reached out and selected a thick, unassuming tome from one of the many shelves. "Here," the Duke said, offering the ancient-looking book to Logan. Logan accepted it, his expression carefully neutral, betraying none of his inner excitement. The Duke gave a wry, knowing smile. "Training in only this will hurt your body," he warned, "but it's worth a read since it has a few eccentric, interesting points." Logan inclined his head respectfully. "Thank you." Logan then added, almost as an afterthought, his tone casual, "By any chance, could you write a letter of proof that you've given this to me?" The Duke, still feeling magnanimous and grateful, replied readily, "Of course, that wouldn't be a problem at all." A sharp, predatory glint appeared in Logan's eye as he thought with satisfaction, "Great, now I have what I need." His true, multi-layered plan was unfolding perfectly, step by step. His internal monologue continued, revealing his deeper strategy. "It's a shame I'm only taking a swordsmanship book from the Duke when he's ready to give me anything. But my actual goal is something else anyway." He paused, a flicker of genuine doubt crossing his face. "I've thought about it, and this just doesn't feel right. It's not enough." The Duke, perceptive as ever, noticed the subtle shift in Logan's demeanor, the unspoken hesitation. "What?" he asked, sensing Logan's lingering dissatisfaction. He then declared with sudden generosity, "I'll personally teach you a sword technique." Logan's eyes widened in genuine, profound shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He was visibly, utterly stunned by this unexpected offer. His mind reeled in disbelief. "He wants to teach me a sword technique?" The implication of such an offer from the kingdom's best swordsman was enormous, almost unthinkable. "The greatest swordsman of the kingdom will teach me?" Logan stammered internally, his heart pounding. The Duke, mistaking Logan's shock for humility or perhaps unworthiness, continued kindly, "I understand that you're humble and don't desire much, but giving you just a low-grade swordsmanship book won't put me at ease after what you've done for me." Logan's expression turned into a comically deadpan look. "Humble?" he thought, an incredulous sweat drop appearing on his forehead. "I'm hearing this for the first time in my previous and present life." The irony was not lost on him. His thoughts quickly shifted, seizing the incredible opportunity. "Even if I have the divine sword secrets, I don't need to refuse when the kingdom's strongest man is offering such a gift." This was an unexpected, invaluable windfall. A wide, excited grin spread across Logan's face, his eyes shining. "Thank you," he exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine, unrestrained enthusiasm. Internally, he was shouting with pure joy, "I've hit the jackpot." This was better than he could have hoped. The scene shifts to a spacious, well-kept training ground, stone walls adorned with ancient banners. Logan and the Duke faced each other, both holding practice swords, ready for the lesson. "Judging the talent of remarkable young talents," the Duke said with a smile, "is one of the pleasures of an old man." The Duke's expression turned serious, his eyes sharp and focused. "Focus," he commanded, his sword held ready, perfectly balanced. A subtle, powerful energy began to emanate from him. "I won't be nice while teaching this. The lesson would be rigorous." Logan drew his own sword, his stance firm, his expression equally serious and determined. He was ready for whatever the legendary swordsman would throw at him, eager to learn. The Duke's eyes narrowed intently. "Now, draw your sword," he instructed, though Logan already had his weapon out. In the next instant, an almost visible wave of immense pressure slammed into Logan. His eyes widened in shock. This was no ordinary spar. Logan grunted, staggering back under the unseen force. A suffocating red aura suddenly enveloped the Duke. "A huge force is pressing down on my body," Logan thought, his muscles straining against the invisible weight. "I can't even raise my sword." His hand trembled uncontrollably on the hilt of his practiced sword. The realization hit him with full, undeniable force, words blazing in his mind. So this is an aura user. This was the true power of a master. The Duke's face was intense, his eyes glowing faintly within the oppressive, powerful red aura he projected. He was demonstrating a level of power Logan had only dreamed of. From Logan's perspective, the Duke seemed to tower over him, a figure wreathed in crimson, potent energy, his sword a beacon of deadly, focused intent. Logan panted heavily, struggling against the invisible, crushing weight. But can all aura users do this? He wondered, his mind racing to understand. The skill to restrain the whole body using force like magic? I get that the opponent may be at a lower level, but still. He gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. If that was true, all battles in the continent would end with aura users fighting each other. His eyes narrowed in intense concentration. I don't think this is simply force. There had to be more to it. This has to be a special skill. With a surge of desperate effort, Logan focused his own internal energy, a golden light flaring around his hands as he tried to push back against the Duke's overwhelming power. The Duke watched Logan struggle, his expression unyielding, his own powerful aura burning steadily, a silent challenge. Logan's mind worked furiously, analyzing the pressure, searching for a weakness, a way to counter this incredible technique. A core of golden energy pulsed within him, his own force attempting to find purchase, to gain leverage against the Duke's overwhelming, oppressive power. Use the force to boost the senses and not the body, Logan strategized internally, his focus sharpening to a razor's edge, trying a different approach. He visualized the flow of energy around him, attempting to understand the complex mechanics of the Duke's unique, powerful technique. And then analyze this force that's restraining the body, he concluded, his mind becoming a battlefield of rapid calculations and deductions. Every time I try moving, Logan observed, feeling the subtle shifts, the Duke's force stimulates its starting point. His arm trembled as he tried to lift his sword, the invisible pressure pushing back relentlessly. He's scattering the strength I put in to move, Logan realized, a grim understanding dawning on him. This was a sophisticated application of aura. Hugh. A small, determined smile touched Logan's lips. I don't know how it's possible, but I know how to deal with it. A spark of golden light ignited at his core, a flicker of defiance. When he's about to scatter my strength, Logan thought, his grip tightening on his sword, a surge of crimson energy, his own fighting spirit, flaring around his hand. I have to move half a beat faster. With a tremendous, explosive burst of speed, Logan lunged forward, the air crackling around him with his sudden movement. The Duke watched Logan's sudden, explosive maneuver, his expression unchanging but his eyes keenly noting the surprising counter. A flicker of surprise, quickly followed by a clear look of approval, crossed the Duke's face. As I thought, he murmured, genuinely impressed by the young man's adaptability. You have talent, the Duke declared, his voice echoing with the weight of his considerable judgment, a high praise indeed. Logan, though panting heavily and sweat-soaked from the exertion, managed to break free from the full brunt of the oppressive pressure, his sword now held defensively, his stance wary but remarkably unbroken. Hugh! He took a ragged, deep breath, his eyes fixed intently on the Duke, sheer determination hardening his gaze. The first, grueling test was over, but the real lesson was just beginning. The Duke nodded slightly, a stern, appraising look on his face. Good, he said, acknowledging Logan's effort. Now look carefully. The red aura around him began to shift, to coalesce, to gather. The very ground beneath his feet seemed to shimmer with contained power. The crimson energy, which had been a diffuse, oppressive pressure, now swirled and condensed rapidly, drawn inexorably towards the Duke's outstretched sword. The Duke raised his sword slowly, the concentrated red aura now clinging to it like a living, breathing flame, making the steel itself glow with an intense, almost blinding light. Logan watched, his eyes wide with anticipation, bracing himself for what was to come. He's concentrating the force that was restraining me to the sword tip, Logan realized with a jolt, his mind racing to comprehend the sheer level of control he was witnessing. Aura blade. He wondered, a term for a known, advanced aura technique flickering in his mind. But this felt different. More potent, more refined. No, that's... Logan's eyes widened further in awe as the energy on the Duke's sword intensified beyond anything he'd ever witnessed or even imagined before. The red light pulsed with immense power, growing brighter, longer, the very air around the blade vibrating with unimaginable, terrifying energy. Logan could only stare, momentarily stunned into silence by the spectacle. The Duke's face was a mask of intense, unwavering concentration, his eyes fixed on his sword, channeling his immense power into this single, devastating, ultimate form. "Take this," the Duke commanded, his voice resonating with raw power as the energy blade reached its terrifying, brilliant peak. This was not an attack, but a demonstration. Logan's eyes reflected the terrifying crimson light, his body tensed, preparing for an attack that felt like it could cleave the very world in two, a power beyond his current comprehension. The Duke's voice cut through the palpable tension, announcing the name of this incredible technique. "This is Force Blade." The words blazed in fiery letters across the screen, a technique far beyond ordinary aura manipulation, a true master's signature skill rarely seen. The Duke stood, his sword now a colossal, shimmering beam of pure, destructive red energy, pointed towards the sky before him, a breathtaking demonstration of power that left Logan utterly speechless and in awe. The Duke's voice, resonating with immense, controlled power, declared, "This is the Force Blade." The words themselves seemed to burn with the crimson energy that now completely enveloped his sword, a terrifying sight. Logan stared up at the Duke, who held the colossal blade of pure, shimmering force aloft. The sheer, raw energy radiating from it was terrifying, a suffocating pressure that dwarfed anything Logan had ever experienced before in either life. From Logan's perspective, the immense force blade descended, seemingly in slow motion, yet utterly, terrifyingly unstoppable. The sword's coming down very slowly, he thought, a cold, paralyzing dread seeping into his bones. "I'm fully aware of it, but..." His body was locked rigidly in place, every muscle screaming in protest against the invisible force. He gritted his teeth hard, sweat pouring down his face like rain. "I just cannot move." The pressure was absolute, unyielding. "The Duke's force is forcing itself into my entire body and disturbing my senses," Logan analyzed, even as he struggled helplessly against it. The crimson energy of the force blade pulsed, growing even more intense, more threatening. That red blade's force is becoming even stronger. A wave of despair washed over him, cold and sharp. But what can I do even if I know the basic principle? Understanding the attack didn't mean he could escape its devastating power. Logan's face was a mask of pure exertion and growing frustration, his eyes wide with the incredible strain of resisting the invisible, crushing chains that bound him completely. His eyes darted around frantically, searching for any opening, any weakness, any sliver of hope, but found absolutely none. The Duke's control over his aura was perfect, flawless. He tried desperately to summon his own force, a golden light flickering weakly in his chest, but it was being snuffed out, overwhelmed by the Duke's power. "My force is neutralizing," he realized with dawning, sickening horror. The Duke's force on its own. "My intuitions are telling me," Logan thought, a chilling, absolute certainty gripping him in that terrifying moment. He watched, helpless, as the Duke began to swing the massive force blade down towards him. "I can't dodge this attack, but..." A desperate, defiant resolve hardened his gaze. He wouldn't give up. In a last, desperate act of defiance, Logan roared, pouring every single ounce of his remaining will and energy into his own force. A brilliant ring of golden fire erupted around him, pushing back against the crushing pressure, just for a fleeting, defiant instant. The Duke's eyes widened slightly in genuine surprise, then a ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Oh, you're using force in the face of the force blade?" he murmured, a clear note of approval and perhaps even admiration in his voice. The Duke's grip on his sword tightened, the crimson energy flaring even brighter, more intensely in response. With a powerful, controlled downward slash, the Duke brought the mighty force blade crashing directly towards Logan. His foot planted firmly on the ground, channeling the immense, focused power of the devastating strike. The Duke's eyes glinted with fierce intensity as the attack connected with Logan's desperate defense. Logan's desperate, flickering shield of golden fire met the overwhelming, all-consuming crimson blade in a spectacular clash. Logan's eyes were wide with the sheer impact, his body bracing instinctively for the inevitable, crushing blow. A massive shockwave erupted from the point of impact. Logan cried out in agony as he was slammed violently backward, the force of the blow sending him sprawling helplessly across the training ground. The Duke stood, the crimson aura slowly receding from his form, his expression unreadable as he watched Logan fall. A faint metallic tang of ozone hung heavy in the air. Logan lay on the hard ground, battered and bruised but not broken, his sword clattering uselessly beside him. The sheer, unimaginable power of the Duke's technique was undeniable, a lesson brutally learned. Shaking, Logan painfully pushed himself up, his entire body aching from the impact. "Aura blade," he stammered, then quickly corrected himself. No. He knew, somehow, it was something more, something beyond that. The Duke chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his voice. "Did you think I'd teach you something you can't do?" he asked, acknowledging Logan's resilience. Logan managed a pained, weary grin, wiping sweat from his brow. "You saw the full deal," the Duke stated, acknowledging Logan's keen perception even under duress. The faint sounds of Logan's ragged, difficult breathing filled the otherwise quiet air. The Duke stood over Logan, who was still recovering on the ground, trying to catch his breath. The disparity in their power was immense, yet there was a newfound, unspoken respect in the air between them. "I unknowingly got a bit serious at the end," the Duke admitted, almost to himself, a slight, almost rueful smile playing on his lips. He had perhaps underestimated Logan's tenacity. "I can't believe he actually took it head-on." The Duke mused, genuinely impressed by Logan's courage and unexpected resilience. Some are simply fated to excel. A look of keen anticipation crossed the Duke's face as he considered Logan's potential. "It's going to be fun watching over him," he thought, seeing a bright, promising future for the young McLean. Sometime later, Logan lay unconscious, likely in a comfortable guest room at the Duke's grand mansion, the intense ordeal having finally taken its toll on his body and mind. The Duke's butler, likely the ever-professional Luis, stood respectfully by the door as Logan, now awake and dressed, prepared to take his leave. "You're leaving already?" the butler inquired politely. "The Duke said to let you rest until you fully recover, so you can stay a bit longer if you wish," the butler informed him. Logan offered a polite, if somewhat strained, smile. "That's okay. Thanks to the potion the Duke gave me, I'm completely fine." "I see," the butler said with a nod, accepting Logan's word. "Let me escort you to the gate then." Logan walked alongside him through the grand, echoing halls of the mansion. The ornate gates of the Duke's expansive, well-guarded estate creaked open, revealing the path leading away from the mansion, bathed in the soft, gentle light of a setting sun. "Have a safe journey," the butler said formally, bowing slightly. Logan inclined his head in acknowledgement. "I will. Thank you for showing me out." Logan walked away with a determined stride, though a slight stiffness in his movements hinted at the recent, grueling ordeal his body had endured. His mind was already processing everything that had happened, every lesson learned. The butler watched him go, a thoughtful, slightly puzzled expression on his face as Logan quickly rounded a corner and disappeared from view. The moment he was out of sight of the mansion, Logan stumbled heavily, clutching his side and leaning against a nearby wall, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. "This is killing me," he muttered, the facade of being completely fine instantly dropping away. He pulled out a small, ornate potion vial, the one the Duke had so generously given him. "But I can't use such an expensive potion for a wound like this," he thought, grimacing at the thought of wasting it. I can't believe he would hand over a superior grade potion that is basically unfindable. As expected of the Duke's status and generosity. Logan clutched his chest, feeling the dull ache. My force evolved in all this time, so I can somewhat heal the internal wounds myself. But the wounds that the Duke inflicted on me are going to be hard to deal with, after all. A faint red glow emanated from his hand as he tried to channel his own healing energy, but it was slow work. Despite the lingering pain, a determined, resilient glint shone in Logan's eyes. Even so, I still gained more than I lost, he thought, a slight, pained smile touching his lips as he looked at the precious potion. The experience was invaluable. He then pulled out a piece of paper the Duke had given him. On it were handwritten coordinates for a communication channel. These are the coordinates of the communication channel of my mansion. The note read, "If you ever face trouble while learning the Force Blade, you can get in touch with me." Logan looked at the note, then at the valuable potion, a wide, almost incredulous grin spreading across his face despite his injuries. Who would have thought he'd think so positively of me after everything? He is practically treating me like a disciple, Logan mused, the significant implications of this connection settling in. This relationship is going to prove greatly beneficial later on. Just then Philip's anxious voice called out, "Mr. Logan," making Logan jump in surprise, startled. "Philip? Why are you here?" Logan asked, turning to see his pale-faced, worried merchant. "You scared me." Philip, looking immensely relieved but still deeply worried, replied, "I was at a distance, waiting for you to come out. But why do you look so pale? Are you all right?" Philip grabbed Logan, his eyes wide with sheer terror. "You didn't do anything rude to the Duke, did you?" he shrieked, fearing the worst. Logan, caught off guard by Philip's panic, just managed to say, "Rude? I just learned a bit of swordsmanship from the Duke," before he was overcome by a violent, racking coughing fit. Cough! Blood splattered onto his hand as Philip screamed in horror, "You!" Philip, now in full-blown panic mode, rambled frantically, "I'll make preparations for us to run away immediately. I'll get the fastest horse and—" He was ready to flee the capital. Logan, still coughing painfully, tried to reassure his terrified companion. "No, you're misunderstanding." He couldn't get the words out. Philip could only cry out, "Mr. Logan," completely overwhelmed and horrified by the sight of Logan coughing up so much blood. A week later, a sign hung prominently on the door of their Imporic shop. "The Imporic is currently all out of stock. Please come back later." Business was clearly, unequivocally, booming. Logan stood, looking serious and expectant, as Philip gave his latest sales report. The total profits from the sale of Imporic are around 4.1 million golds. A glint of deep satisfaction appeared in Logan's eye at the staggering sum. Philip continued, his eyes shining with unrestrained excitement and disbelief. "If the sales continue to follow this trend, over 4.5 million a month won't be hard either." This was wealth beyond his wildest dreams. Logan and Philip exchanged a knowing, slightly smug smirk. Their audacious, unconventional venture was an undeniable, resounding success. "Oh!" Philip cheered loudly, throwing his hands up in the air inside their small shop, practically bouncing off the walls with pure, unadulterated joy. Logan watched him with clear amusement. "Are you so happy that you don't mind not getting a bonus this month?" he teased, testing Philip. Philip, kneeling on the floor in a posture of pure, blissful contentment, clasped his hands together earnestly. "Please don't ruin my imagination," he pleaded happily. Philip then remembered his duties, composing himself quickly. "Ah, right," he said, becoming professional again. "I made sure the monster meat purchase in Kale would go on without any issues, as you instructed." Logan nodded, pleased. "Is that so? Good job." Speaking on the topic, Logan began, considering their newfound wealth. "How about buying a house in the capital?" Philip's eyes lit up instantly at the prospect. Considering the loss from the lodging expenses, that seems more reasonable and a good investment. Logan shook his head decisively. "No, we'll only be here for a year and a half at most. Just focus on Imporic until then." He looked off into the distance, a thoughtful, far-seeing expression on his face. After that, we'll have to move elsewhere even if we don't want to. He was already planning far ahead. Philip looked confused, a small chibi version of him appearing with a large question mark above his head. What do you mean by that? He didn't understand Logan's long-term vision. Logan, also in chibi form, closed his eyes dismissively, unwilling to share his deeper plans yet. Something you don't need to worry about for now. Philip, now looking genuinely concerned for Logan's well-being, said, "Then please take care of your health for smooth running of the business. I was shocked to see you cough up blood earlier." Logan replied casually, "That's why I stayed shut inside my room for a whole week, resting." Philip looked skeptical, clearly not believing him entirely. "Did you really focus on your recovery? When I came to you, you were always on your desk doing something, writing intensely." The image showed Logan hunched over his desk, deeply engrossed in his work. Logan just waved it off dismissively. "Yeah, that's something you don't need to worry about." Philip sighed internally, frustrated by Logan's secrecy. Another secret? He was used to it by now. Logan smirked to himself. "I love that he doesn't dig further despite grumbling about it," he thought, appreciating Philip's discretion. "If it was Rick, he definitely would have gotten to the bottom of it, pestering me endlessly." Philip then asked, changing the subject, "Are you going back home now?" Logan nodded. "Yeah. Make sure you calm the customers down until I send more info Rick from home." The demand was still high. Logan paused, his expression turning serious again, another important instruction on his mind. Also, send food rations worth 100,000 gold each month to Tehran and McLean territories. Philip's jaw dropped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief at the enormous sum. What? What, are you planning on feeding all the people in the entire region? Philip stammered, utterly bewildered by the sheer scale and expense of the order. Logan sighed, impatient. "Enough. We need to do that for a whole year, so find a reliable vendor immediately." Philip stared at Logan, a look of dawning realization and perhaps admiration on his face. "Oh, you're serious? I didn't know you cherished your people so much." Logan turned to leave, his hand on the doorknob, thinking wryly. "Cherish my people," he says. "I'm just doing this because we're gonna need it for what's coming." "Because it's going to take at least 1 year," Logan continued in his thoughts as he opened the door, "for McLean's chronic, debilitating food shortage problem to finally be solved. This was a long-term strategic investment. Even with the fertile Tehran plains now in our hands, with McLean's historically infertile land, it's going to be a net minus as always without intervention," he mused, his expression grim with the reality of their situation. "People's labor is a huge part of my future plan, so I can't have them starving and weak." "Well then, I have work to attend to, so I'll get going now," Logan said, already heading out the door, his mind on his next task. Philip called after him, "Huh? What work?" Logan's voice floated back, "No need to answer that. It'll be a secret anyway." Always more secrets with Logan. "Good catch," a disembodied voice says, likely an internal thought of Logan's, referring to his next strategic move or perhaps a piece of information he's acquired. The scene shifts to a dimly lit, rough-looking building, clearly an information broker's den, a place of shadows and secrets. 2 cloaked figures sat amongst dusty crates and barrels. More shadowy, indistinct figures lingered in the dilapidated, clandestine establishment. An older, weary-looking man glanced around nervously, out of place. Logan stood before a hooded figure who was carefully examining a piece of paper Logan had provided. "So you want us to find these people?" the hooded man asked, his voice raspy and low, used to discretion. The hooded man looked up, his face mostly obscured by the deep shadows of his hood. "With just a name and a few special traits of their appearance? And how can you say you don't know where they live? Do you want us to search the whole continent for them?" His tone was deeply skeptical of Logan's vague request. Logan's expression was firm, his gaze unwavering. "Can you do it or not? Just tell me that. I'll compensate you generously for your efforts." "Money talks." The hooded man let out a considering sigh, the sound soft in the quiet room. The promise of generous compensation was clearly tempting, even for a difficult task. Okay, the hooded man finally agreed, accepting the challenging assignment. Logan had his broker. Logan walked away from the broker's den, his mind already on the next phase. As I thought, it's probably hard to find them, he mused. After all, even the names I know could be fake aliases they used. But I don't have any other way, he thought, his gaze determined and resolute. I have to gather all independent superhumans at all costs before it's too late. Images of powerful, shadowy figures flashed through Logan's mind, a formidable mage, a fierce beast-like warrior, a deadly archer. Those who reached the superhuman stage in the past life, and still didn't join any organizations. Every single one of them will be a huge support in the coming war against the Empire. These were crucial assets. Especially that guy who was a mercenary for the Empire. Logan thought, his steps momentarily faltering as he recalled a particularly dangerous, unpredictable individual from his past. He paused, looking up the stairs of what seemed to be an inn or lodging house. Wait, why am I rushing things so much? He chided himself, recognizing his own impatience. I can't believe I'm getting so anxious despite how well things are going in the capital. Geez, this is an obsession. Logan took a deep, calming breath, composing himself, a faint, more relaxed smile playing on his lips as he regained his perspective. Let's go slowly, he decided, a sense of calm and strategic patience returning to him. He couldn't afford mistakes. The scene changes abruptly. An old, powerful-looking man with a stern, unforgiving face, likely Hamar's former magic tower master, slammed his hand down hard on a table. After all, we still have time, he thought with biting sarcasm. As if. He seethed with rage. Elder, please calm down. He shoved my disciples around like they were any other workers? He was clearly furious about Hamar's recent actions and departure. That tower master. He fumed. A younger man, Clay, looking nervous and slightly bruised, tried to placate the enraged tower master. See, calm down. I'm only here to tell you what happened. The tower master let out a frustrated, impatient "Huh." So tell me, why did he call my disciple this time? The tower master demanded, glaring intently at the trembling Clay. Clay stammered nervously, that's? In the countryside at the end of the southwest region, Clay began to explain, gesturing vaguely, trying to pinpoint the location. The McLean region, Clay finished, the words hanging ominously in the air as red, threatening slashes appeared around him, emphasizing the tower master's displeasure. Clay's face twisted in fear as he relayed the crucial message. For a 6-month-long business trip? He was clearly terrified of the tower master's volatile reaction to this news. The tower master clutched his chest, his face contorted in pure, unrestrained rage. This damn magic tower master? I can't let this be, he roared, seemingly referring to himself in the third person out of sheer, overwhelming frustration and anger at Hamar's perceived defection and Logan's growing influence. This time, this matter needs to be handled once and for all, the tower master declared, his eyes blazing with a cold fury, a dark, menacing shadow looming behind him, promising retribution. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, absolutely ready to unleash his considerable wrath upon those who had defied him. Logan's next stop was the imposing, ancient structure of the Earth Magic Tower of the Kingdom of Grandia, a towering bastion of stone and arcane power, its highest spire reaching towards the heavens like a defiant finger. He walked through the sunlit, echoing halls of the tower, his footsteps purposeful and confident. At a reception desk, a young figure was slumped over, completely fast asleep on the job. Zzz. The young man in simple, brown robes was completely out, lost in dreams. Logan reached out and tapped him lightly on the shoulder. Hey! Wake up. The trainee stirred, blinking groggily, still half asleep. Huh. Then, realizing someone was actually there, he jolted awake with a start. Eduque. He was caught. He scrambled hastily to his feet, flustered and embarrassed. Welcome. This is the Earth Magic Tower of the Kingdom of Grandia, he announced, a bit too loudly in his nervousness. The trainee looked Logan up and down, a skeptical, appraising expression on his young face. HM? What is his deal? He wondered internally, trying to size Logan up. I thought he'd be some important noble, but he's wearing some cheap suit, the trainee mused, clearly unimpressed by Logan's simple attire. Logan, maintaining an air of unassuming nobility, stated his purpose. I'm here to purchase some magic scrolls. The trainee thought dismissively, of course. No way he'd be here to see our amazing magic. He'll probably buy a bunch of scrolls that look similar to each other. It's all just written on his face. Then Logan dropped his rather large request, 150 destructive magic scrolls. The trainee stared, completely dumbfounded by the number. What? Logan let out a soft, almost bored, as if slightly inconvenienced by having to repeat himself. Logan then placed a document firmly on the counter with a decisive, authoritative tap. Proof of his means. This is my account certificate issued by Cooper's Bank. Have a look at it. He was clearly serious about this purchase. The trainee picked up the certificate, his eyes scanning the impressive-looking numbers. Let's see. There's 1, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. His voice trailed off as the sheer magnitude of the sum began to register in his young mind. His eyes bulged, his jaw dropping as he stared at the final figure on the certificate. 4 million golds, he shrieked internally, completely stunned and overwhelmed by the amount of money involved. This was no ordinary customer. The trainee, now trembling and stammering uncontrollably, looked at Logan with a newfound, almost fearful respect and a healthy dose of terror. He was lost for words. I'll escort you upstairs immediately, he blurted out, suddenly very eager to please this wealthy client. Logan maintained his calm, composed demeanor, unfazed by the trainee's sudden change in attitude. The words, destruction magic, blaze across the screen in fiery, intimidating letters, setting the tone. An explanation of the spell unfolds. As a fourth circle earth-type ranged magic spell, depending on the mage's capability, it's a magic that can even take down a rock wall. The image shows powerful mages casting the spell, shattering solid stone with ease. But given its faults, such as the long time it takes to activate and the clear, obvious signs of its use, the explanation continues. And the fact that it only works on rock and dirt, the text concludes, showing figures observing the ground shaking violently from the spell's casting. It wasn't used at all in battle due to these limitations. Logan smirked knowingly. But it's perfect for use in construction, he thought, his mind already working. I can speed up the mind development using this, and at the same time, solve another problem as well. He always had multiple angles. Logan now sat opposite an elderly man with a wild mane of fluffy white hair and a long, flowing beard, Radio's great, the Earth Magic Tower Master. So, you want to buy 150 destruction scrolls? Great asked, his eyes gleaming with interest. Logan confirmed calmly, yes. I do. Radio's great chuckled, rubbing his hands together with undisguised eagerness. We haven't had such a generous customer in a very long time, so I'm kinda nervous. Ho ho. His excitement was palpable. Logan observed the Tower Master's overly eager, almost desperate reaction. Who would have thought that a magic Tower Master would come running down himself? He mused. He recalled Great frantically instructing someone, 150 scrolls? Where is he? Logan continued his internal assessment. He's a 5th-generation magic Tower Master, yet he was just 1.5 million golds. Is the financial situation here this serious? Well, the weakness of my trade partner is an advantage for me, Logan thought shrewdly, maintaining his polite, unassuming facade. He said aloud, Our House of McLean is just a small fief of the Southwest, so I understand if you don't know about it. It's okay. He played the humble card. Radio's great let out a slightly strained, nervous laugh. He was clearly trying too hard. Looks like our trainee made a mistake in judgment, Great said, shooting a sharp glare towards the reception area. I apologize. I'll give him a strict scolding later. Logan waved a dismissive hand casually. Please don't. It's not even a big deal at all. How generous of you! Great exclaimed, practically beaming with relief. The poor trainee in the background looked like he was about to faint from fear, thinking, I'm done for. Great's eyes narrowed slightly with cunning. I almost missed out on this pushover because of that incompetent trainee, he thought, his avarice clear and shining. Great began to speak, explaining, in these peaceful times, earth magic is only of use in farming or soil and tree construction. Logan looked slightly puzzled by this, thinking, what kind of noble would use expensive scrolls for something trivial? Just gather your people and do it manually. Great internally seethed with resentment. Ignorant fools like these are the ones who yap about how the magic tower became weaker after I became the tower master. He then added, as if it were an unimportant afterthought, well, I did use the budget for this month a bit early, so funds are tight. Anyhow, right now, it's great that we have a pushover here, Great schemed, a greedy, calculating glint in his eye. I gotta coax him well, and get a big chunk of cash out of him. He then said to Logan, his tone shifting, but to be honest, there is a slight problem with your request. Logan raised an eyebrow, feigning concern. By problem, what do you mean exactly? Great explained, as you may know, for crafting a fourth circle scroll, at least a fifth circle mage needs to lead the enchantment process. And currently, Great continued, a sly, almost apologetic look on his face, our magic tower doesn't have a lot of high-ranking man force available at the moment. A bead of sweat appeared on his brow as he delivered this potential setback. Logan's expression hardened instantly, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. So what? He said, his voice dropping to a low, menacing tone, a palpable pressure suddenly emanating from him, surprising Great. Great flinched, visibly startled by Logan's sudden, intense shift in demeanor. This isn't the reaction I expected from him. He stammered internally. No, I should still try to test the waters, see how far I can push him. As you may know, a scroll's per unit cost of crafting is pretty high, so it can't even be made in advance. Great trailed off, implying difficulty. Logan stood up abruptly, pushing his chair back with a scrape. I guess there's nothing that can be done then. He made to leave. I was planning to buy 150 scrolls every month, Logan stated coolly, turning his back as if to depart. If 150 scrolls alone are hard for you, I'll just go to the royal family's magic tower instead. Great shot out of his chair, knocking it over in his haste. Mr. He couldn't let this massive sale slip away. Every month? Great shrieked, his eyes wide with utter disbelief and dawning, overwhelming greed. This was bigger than he imagined. Logan confirmed calmly, yes, 150 each month. And for 6 months, I'll need a total of 900 scrolls. Great gasped, covering his mouth, his eyes practically turning into shining gold coins at the thought of such a huge, recurring order. Though if 150 right now would be too much for you, 6 months would be a stretch, I suppose, Logan added nonchalantly, playing hard to get. Great, however, was completely overwhelmed, thinking frantically, I've made a mistake. A huge mistake. Lightning seemed to flash around him as the sheer scale of the potential profit fully hit him. As Logan began to walk away again, Great practically threw himself at Logan's feet, desperate. We'll do it, he yelled, his voice cracking with desperation and excitement. All dignity was gone. Logan paused, turning slightly. You mean it's possible? Great, now fawning over Logan and pretending to dust his shoes with exaggerated care, replied with a sycophantic, ingratiating grin, oh my, your shoes are pretty dusty. Of course, it's 100% possible. We can do it. Great's mind was racing with dizzying calculations. Fourth circle scrolls are 10,000 gold each. His greed was palpable. 150 scrolls would be 1.5 million golds. Sweat dripped down his face, his eyes wide and bloodshot with manic excitement and the thrill of such a large sum. And in 6 months, that's 9 million. The number was staggering, almost incomprehensible, his eyes literally showing gold coin symbols in his pupils. Great practically vibrated with unrestrained excitement, already imagining the massive influx of cash that would save his struggling tower. That's an extremely attractive amount, yes indeed. Great declared, his voice filled with avarice, already mentally polishing a huge bag of gold coins. Logan then casually dropped another, even more audacious suggestion, his own shoe gleaming from Great's earlier, enthusiastic dusting. But how about hiring the mage directly instead of buying the scrolls? Great looked up, momentarily confused by this new proposal. What? The mage himself? Logan mused internally. Those aloof mages usually hate doing dirty construction work, so they normally just sell the scrolls though. He did a good job wiping my shoes clean. But he'll actually lend me the mage who's even pricier than scrolls. This was an interesting development. With a fourth circle mage, I could get the effect of 300 scrolls every month out of him, Logan calculated quickly. He then asked Great, but do you have a fourth circle mage who's willing to come to a construction site in a rural area? It's not glamorous work. Great chuckled nervously, a bit flustered. It seems there's a slight misunderstanding. Even I can't order around a fourth circle mage as I please. I'm sorry. Logan looked slightly, feigning disappointment. Of course, what did I expect? A fourth circle mage is too valuable. Instead, Great perked up, a crafty, opportunistic look in his eye. I'll deploy 9 second circle mages and 1 third circle mage. They're disciples who've worked in teams at various construction sites for a long time. Very experienced. In return, if you could just bring down the number of scrolls a bit? Great proposed, hoping to salvage the deal. Logan considered it thoughtfully. That might be good. Since the construction work is long-term, this might actually be better than hiring 1 fourth circle mage. A bead of sweat dripped down Logan's face as he feigned concern. But mages who specialize in construction? Those self-conceited people are willing to do such work? He thought, recalling the usual arrogance and pride of mages. I want to see what kind of people they are first, Logan decided, needing to assess them. Great gestured, and a line of 10 mages filed into the room. The one at the front, Grick, the trainee from reception, announced somewhat nervously, I'm Grick, a third circle mage. The group of 10 mages, all looking rather downtrodden, weary, and resigned, bowed their heads in unison. We're under your care. They mumbled, their voices lacking any enthusiasm. My name is Logan McLean. Logan introduced himself, an unreadable, assessing expression on his face as he observed the dejected group. Great, smiling broadly beside him, said dismissively, right then. Now that you're done with the greetings, you may leave. Excuse us then. The mages muttered, shuffling dejectedly out of the room, looking utterly defeated and without spirit. Logan watched them go, then turned to Great with a shocked, concerned expression. They look like they're about to pass out from exhaustion. Great just chuckled dismissively. Despite how they look, they're young personnel with the most construction experience in my magic tower. They're specialists in construction, very skilled. Logan recalled his earlier, quick assessment of them. They certainly looked pretty capable when I roughly read them with my senses. A third circle master rank, second circle expert, master. Plus, they're all in their 20s, who'd be considered prospective, valuable talent no matter where they are in the kingdom. Yet he'll send those promising disciples of his to the countryside for manual labor? Logan mused, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Something feels off here. Should I test him out a bit more? He sensed an opportunity. Logan turned back to Great, adopting a dissatisfied tone. Even so, they're fourth circle scrolls we were discussing. Reducing the scroll count and dumping second circle mages on me in exchange doesn't seem like a fair trade at all. Great sputtered, taken aback. What? But 10 mages should be enough. Plus there's a third circle mage among them. That's a good deal. A cunning, almost predatory smirk spread across Logan's face. He had Great right where he wanted him, desperate and pliable. Then for 120 destruction magic scrolls, and 10 mages, Logan proposed, naming his terms clearly. He named his price, his voice firm. Let's make it 1.2 million a month. Great beamed, clearly delighted with the negotiation, as this was still a massive profit for the tower. Radio's Great clasped his hands together, a look of pure, almost manic joy illuminating his face. Lightning seemed to crackle around him as he eagerly sealed the incredibly lucrative deal. That's a dirt cheap price considering the talent of those mages, Logan thought with deep satisfaction. Not that I would mind if it works out for me. He wouldn't send any normal mages at that price unless there was something else going on. Great, Logan said, a bead of sweat on his temple, feigning slight reluctance but inwardly pleased with the excellent outcome of his negotiation. Great, moving with surprising speed for his age, unfurled a pre-written contract from somewhere. Let's sign the contract right away, he urged, practically shoving it and an inkwell at Logan. Logan stared at the contract, then at the overly eager Great. He's actually agreeing to it so easily? And he's in such a rush, he thought, surprised by the lack of further haggling. When did he even write up this contract? Look at that ink, it's just running down the page, still wet. As I thought, something's definitely off here. Logan mused, his suspicions growing. Suddenly, the doors to the room burst open and Elder Clayton, Hamar's formidable former master, stormed in angrily, his own disciples trailing nervously behind him. I heard everything, Tower Master. Clayton roared, his voice thundering. Have a chat with me right now about this. Clayton's disciples tried desperately to hold him back from confronting Great. Master, don't do this. Someone stop him, one cried out in alarm. Great looked shocked and annoyed by the interruption. Clayton? Logan watched the unfolding drama with wide, startled eyes, feigning surprise. This was an unexpected, but potentially useful, development. Clayton's powerful aura flared intensely, a complex fifth circle magic sigil appearing menacingly before him. Fifth circle, he bellowed, his power undeniable. Are you sending off my disciples again to be worked to the bone? Great shot back defensively. It's all for the benefit of the magic tower, Clayton. Your disciples are the most talented and capable for this task. Clayton roared in fury, that's why I'm asking. Why are only my disciples made to do all the hard, thankless work? Clayton's disciples peeked nervously from behind a nearby pillar, looking terrified of the escalating conflict. Master, one whispered. Great argued heatedly, don't you know the young can stand all hardships? It's all for the sake of the magic tower and those kids' development. Clayton pointed an accusing finger directly at Great. Do you think I don't know you're pettily harassing them and overworking them ever since I became a fifth circle user and an elder last year? Great, flustered and angry, yelled back, have you gone mad, Clayton? What are you doing when we have an important guest right here? He gestured towards Logan. Logan watched the heated, public exchange, a slow, cunning understanding dawning on his face. I see how it is now. The internal politics were clear. This man, Logan thought, referring to the furious Elder Clayton, advanced to fifth circle at a relatively young age and became an elder. I think he's about 50. And the Tower Master, Great, feels threatened by him and his rising influence, Logan deduced, looking at Great's stressed, angry expression. But since he can't mess with an elder directly, he's poking his disciples for no reason, overworking them. A sly, opportunistic smirk appeared on Logan's face. This magic tower's internal conflict became my good luck. I can't believe I got such a favorable contract because of their petty squabbles. Logan stepped forward smoothly, addressing Elder Clayton directly. If you don't want to follow the Tower Master's orders, then I don't care. You can leave right now along with your disciples if you wish. Great looked absolutely horrified by Logan's intervention. Are you serious right now? You can't do that. Clayton's teeth clenched tightly, his eyes burning with a fierce, righteous rage at Great's tyranny. His fist tightened, his knuckles white with suppressed fury, a dangerous, potent aura beginning to gather rapidly around him. With a furious roar of defiance, Elder Clayton unleashed his immense power, tendrils of dark orange magical energy swirling violently around him like a storm. Great, equally enraged at the blatant challenge to his authority and the potential loss of the incredibly lucrative contract, also powered up, his own formidable aura flaring to life in response. "So you want to have a go, do you, Clayton? You dare challenge me?" The very floorboards beneath them began to crack and glow with intense, unbearable heat as their immense magical powers clashed violently in the confined space. The entire room shook violently from the released, untamed magical energy, dust and debris falling from the ceiling. Clayton's disciples cried out in terror, shielding themselves. "Damn it! This is bad. We need to stop those two before they destroy everything." Clayton roared, his voice filled with fury. "Tower Master, you better be ready for this." Great merely snorted in haughty defiance. He would not back down. Just as the two powerful mages were about to unleash devastating, destructive attacks upon each other, Logan calmly slammed his hand down hard on the contract lying on the table between them. A loud, sharp thud echoed through the suddenly tense room, cutting through the rising chaos. Clayton and Great froze instantly, their powerful auras still crackling violently, their attention suddenly, unexpectedly fixed on Logan, who stood amidst the swirling, chaotic energies, an unreadable, almost smug expression on his face. The two powerful mages, caught mid-posture and mid-spell, looked like statues frozen in a dramatic moment of intense, unresolved conflict. Grick and another disciple watched with wide, terrified eyes, completely unsure what would happen next. With this, Grick stammered, his voice trembling. Logan picked up the now-signed contract from the table, a triumphant, almost demonic grin spreading slowly across his face as the ink settled, sealing the deal. "The contract is finalized," he declared, his voice cutting smoothly through the tense, charged silence. His plan had worked perfectly. With the contract now signed and in his hand, Logan calmly announced it was all settled, even as Tower Master Great and Elder Clayton continued their silent standoff, the defeated disciples looking on nearby. Logan then addressed the mages, telling the 10 of them to come with him, before turning his attention back to the still fuming Great and Clayton. He casually told them to sort out their own problems, then cheekily asked if the contract would still be valid even if the Tower Master happened to change, a question that clearly annoyed them both. Tower Master Great tried to smooth things over, admitting they hadn't looked their best and promising the scrolls soon, but Elder Clayton wasn't finished, booming that he still had more to say. Great, furious, demanded if Clayton dared to challenge an official contract and told him to know his place, but Clayton just grunted, clearly not backing down. Clayton's fist tightened, his eyes burning with anger as he declared that if Great was going to be like that, then he had a response. He then announced with furious determination that he would go with his disciples, his powerful aura practically crackling around him. Tower Master Great looked completely stunned, turning to Logan in disbelief. Great couldn't believe it, yelling about an elder going to a construction site and what it would do to the tower's reputation, while Logan, despite his calm exterior, was inwardly shocked and thrilled at the thought of getting a 5th circle mage for free. Ignoring Great, Clayton bowed to Logan, offering to work without extra pay just to help his disciples and speed things up, even saying he'd serve Logan devotedly, all while Great fumed in the background, wanting to continue their argument. Clayton then asked Logan to delay their departure by a day so his disciples could rest, a request that moved them to tears, and Logan, hiding his delight at this turn of events, readily agreed, setting their meeting for noon the next day at the West Gate. Great's furious protests went completely ignored as the new arrangement was made. The following day, their covered wagon rolled out through the city gates, beginning their journey. Dressed for travel, Logan observed his new team of mages, thinking to himself what an incredible deal he'd stumbled into, knowing a 5th circle mage alone would normally cost a fortune. He was eager to return to his territory and get his plans in motion, starting with his product, Imporic, as soon as he got back. But his planning was cut short by an unwelcome, familiar voice calling his name as a carriage approached. Logan stiffened, recognizing the voice. It was Rena. Princess Rena Wolves appeared at her carriage window, her fan hiding her smile, and greeted him with false sweetness, remarking that it had been some time. Logan, annoyed by her familiar address, forced a polite greeting, while Rena privately thought him as rude as ever. Rena mentioned hearing rumors about him in the capital, her tone light but her words sharp. She taunted him about his supposedly embarrassing business ventures, wondering aloud if his family was in financial trouble, her eyes mocking him as she secretly hoped his family had failed. Logan, however, just chuckled, saying he was ambitious about money and it was no concern of hers, though internally he wished she'd just mind her own affairs. Rina then reminded him of the money she'd previously given him, adding a jab about his family's supposedly barren lands, an insult that clearly angered Logan. Logan curtly tried to end the conversation and leave, thinking how much he disliked her, but Rina stopped him, bringing up the special weapon he'd used in the feudal war. She leaned out, a sly expression on her face, and asked if he would consider selling it to her. Her coy smile hinted at some hidden agenda as she repeated her offer. Logan, with an exaggeratedly cheerful but firm tone, dismissed the idea, stating plainly that it wasn't for sale and he'd have to refuse her. And with that, he quickly made his exit, leaving Rina looking annoyed. Rina clicked her tongue, clearly unhappy with his refusal. Walking away, Logan found it strange that while his impo-rig had gained attention, no other nobles had cared about the weapons from the rural feudal war. He wondered how Rina, or more likely the Wolves family, had already taken an interest, suspecting something more was going on. He knew the crossbow's design was simple and its advantage wouldn't last forever, but his thoughts were interrupted when Grick, one of Clayton's disciples, called out to him. Elder Clayton and the disciples were waving from their carriage, with Clayton questioning why Logan was there when they'd agreed to meet at the West Gate. Logan grinned, relieved they were there, and vaguely mentioned running into someone annoying, then quickly changed the subject, eager to get moving now that everyone was assembled. Their three-wagon caravan finally set off, heading down a forest path away from the capital. Inside, Logan sat with Elder Clayton and Grick, the carriage swaying gently as they moved. Clayton noted the spacious carriages and experienced coachmen, realizing Logan had spent a considerable sum on their transport. Grick expressed concern to his master that Logan had spent too much for their sake, but Clayton merely grunted in response to his disciple's worry. Logan listened in, a subtle, knowing smile on his face. Clayton, arms crossed, grumbled something about mages and their pride, looking rather self-satisfied. Logan laughed, saying that since he'd gotten a fifth circle mage for free, providing good transport was the least he could do for such esteemed company. Clayton let out a sigh, looking out the window, perhaps reflecting on how things had turned out. As night descended, Logan announced they would make camp and rest before continuing their journey the next day. Soon, a campfire crackled merrily, pushing back the darkness of the surrounding forest. Logan settled by the fire to meditate, his sword close by, as he focused on his internal energy. Suddenly, the glint of a dagger cut through the darkness as a cloaked figure lunged towards him. Logan's eyes flew open, his instincts screaming danger as he reacted in an instant, energy surging through him. Even as he called out, more cloaked figures emerged from the trees, quickly surrounding him. The first attacker had used a strike as their only answer. The first assassin landed lightly, expressing surprise that Logan, a young master, had managed to dodge the swift attack. More assassins appeared, weapons ready, including a large, bald, muscular man, so Logan drew his sword, preparing for a fight. The bald assassin spoke gruffly, mentioning the rumors about Logan making a lot of money in the capital from selling some strange product. Logan scanned the half-dozen attackers, wondering if they were simply after his money. He sighed, a little annoyed that his meditation and practice session had been interrupted. But then his eyes turned cold, since they had interrupted him anyway. A predatory grin spread across his face as he declared they would now serve as his practice partners. One of the thugs scoffed at his words, but before he could react, Logan moved like a flash, his sword striking true, drawing first blood. A masked assassin cried out in shock as his companion fell, cursing Logan. Another attacker charged, screaming for Logan's death, dagger aimed for his heart. Logan met the attack with fluid, precise movements, his sword a blur in the moonlight. The assassin's face twisted in rage as he pushed his assault. Steel clashed against steel, sparks flying as Logan parried the blow. He then swiftly dodged under a wild swing, the blade whistling harmlessly above him. Suddenly, a wave of unseen energy seemed to burst from Logan. The other assassins watched in stunned horror as their comrade was flung backwards. The man hit the ground hard, his body limp, as if struck by an invisible, powerful force. The masked leader, panicked, yelled for his men to retreat immediately. But as he tried to move, he cried out, his legs suddenly buckling beneath him. He screamed in terror, realizing he was completely unable to move. Logan's sword now pulsed with a faint golden energy, an aura crackling around the blade. It was a technique learned from Duke Esperanza, whose teachings were now bearing fruit. Logan leaped, his energized sword swinging towards another attacker. He brought the blade down with tremendous power. The force of the blow slammed the assassin into the earth. The assassin cried out as the golden energy overwhelmed him, knocking him out cold. Logan landed, a bead of sweat on his brow, observing the effect of his attack. The golden aura on his sword faded, and he noted internally that maintaining it for long was still difficult, while the immobilized assassin lay nearby. Still, a confident smirk touched his lips. He was learning quickly. Another surviving assassin, witnessing the swift defeat of his comrades, began to crawl away in terror, muttering nonsensically. Logan recalled the Duke's lesson. Focusing and compressing force through his newfound understanding could give birth to aura. He gripped his sword, remembering the feeling of that power. The Duke had shown him not only the pressure blade, but also the force blade, a weaker form of this aura. Logan had thought imitating the force blade was beyond his current abilities, yet the defeated assassins around him proved otherwise. A wide, almost giddy grin spread across his face. He couldn't believe he'd actually managed to use the force blade, even if only for a moment. He then turned his attention to the last conscious assassin, still paralyzed on the ground. The man groaned in pain and confusion, wondering what he'd gotten himself into. Logan approached, resting the tip of his sword on the man's chest, causing him to grunt in fear. Logan then mused on the pressure blade technique, how it used force from the sword to overpower an opponent, as the assassin whimpered about his immobile body. A ruthless glint in his eyes, Logan knew this technique was definitely ready for real combat. The assassin screamed, terrified of what Logan might do next. Logan planted his sword in the ground beside the man, his expression turning serious. He glanced around at the downed assassins, briefly wondering if he'd perhaps overdone it. Just then, Elder Clayton's powerful voice boomed from the edge of the camp, announcing he'd seen the entire fight. Clayton stepped out from the trees, an imposing figure, his own powerful aura evident even in the dim firelight. His eyes, seeming to glow faintly, were fixed intently on Logan. Logan looked up, a little startled by the elder's sudden appearance and intense gaze. As he sheathed his sword, Logan worried Clayton might think he'd been too brutal, even with thieves, and the thought of Clayton backing out now was a serious concern. He really needed that fifth circle mage. But then Clayton spoke, his voice a deep rumble, telling Logan he had amazing skills, his gaze appraising the young man. Logan was taken aback, a bead of sweat appearing on his temple. That was definitely not the reaction he'd braced himself for. Clayton went on, admitting he didn't know much about force users, but what he'd just seen was clearly far beyond what someone Logan's age should be capable of. Logan gave a nervous laugh, scratching his head and trying to brush off the praise, immensely relieved that Clayton wasn't angry, just naturally stern-looking. The two of them started walking back towards the main camp, the silence of the forest settling around them. Logan found it a bit strange. He'd deliberately fought away from the camp to keep his skills under wraps, wondering if Clayton had actually come looking for him. He couldn't figure out why, until Clayton explained that his disciples were struggling because they lacked a good teacher, and he wanted to teach them all he could while they were together. Logan thought Clayton was already doing a fine job of that, wondering why the elder felt the need to tell him specifically. Clayton then stopped, turning to face Logan directly. He stated firmly that even once they reached Logan's territory and work began, he wanted his disciples to have breaks in shifts so they could continue their training. Clayton offered to work more himself to make up for it, asking if Logan could agree to that, and Logan, impressed, nodded, saying it wouldn't be an issue. As they continued walking, Logan's eyes suddenly narrowed, sensing something unusual. He noticed faint streams of orange mana flowing from the ground where Clayton walked, wondering where it was going. The tendrils of mana seemed to snake through the forest, all converging towards one spot. Logan realized the mana was flowing into the tent where the mages, Clayton's exhausted disciples, were sleeping. He was genuinely surprised by the elder's quiet dedication, even noticing Clayton was sweating slightly from the effort, prompting Clayton to ask if something was wrong. Logan just smiled warmly, remarking that Clayton seemed to care a great deal for his disciples. Clayton huffed, turning away slightly with a gruff pride, saying that as their teacher, it was the least he could do. Logan gently pressed, reminding him that he'd even picked a fight with the Tower Master for their sake. Clayton cleared his throat, looking a bit flustered, and grumbled that the Tower Master had been the one acting unreasonably as they walked on. The McLean family flag, with its distinct red sigil, waved in the wind. They were finally back in their home territory. The familiar, imposing sight of McLean Castle stood before them, a testament to their family's history. Logan reported to his father, Patriarch Patrick McLean, who asked if his time in the capital had been a valuable experience. Logan confirmed it was immensely helpful, and his father, pleased, asked if there was anything else to report. Logan hesitated for just a moment before beginning his report, a hint of nervousness showing. He announced that his business in the capital was doing well and would soon be generating profits, news that made Patrick's eyes widen with surprise and keen interest. Patrick leaned in, asking about this business, and Logan explained it was the medicine he'd previously given his father. Patrick's face flushed a deep red as he sputtered in disbelief, utterly indignant that Logan had gone to the capital to sell sexual enhancers. His father stood, looking stern, reminding Logan that while he'd promised not to meddle, he roared that Logan needed to at least consider the family's reputation and dignity in his future actions, clutching his head in despair. Logan, however, was inwardly a bit surprised, thinking his father was actually taking it better than expected. Logan gave a crisp, "Yes, sir," which his father correctly guessed was an automatic response, but Logan repeated it, satisfied that his standing with his father had clearly improved. Then, Logan casually added that he'd also met the Sword Duke and formed a good connection, which made his father freeze, asking if he meant Duke Felix Esperanza. A look of dawning horror spread across Patrick's face as he asked, almost afraid of the answer, if Logan had sold that medicine to the Duke too. Logan beamed, confirming that he had indeed. Patrick exploded, slamming his hands on the desk and yelling about how low Logan planned to drag the family's reputation, but Logan calmly continued, saying he'd even received a secret intermediate sword technique in exchange, placing a book on the desk. His father stared, first at the book, then back at Logan, completely taken aback. Logan introduced it as the Iron Blood Sword, a genuine intermediate sword skill vouched for by the Sword Duke himself. Inwardly, Logan smirked. That part about the Duke guaranteeing it was a lie. He'd actually written the book himself during his stay at the Duke's mansion. He recalled how the Iron Blood Sword technique was originally found in some ruins by an imperial merchant and was a high-ranking intermediate skill for its time. Initially, copies were sold to a select few, but it eventually leaked and became widely available, learned by knights and commoners alike across the continent. But, as Logan knew, that widespread availability wouldn't happen for another 10 years, giving his family's knights a significant head start and a major boost to their strength. He mused that combined with sword chi and the divine sword secrets, this technique could become a powerful trump card for both his father and Ronian. He also knew the Iron Blood Sword technique pushed force to its limits and could cause internal injuries if trained improperly, something his father would normally never allow. That's why using the Sword Duke's name was crucial. It would overcome his father's caution. And indeed, as Patrick picked up the book, his skepticism slowly turned into intense concentration. Patrick's eyes widened as he read, realizing this was on a completely different level than their family's worn-out records, far superior in quality. He thought about how difficult it was for nobles to acquire proper intermediate sword skills, wondering if this was why his own progress had stalled for over a decade. He exclaimed that mastering this could increase their knight order's strength by at least 30%, looking at Logan with newfound awe and wondering how they could ever repay the Sword Duke. Logan smiled, seeing his plan work, and began to make another proposal. But his father was already lost in excitement, declaring he needed to master it to repay the Duke, cutting Logan off. Patrick waved dismissively, saying they didn't have time for other matters. He declared that mastering this technique was his priority and that he was leaving family affairs to Logan for a while, already reaching for a small, ornate box. Before Logan could protest, Patrick pressed the box into his hands, and it clicked open to reveal the family seal, leaving Logan utterly shocked. Patrick told Logan to help Dwayne with family matters and that he'd return after perfecting the skill, thanking Logan as he rushed out, leaving Logan stunned and trying to call him back. Logan stared at the family seal, a slow realization dawning. If he had the seal, he didn't need his father's permission for his plans. A wide, mischievous grin spread across Logan's face. This was perfect. He could get everything done before his father finished training. Just then, Mr. Dwayne burst in, looking frantic and exclaiming he'd heard of Logan's success in the capital. Dwayne dropped to his knees, practically wailing for Logan to help the family with some urgent funds, though he also grumbled that Logan was treating the office like his bedroom. Crying that the war funds weren't enough to maintain their 2 fortresses, Dwayne grabbed Logan's collar, explaining the labor shortage would drastically drop production and that even House Kairos had cut off their aid. He clasped his hands, begging Logan for money, saying he'd heard Logan had made a fortune. Logan just smiled brightly, eyes closed, and calmly said, "Sorry, I spent it all." Dwayne stared in disbelief, arguing that Logan couldn't possibly have spent millions so quickly and must be joking. Logan simply maintained his innocent, unwavering smile. Dwayne pleaded, his face a mask of desperation, insisting this wasn't funny. But Logan's smile didn't change. Sweat started to pour down Dwayne's face as the devastating truth began to sink in. Really?" he stammered, collapsing to his knees again in utter despair. Moaning about where all the money could have possibly gone, Dwayne looked utterly defeated until Logan finally explained he'd spent $1.2 million on magic scrolls and mages, plus construction materials and food to support their people, so nothing was left. Dwayne looked up, thoroughly confused by magic scrolls, construction materials, and especially the food. He started to say that just buying a little food wouldn't do much, but Logan cut him off, stating the amount, 1 million gold. Dwayne just stared, dumbfounded, as Logan clarified he'd be distributing food worth 1 million gold every month for a year. Dwayne shrieked, asking if Logan had lost his mind, though Logan had expected such a reaction, knowing his image as a war hero wouldn't completely change perceptions. Logan calmly assured him he was sane, asking if that amount would be enough to feed the people. Dwayne, still shell-shocked but tearful, admitted it would be, then asked about the construction materials and magic scrolls. "Are you starting some construction?" Dwayne asked, to which Logan grinned and announced they were building a dam. 2 weeks later, official notices were posted in both McLean and Tehran fortresses, calling everyone eligible for statutory labor to gather at the city gates. In Tehran, an old farmer looked at the notice with grim resignation, saying the nobles were finally exploiting them to the fullest. In McLean, another farmer raged that being called for labor during the busy farming season meant his children would starve, feeling betrayed after barely surviving the war. One man spoke through gritted teeth, saying it felt like they were being forced to choose between dying while running, working, or starving. Another hardened man declared that if they were going to die one way or another, it was all the same. A hand tightened its grip on a pitchfork, a spark of defiance ignited. Another gripped an axe, the sentiment growing, they would rather take matters into their own hands. A crowd of angry, desperate commoners, armed with their farming tools, stood united, their eyes burning with the fire of rebellion. In the McLean territory, the air was thick with a desperate tension. Common folk, driven to the edge by endless hardship and now a forced labor order, were gathering at the castle gates, their faces grim. One man, clearly respected, glanced at the crowd armed with farming tools, his voice low as he confirmed, "Is everyone here?" This was more than just a gathering. It felt like the start of something big. A younger man nearby, his face a mix of fear and doubt, whispered to an older, more weathered companion, "Are we really going through with this?" The old man's voice was rough, filled with years of suffering, as he replied that the nobles lived well while they, the commoners, barely survived. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd, their shared anger giving them courage. Looking towards the massive, closed castle doors, The younger man found a sliver of desperate hope, thinking that with so many people, maybe, just maybe, this fight was worth it. Though fear still flickered in the younger man's eyes, a new resolve began to harden his expression as the old man's words about their shared suffering truly sank in. He clenched his jaw, a determined sound escaping him. "You're right," he said, his voice much firmer now. He'd rather take this chance. His hand tightened around the handle of his tool, knuckles white, a silent vow that they wouldn't back down now. All around, others shared that same grim determination, ready to fight for any hope. One man growled about dragging the nobles out. Just as their anger peaked, a loud creak echoed, the castle doors were opening, sending a wave of unease through the crowd. And through those slowly opening gates, they saw them, armored knights on horseback, their silhouettes imposing. Suddenly, the peasants' makeshift weapons felt very, very small. The lead knight raised his voice, his order cutting through the tense silence. "All knights, prepare to distribute." The knights began to ride out, not with weapons drawn for a fight, but with a clear purpose. The commoners were stunned. The young man voiced their confusion, wondering what that meant, while another murmured if they'd really heard distribute. Their angry speeches died on their lips. The old, cynical man, however, wasn't buying it. He glared, shouting that it was nonsense, convinced it was some cruel trick by the nobles he so deeply distrusted. But then, a knight stopped right in front of him, holding out a heavy sack. The old man stared, his angry words cut short as the sack was pressed into his hands. The knight announced loudly, so the bewildered crowd could hear, "As per young Master Logan's orders, those who participate in the compulsory labor duty will receive a whole month's worth of grain fit for a family. We will start distributing now," the knight continued, calling for order. "Form a line and stay in order." The old man was speechless, clutching the sack, as disbelief around him slowly turned into a hopeful murmur. From a higher view, the scene transformed. Farming tools clattered to the ground as people surged forward, not to fight, but to receive, a joyous shout erupting, "It's actually grain." Tears streamed down weathered faces as heavy sacks were passed out. A woman cried out her thanks, saying they wouldn't have to starve anymore, the crushing fear of hunger visibly lifting. The old man, the one who'd been so ready to fight, just stood there, hugging his sack of grain, trying to make sense of this incredible turn of events. Tears finally broke free, streaking through the dirt on his cheeks, not tears of anger, but of overwhelming relief. His voice, raw with emotion, rang out, "All hail Logan McLean." The rebellion had suddenly become a celebration. Others quickly joined his cheer, their voices filled with gratitude and disbelief. "All hail the first young master." The square, moments ago a powder keg, now echoed with praise. Faces that were hard with anger moments before were now lit with smiles, people clutching their unexpected bounty, the relief almost tangible. The cheers swelled as more people received their grain, chanting, "Long live Logan McLean." His name was on everyone's lips, repeated like a prayer. Meanwhile, on a balcony overlooking this scene, Logan stood with Mr. Duane, the McLean administrator. Duane, looking puzzled, asked if Logan really needed to force a compulsory order just to gather them, suggesting he could have just asked. Logan watched the cheering crowd, a knowing look on his face. He explained calmly that if he'd done that, not even a quarter of them would have come, because they simply didn't trust nobles. He continued, reflecting on how nobles often view their people as property, though sensible ones understand their duty to protect them. Logan's gaze turned distant, thinking of his past life as a mercenary and commoner. He explained that for ordinary people, the difference between good and bad nobles was often just a matter of who took more from them, a harsh truth he'd learned firsthand. Even Father, Logan added, a hint of that past bitterness in his voice, thinks more about knights than the people. He gestured towards the bustling square, explaining that his father believed knights were the true strength of a nation. That's why, Logan explained, despite the tight budget, his father still maintained a large knight order, asking Duane to consider how the common people must view such priorities. Duane looked a bit flustered by the directness. Logan's eyes were intense. "That's why I forced them to gather here and let them see it," he stated, He needed them to witness it themselves, to believe it, shattering their deep-seated distrust. Mr. Duane was staring at Logan, a look of dawning comprehension on his face, prompting Logan to ask why he was looking at him like that. A slow smile spread across Duane's face, a mix of awe and amusement. He admitted Logan surprised him constantly these days, and he really needed to stop being surprised by the young master's wisdom. Logan gave a slight smirk, brushing off the compliment, then said that since Duane trusted him, he could now proceed with the construction. Duane's newfound calm vanished instantly. "Ah, not that damn," he exclaimed, panicked, begging Logan to reconsider spending a staggering $2 million on it. Logan looked a bit exasperated, clearly having faced this skepticism before, remarking that Duane sounded just like those two. The scene flashed back to Hamar, the dwarf craftsman, and Clayton, the elder mage, looking utterly incredulous as Hamar bellowed about drilling a hole in a mountain. In the flashback, Logan calmly laid out his audacious plan for a dam and floodgate to a doubtful Clayton and Hamar, who questioned the very idea of drawing river water through a mountain. Logan, however, remained unperturbed, casually eating as he stated with unwavering confidence that it was entirely possible and he wanted it done exactly as planned. McLean's territory, as Logan knew, was surrounded by dense mountains and wastelands on all sides. A stark contrast to the lavish food on the table, the land itself was barren. Logan explained that even the relatively shallow mountains to the north were blocking the Luther River from flowing south. He gestured with his cutlery, mapping out his idea to create a large hole, a tunnel, in these northern wild mountains. And through that tunnel, they would bring the river water. Hamar, the dwarf, looked utterly unconvinced, grumbling it might be easier to just push the mountain down. Logan, still eating, patiently urged him to listen. Logan elaborated on the tunnel, a 30-meter diameter passage at ground level connecting to the Luther River, which would also act as a floodgate. He told the skeptical duo it was a construction method used in the West, called a dam. Internally, Logan knew this dam was actually a flood control method that would only become popular in the Empire 20 years from now. He didn't know all the construction details, but with a master-level dwarf and a fifth circle wizard present, he was counting on their expertise to make his future knowledge a reality. If these two could successfully complete the construction, Logan thought with a spark of ambition, then the wastelands of Western McLean could be transformed into fertile, arable plains, a lush future under the McLean flag. Back in the flashback, Hamar and Clayton were no longer just skeptical, they were engrossed, muttering about ground conditions, water levels, and arch structures, already problem-solving the massive technical challenge. Suddenly, Hamar looked up, shocked, and blurted out to Clayton, "Wait, dwarf, is it really possible?" Realizing his slip, he quickly tried to cover, but the master craftsman seemed to be convincing himself. Logan, perhaps blindfolded for focus, seized the opening, a predatory gleam in his eye. "So it is possible, isn't it?" he pressed, backing them into a corner with their own growing realization. Hamar tried to backtrack, mentioning other work and the new mine, but Logan smoothly cut him off, saying he'd already prepared the necessary magic scrolls and mages. Logan then challenged Hamar to find the right mountain, and Hamar threw his hands up, grumbling that he knew something was off when Logan treated him to a fancy meal he'd been expertly played. The flashback ended. Now, Clayton stood before a massive cliff face, looking thoughtful, while Mr. Duane, still with Logan, voiced his lingering doubts about the whole endeavor. Clayton just let out a deep hum, lost in contemplation as he assessed the formidable mountain. He approached the sheer rock wall, his hand reaching out, examining its texture, sensing its very composition. A couple of workers watched him, one murmuring in awe about magic, the other nervously wondering if they were in any danger. Logan and Hamar observed Clayton. One worker, spotting Logan, felt a bit more confident, as the young master's presence seemed to reassure them. Hamar, ever impatient, cupped his hands and bellowed for the mage to start if he was ready. Clayton turned his head slightly and gave a curt, decisive nod. He was indeed ready. He turned back to the cliff, placing his palm flat against the cold stone, beginning to channel his immense energy. A faint shimmer of power gathered around his hand, the the very air seeming to vibrate with anticipation. With a mighty roar, Clayton unleashed his magic. Cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the rock face, dust and small pebbles beginning to shower down. Larger chunks of rock started to break away, and a panicked shout erupted from the onlookers to watch out. The ground trembled as the cliff face began to give way, people scrambling back as someone yelled it was coming down. Logan and Hamar, however, remained relatively calm, observing the controlled demolition as dust and debris filled the air. Logan called out, a bit exasperated, telling Clayton to take it easy and not show off, while Hamar grumbled about the dust. Internally, Logan was keenly observing Clayton's power, thinking about mana, the other supernatural power humans could wield. A complex, glowing magic circle appeared around Clayton. Logan mused that in his previous life, he could only faintly sense mana, but now he could see it clearly, a benefit of his own awakened abilities. The intricate patterns of the magic circle pulsed with golden light. Logan analyzed how the Earth's power, originating from Clayton's mana circle, stimulated the rock wall through complex, constant patterns. He wasn't just seeing magic, he was understanding it. A slight, impressed smile touched Logan's lips. He marveled at being able to witness this, realizing his force core had transcendently developed his senses. Clayton, sensing Logan's intense scrutiny, turned with a challenging glint in his eyes, calling out for the young master to watch carefully, a smirk on his lips. Logan crossed his arms, a flicker of annoyance mixed with anticipation on his face, as Clayton boomed that he wasn't done yet. Clayton raised his hands, and a different kind of energy began to gather, particles of earth and dust swirling around him, making someone wonder if it was some other magic. With a grunt, Clayton clenched his fist, and the swirling earth particles condensed with a sudden surge of power. The shattered rocks and debris from the collapsed section of the cliff began to tremble, then slowly, impossibly, rise into the air. Logan's eyes widened slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Even he seemed surprised by this new, incredible display. The airborne debris swirled and converged with a grinding sound, gathering from the collapsed cliff. More and more rock pulled together, forming a massive, rough-hewn shape against the sky. Logan stammered in disbelief. The colossal form solidified, taking the unmistakable shape of a giant humanoid figure made entirely of rock, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Logan stared up at the towering creation, completely dwarfed by its sheer size, and exclaimed in utter awe, "A golem?" His mind raced. To think Clayton could create a golem of that magnitude without any tools. Not only would construction finish much faster than planned, but his thoughts immediately leaped to an even more potent possibility, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Perhaps these golems could even be used in warfare. Logan gulped, the sheer potential of this power making his heart pound. This changed absolutely everything. He quickly turned to Clayton, his voice urgent, "Mr. Clayton." The mage, looking rather pleased with himself, simply asked what it was. Clayton was practically beaming, clapping his hands with smug satisfaction, clearly relishing Logan's stunned reaction. Logan rushed towards Clayton, his usual composure completely gone, replaced by an almost manic excitement. His eyes were wide, practically sparkling as he grabbed Clayton's arms, his voice breathless, "How many golems can you make?" Logan's mind was a whirlwind of possibilities. He pressed Clayton, his voice urgent, almost feverish with excitement, "How many golems can you actually make?" The massive stone golem loomed behind them, a stark reminder of Clayton's power. Logan's eyes were still wide as he added, "And can your students make them too?" If they could multiply this kind of force, it was a game changer. Clayton seemed to enjoy Logan's awe. "Yes, they can also create golems," he confirmed, a hint of pride in his voice. "After all, we are the golem school of the Earth Magic Tower." "Really?" Logan exclaimed, a delighted grin spreading across his face, his excitement almost crackling in the air. Clayton's expression, however, turned a bit more serious. "But there is one small problem." Clayton explained that the spell to create a golem's core purely with mana was only possible for a fifth circle mage like himself, so his disciples would need mana stones. He sighed, adding that even then, their golems would be small and weak. Logan's initial excitement took a slight hit. He murmured, a bead of sweat appearing as his mind immediately jumped to the inevitable cost. Mana stones? A glowing blue crystal, a mana stone, was shown. It was described as a rare mineral, imbued with natural mana energy, making it highly valuable. The explanation continued. It couldn't be made artificially and was mostly used for magical assistance or creating artifacts, which meant it was also quite expensive. This was the catch Logan had half expected. Logan stroked his chin thoughtfully, his expression turning calculating. He knew mana stones weren't exactly cost-effective. But then, his gaze hardened with resolve. In war, he reasoned, cost-effectiveness wasn't always the priority. If money could buy victory, it was worth it. He turned back to Clayton. Will your golem get stronger with mana stones too? Clayton confirmed that yes, its strength and speed would increase, and it would last much longer. Logan's face lit up again, imagining a superpowered golem easily swatting knights aside. Clayton then puffed his chest slightly, adding that, of course, as a fifth circle mage, he'd need the highest grade mana stone. Logan's hopeful expression instantly deflated, his dreams of an ultimate golem army temporarily shattered by the sheer expense. Clayton, perhaps sensing Logan's disappointment, quickly added that even for a second circle golem spell, a low-grade mana stone was enough, muttering something about why he felt the need to explain himself. He continued that such a golem could last about 24 hours and be many times stronger than an adult man. Logan was back to his thoughtful pose, processing. A low-grade mana stone cost about a gold piece. Their cost-to-benefit ratio for general use still seemed too low. But then, a new strategic thought struck him, his eyes gleaming. For a short, decisive conflict, like the last Fief War, an image of a golem, eyes glowing red, engaged in fierce combat, flashed through his mind. It could easily bring a much greater, game-changing result. In specific short-term scenarios, the cost could absolutely be justified by overwhelming power. Logan tapped his chin, a new plan forming, while Clayton watched him, perhaps a little wary of what the young lord was scheming now. Clayton let out a sigh, grumbling under his breath about wishing he wasn't a member of the Magic Tower, a fleeting moment of frustration hinting at his difficult relationship with Great. Logan glanced at him, asking if he said something, but Clayton quickly dismissed it. Suddenly Mr. Dwayne appeared, his face pale with terror, eyes wide, stammering and pointing frantically about the monster. He'd clearly just seen the golem at work. The golem was shown pounding the earth, sending rocks flying, and Dwayne, seeing this from a distance with other panicked onlookers, was screaming that the monster was destroying their territory. Logan, standing beside a frantic Dwayne, tried to reassure him, looking a bit exasperated. I told you. He's not destroying it. He's digging a tunnel. But Dwayne was too panicked, yelling he had to tell the patriarch. And with that, Dwayne sprinted away, leaving a trail of dust. Logan watched him go with a sigh. Geez. Logan muttered, a wry smile playing on his lips. Dealing with panicky administrators was just another unexpected part of his new responsibilities. Logan turned his attention back to the construction. He called out to Hamar, who was now present, telling him to take all the workers for the water channel, as the golem alone was enough for the tunnel work. Hamar nodded, clearly impressed. Logan then addressed the remaining workers, likely the mages and some overseers, telling them to stop being scared and get to work, outlining the three major constructions underway. First, an image of the massive, modern-looking dam, water rushing through it. Second, a long, smoothly constructed water channel glistening under the sun, which would distribute the river water to every corner of the wastelands, transforming barren land into fertile plains. And the third major project, the mine. A well-supported mine shaft showed the progress already made. Logan explained he'd gotten drilling results while in the capital and had deployed workers to the mine even before starting the dam. He realized that with all the focus on the dam, he hadn't checked on the mine since returning, deciding he should go take a look the next day. The next day, at the mine entrance, workers toiled, and guards stood watch. And there, looking utterly exhausted, dirt-smudged and thoroughly displeased, Was Hamar, his usual dwarven vigor ground down by sheer overwork. Logan approached, feigning innocence. Huh? Hamar, didn't we see each other before? Hamar glared, muttering something about 6 cuts ago, clearly counting Logan's brief appearances, while Logan played dumb. Hamar's hand clenched, trembling with suppressed rage as he growled about whose fault it was that he was constantly running between the mine and the water channel. Suddenly, Hamar exploded, roaring and throwing his tools down, yelling he couldn't do it anymore and they should just kill him instead. The dwarf had clearly reached his breaking point. He thrashed around as workers tried to restrain him, yelling about not getting breaks and having to do all the hard work alone. Logan watched, slightly surprised, as someone shouted that Hamar had finally blown up. Logan stepped forward calmly, addressing the fuming dwarf. Hamar looked up, still angry but a bit taken aback by Logan's directness. Logan extended a hand, a gentle, understanding smile on his face, saying he understood and Hamar had done a great job. Then, the masterstroke. That's why, from now on, you'll take care and manage everything yourself. He patted Hamar's shoulder, suggesting he just report progress today. Hamar stared, utterly bewildered. This was not the outcome he expected from his outburst. Hamar's eyes narrowed, realizing he was being played, accusing Logan of dumping all the chores on him. Logan just smirked, admitting he'd been caught. But really, I promise, Logan said, holding up his pinky finger with a sparkle. He maintained his sincere expression, promising Hamar all the rest he needed when construction ended, a classic Logan manipulation. Hamar recoiled as if Logan's finger was a venomous snake, looking genuinely terrified of the implications of a pinky promise with Logan. Logan, with surprising strength, grabbed Hamar's much larger hand and forced their pinkies together, while Hamar yelped in pain, claiming Logan was going to break his finger. Logan stepped back, a smug, triumphant grin on his face as Hamar was comically subdued. Logan thought, pleased, that Hamar had been trying to act cheeky. With Hamar managed, Logan was confident the mine would now develop faster than in his previous life. He stood before the mine entrance, thoughtful. He wasn't entirely sure about the dam, but a determined smile touched his lips. No, it would work out. His resolve solidified. It had to. Failure was not an option this time around. Later, Logan was in his office, communicating with Philip Claude through a glowing purple crystal ball. Philip, appearing within, confirmed construction materials would be delivered smoothly. Philip added they'd also reached a good agreement for their lumber trade, at 100,000 gold per month. Logan nodded, pleased. Philip's face lit up, saying once the mine and land clearing were done, the territory would be transformed, and he should visit. Logan listened, his expression subtle and unreadable. Yeah, you should come here next year too, Logan said casually, though Philip, in the orb, sounded intrigued but wary, guessing Logan wouldn't explain why. Logan's expression turned serious. He mentioned a rumor about problems within the royal family. Philip was surprised. Logan explained he'd heard it at the Sword Duke's house. He didn't know details, but it seemed like a big issue. Logan instructed Philip to gather specific rumors. He then revealed his deeper concern. In his past life, the king died suddenly next winter, plunging the kingdom into civil war. He needed to know if that timing would hold, or if events were changing. Golden dust seemed to swirl around Logan's hand. Only with accurate information could they prepare accordingly. His gaze was resolute. The McLean family would face the coming war that would turn the kingdom's order upside down, and he would be ready. He directed Philip to set aside the remaining budget as an emergency fund and buy weapons and armor for 1,500 men. Philip, in the crystal, looked utterly shocked by the staggering scale of the order. But 1,500 men? Philip questioned, confused, knowing McLean had less than 100 knights. Logan held up a finger, serious. It's not for the knights. It's for the soldiers, Logan declared. Philip was so shocked his glasses seemed to crack, exclaiming Logan must have lost his mind. Philip protested vehemently that no one fully armed ordinary soldiers. It was a waste of money. Logan, annoyed, told him to be quiet, then explained that while it might seem strange, too many of their people had died in the last war, drastically decreasing the territory's expected output. So, they needed to minimize conscription and maximize the strength of their knights and regular soldiers. Arming the vulnerable regular soldiers was part of that plan to protect his manpower. Logan looked pointedly at Philip. "Have I ever done something wrong before?" Philip hesitated, then reluctantly admitted, "No." A sly, confident smirk spread across Logan's face. "Then we should do it, right?" He knew he had Philip. Philip sighed in resignation, agreeing to discreetly investigate the rumor. Despite his reservations, he trusted Logan's judgment. Logan clenched his fist, satisfied. Securing funds through the mine, ensuring food with the dam, and improving the soldiers' armament. The basic preparations for a leap forward were progressing smoothly, he thought, as stacks of documents appeared on his desk, a testament to the work. Mr. Duane entered, gesturing to the mountain of paperwork, telling Logan to read and sign. Logan looked overwhelmed. Duane added he'd leave the next set of documents for review, the paperwork seemingly endless. Logan groaned. Duane chided him for signing carelessly again, while Logan muttered about how long he'd been stuck doing paperwork. Mr. Duane stroked his chin. "It'll be a month soon." Duane leaned in with a teasing grin, asking if Logan thought acting as Lord was just a day or two's work. Logan looked defeated, saying he'd never seen his father work this much. Duane puffed out his chest, proudly stating that was because he usually handled most of it. Logan stared, aghast, a dark aura of shock and betrayal surrounding him. Logan slammed his fist on the table. "Then why dump all of this on me?" Duane calmly replied that as the successor, Logan needed to understand the territory's affairs. "I'm not the successor," Logan shouted, bolting up. Duane just waved dismissively, saying no one agreed with that, and walked out, leaving Logan fuming. Just then, Kaiselin rushed into the office, his expression grim, apologizing for the intrusion but saying there was an urgent issue. Kaiselin's face was pale, a bead of sweat on his temple. He said one word filled with dread, "Hamar." Logan's eyes widened in alarm as Kaiselin delivered the terrible news. Hamar got trapped in a collapsed mine. The atmosphere instantly turned critical. Kaiselin stood before Logan, his face grim. Logan shot to his feet, his voice sharp with alarm. "Hamar is trapped in the tunnel?" Kaiselin confirmed it, his tone urgent. "Yes, one of the mine tunnels has collapsed." Mr. Duane, who'd just been complaining about Logan's workload, looked utterly bewildered in the background. Logan, ignoring him for now, pressed Kaiselin for details. The extent of the damage, Hamar's location. Kaiselin, still catching his breath, started to ask Duane about the mine, but Duane was too stunned. He turned back to Logan, explaining that over 50 meters of the tunnel had caved in, making it impossible to pinpoint Hamar's exact location yet. The situation was dire. Logan slammed his hand on the desk. "No time to waste. We're heading to the mine right now." He was already moving, leaving Mr. Duane reaching out, utterly speechless and completely in the dark. Mr. Duane then exploded in a fit of frustrated rage, his face contorted. Where the hell did a mine even come from? He'd been kept out of the loop on yet another of Logan's major schemes. Horses thundered towards the mine. At the sight, workers looked up, a mix of relief and anxiety on their faces as Logan approached. "The young master is here," a worker shouted. Logan rode up, his expression tense, demanding to know where the collapsed tunnel was, wasting no time. A muscular worker, likely a foreman, pointed towards the mine entrance, explaining it was the middle one of 3 paths, the deepest one. Logan immediately dismounted and strode towards the indicated tunnel, the foreman calling after him with a worried warning about the darkness inside. But Logan didn't slow down, entering the dark maw of the mine, his silhouette radiating determination. Inside the gloomy tunnel, Logan's eyes began to glow with a faint golden light. His enhanced senses, a product of his force core, allowed him to see clearly in the oppressive darkness. His expression was focused, a bead of sweat on his temple as he pushed deeper into the unstable mine, the air thick with tension. He finally reached the collapse, a massive wall of fallen rock and debris completely blocking the tunnel. Several workers stood before it, looking helpless, their torches casting flickering, desperate light on the daunting obstacle. An older man, likely the mine supervisor, turned as Logan approached, his face etched with worry, exclaiming Logan's name with a mix of relief and desperation. "Move aside," Logan commanded, his voice calm but firm. The workers quickly made way. Logan stepped up to the wall of rubble, placing his hand against a large boulder, feeling the vibrations, sensing the deep instability of the fallen earth. He closed his eyes, concentrating, focusing all his senses beyond the rockfall, trying to pierce the darkness. His hand remained pressed to the stone, a golden aura faintly emanating from it as he strained to perceive what lay hidden beyond the tons of rock. In his mind's eye, or through his heightened senses, faint outlines of figures appeared, trapped within the darkness on the other side of the collapse. Logan opened his eyes, his expression grim. He told the supervisor that Hamar and about 10 workers had avoided the worst, but there were many casualties. The supervisor stared, astounded, asking how he knew. "Not important," Logan cut him off, his tone urgent. "How long to rescue them?" The supervisor looked grave, estimating at least 3 days, if things went well. Logan's jaw tightened. He knew even the sturdiest dwarf couldn't last long injured and trapped under rocks. The grim reality sunk in. The longer it took, the slimmer their chances of survival became. Logan turned, his decision made. "We must rescue them as soon as possible." 3 days was far too long. It was unacceptable. He stamped his foot, a determined sound in the tense silence. He knew what, or rather who, he needed. The supervisor watched Logan, wondering what he was planning. Logan muttered to himself that there was only one real choice here. The scene shifted. Logan was outside the mine, looking up as figures approached through the trees. It was Clayton, followed by his disciples. The elder mage looked at Logan, his expression questioning why he'd been summoned. Clayton and his team of mages stood before Logan, their collective presence formidable and radiating power. Logan looked Clayton directly in the eyes, deciding to get straight to the point. "Please rescue Hamar and the workers trapped in the mine," Logan said, bowing his head slightly in a rare show of overt deference, promising generous compensation. Clayton looked surprised, stroking his magnificent beard. A mine? And people trapped? This was clearly news to him. Clayton then pieced things together, remembering Hamar's earlier complaints. So that's why the dwarf was so busy, running between the mine and the dam. It all made sense now. Clayton nodded, his expression serious. "All right, people are in danger, so we should help." Logan looked relieved, thanking him and promising to repay the favor. Clayton's internal thoughts, however, revealed his own curiosity. He'd wondered why Logan bought a destructive magic scroll and never used it. So, he'd been hiding a mine all along? As Logan gestured towards the mine, Clayton pondered further. If it was kept secret, it must be valuable. Yet Logan was revealing it now, just to save a slave and some workers? Such trust, or perhaps desperation, from a noble was highly unusual. Logan waited, his expression earnest, the lives of his men hanging precariously in the balance. Back in the collapsed tunnel, Clayton stepped forward, his hand outstretched towards the rubble. With a powerful cry, he channeled his earth magic, his hands raised towards the massive rockfall, raw energy surging around him. "I'll hold up the tunnel," Clayton declared, his voice booming with power as he magically reinforced the unstable sections around the collapse, preventing further cave-ins. He then turned to his disciples. "You lads, use the golems to clear the rocks." "Yes, sir," his disciples responded in perfect unison, ready for action. Logan watched as 2 of Clayton's disciples stepped forward, their expressions focused. He noticed what they were holding in their hands. "Those are..." One of the mages held a glowing blue crystal. "The mana stones." Logan realized he was about to see their practical application firsthand, right here, right now. The disciples began to chant, pouring their mana into the stones, which pulsed with an increasingly bright, otherworldly light. They then tossed the energized mana stones onto the massive pile of debris blocking the passage. Logan and the other workers watched intently, torches held high, as the magic began to take effect, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. With a collective gasp of "Oi!" from the onlookers, the scattered rocks infused with the mana stones began to rumble and coalesce, forming into small, sturdy golems right before their very eyes. The collapsed rocks turned into golems. Logan watched, a small, impressed smile on his face, as Clayton directed the operation. He couldn't believe they'd cleared several meters of rock just by creating golems. He urged them on, no telling what situation they're in. Hurry up! The newly formed rock golems, animated by potent magic, immediately began to shift and carry away the heavy debris, their movements surprisingly nimble. They worked tirelessly and efficiently, clearing the path far faster and more safely than manual labor ever could have hoped to achieve. More and more of the tunnel was cleared as the small army of rock golems hauled away load after load of rubble, their progress steady and relentless. Logan himself joined the effort, lifting and moving heavy rocks alongside the golems, his unexpected physical strength surprising the mages. Clayton watched Logan, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and something akin to respect. He'd clearly never seen a noble get his hands dirty like this for commoners. One of Clayton's disciples, also working to move rocks, voiced his astonishment aloud, saying he wouldn't have believed a noble carrying rocks to save those of lower status if he hadn't seen it himself. Clayton continued to observe Logan, a new level of respect dawning in his eyes. If it's someone like him, he mused, then maybe. Perhaps his deeply ingrained notions about nobles were being seriously challenged. Suddenly, the mine supervisor, who had been peering into the newly cleared section, shouted, "F found them. There are people here." A faint groan could be heard from within the dark, narrow opening they'd created. Peeking through the gap, they saw Hamar, lying amongst other unconscious workers, covered in dust but, incredibly, seemingly alive. Hamar! Logan and the supervisor rushed forward as the last of the debris was cleared, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and hope. Hamar groaned, slowly coming to, looking dazed and exhausted. The supervisor quickly checked him and the others, reporting they'd just fainted from shock and luckily their injuries were minor. Logan let out a massive sigh of relief, the tension draining from him. Phew! The worst, it seemed, had been avoided. A chorus of, "Thank goodness," echoed through the now much safer tunnel. The golems were then seen carefully carrying out the unconscious or injured workers, including Hamar, who was gently cradled by one of the surprisingly tender rock constructs. Later, Hamar was recovering in a bed, bandages wrapped around his head. Logan was by his side. "You dozed off while using the destruction scroll?" Logan asked, a hint of teasing in his voice. Hamar looked sheepish, admitting he'd been overworking himself. Logan placed a comforting hand on Hamar's shoulder, reassuring him not to worry, the construction could resume soon. "Just rest." "Don't worry and rest until you're fully recovered," Logan insisted. Hamar, ever the stubborn workhorse, protested weakly that the work wasn't that hard and he could push through. Hamar looked up at Logan, completely bewildered by this unexpected display of concern. "Huh? You want me to rest?" Hamar asked, still not quite believing it. Logan, sitting by his bedside, subtly challenged the dwarf's stubbornness. "Are you saying you'll be fine without rest?" Hamar, perhaps remembering his earlier meltdown or genuinely touched, puffed up his chest. "I'll rest. I'm going to rest at all costs." Logan let out a small, satisfied sound. As Logan left Hamar's room, he reflected with a slight smirk on how amazing magic truly was, to have completed the rescue and saved everyone in just 2 hours. Clayton suddenly appeared beside him, his expression intense, startling Logan as he began to speak. Clayton's eyes were gleaming with a strange fervor. "You have a truly wonderful mind, young master," he said, his voice low and conspiratorial. Logan looked at him, a bit taken aback. "What?" Clayton gave a knowing, almost greedy smirk. The potential value of the mine clearly hadn't escaped his notice. Logan felt a prickle of unease, wondering if Clayton had figured out it was a gold mine. For an earth mage, it would make sense. It would be troublesome if this got out. The critical question hung heavy in the air. Would Clayton keep this incredibly valuable secret? Clayton stood tall beside Logan, an imposing figure, the silence stretching between them. He then asked Logan directly why he'd gone so far as to reveal the hidden mine and ask for his help. Logan looked slightly surprised by the question. What did he mean, why? Because there was simply no one who could replace Hamar right now. Logan elaborated on his pragmatic reasoning. It was worth saving Hamar even with some risks, because without him, mine development would stall, disrupting all his future plans. Also, Logan began, his expression turning more somber as images of past conflicts and his father fighting flashed through his mind. The pain of loss from his past life, the faces of those he couldn't protect, haunted his thoughts. Because if I can't even protect my own people, he said, his voice filled with a quiet determination born from deep, searing regret, then there would be no one left around me. It was a chilling echo of his past failures and his unshakable resolve to prevent them this time, no matter the cost. Clayton stared at Logan, visibly moved and surprised by this unexpected depth of feeling, this raw honesty, from the young noble. Huh. Clayton then addressed him formally, his voice taking on a new gravity. Young Master Logan. Would you like a magic tower in your territory? He asked, his voice serious, the question hanging in the air like a thunderclap. Logan was completely blindsided, a bead of sweat appearing as he stammered, "What?" This was an offer he had never, ever anticipated. Clayton explained, a new purpose shining in his eyes, that he thought it was about time for him to do his own thing, and this territory seemed capable of supporting a small magic tower. He looked at Logan expectantly, asking what he thought. Logan, stunned, realized Clayton wasn't joking. The implications were absolutely enormous. Logan's mind whirled. Their territory having its own magic tower? The strategic advantages, the sheer power, would be immense. His initial shock quickly gave way to overwhelming elation. His eyes sparkled, and he could barely contain his excitement. That would be fantastic, he exclaimed, pumping his fist. He quickly fired off practical questions. Would Clayton's disciples also move here? How much support would he need? Clayton nodded. Of course, his disciples would come. And as for support, he placed a hand over his heart, a benevolent, almost fatherly smile spreading across his face. Just provide what's necessary. Oh, I trust in your character and ability, Mr. Logan. Logan beamed, almost drooling with delight at this incredible, unbelievable turn of events. Hamar, who had apparently recovered enough to witness this exchange, looked on with open-mouthed shock from the side. Hamar, ever the skeptic, muttered under his breath as he looked at the seemingly benevolent Clayton, wondering if the mage had hit his head too, questioning his talk of character. He clearly didn't buy Clayton's sudden display of altruism. Logan, ignoring Hamar's cynicism, simply told the dwarf to go back and rest. The scene panned out to show the McLean castle under a snowy sky, a new era of magical advancement and power dawning for the territory.